Well. Hello, Box fam. What up? Do for you. Hey. Okay. What up? I'm really. I don't think I'm gonna try to do a very long stream today. I hate the setup is just fucking disgusting. We're gonna have to probably do a short one today, short one tomorrow, and then it'll be desk o'clock. Oh god, I can't. Oh, it's gonna change my absolute. It's gonna change my life. Turn things upside down. Just you wait. Imagine waking up from a 5-month coma and thinking Lorna never left Miami. Possible. Is this the first time you've streamed on a weekend? No. No, I used to stream on weekends quite a lot. Or it was like 6 days and then it was like fucking 5. Yeah. That's a noise gate and a half. What's wrong with my noise gate? My noise gate's fine. Hmm. Okay. There's quite a lot to. Actually, is there? Why did I even say that? There's not really that much at all to talk about. There's lots of little silly bits of news or normie stuff, I guess. Stuff that I don't usually get involved in. Your noise gate is pretty tight. Why is it? Not cutting my speech though, is it? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be cutting my speech. I don't know. We'll see. Chat's fucking me up. That's what they're doing. They're trying to sabotage stream quality. You can't hear some words. Shut up. That is not true. That is not true. I'm kind of annoyed because I was offering to moderate a debate between two people on Twitter. One of them was Drew Pavlu, but the other person wanted to make it a 2v2. And they tried to get History Speaks in. And I said I didn't want to do that because that guy's a fucking prick. Like there's no like he's too toxic to reward with any platform. And I was like, but they made a group chat and added him to it anyway. And I was like, oh fuck, if you block someone on Twitter, they can still talk to you if they come into a group chat. And I'm like, fuck, that's annoying. Well, foot in the door. I'm like, shit. I feel like this is like the 5th time he's said that he was done with talking to him or talking about me, but he just keeps on coming back to it. Like he's got no impulse control. It's fucking mental. Hmm. I'm also quite tempted. I'm quite tempted when I get my desk set up to start doing like an online econ course. Because I found a few that I could actually do while I was streaming. And uh, given what's happening with the tariffs and all this like fucking Gary Stevenson and Trump and like from both sides, there's just a lot of like big econ ideas going around. Might be good to get a better grasp of it so I can actually have these discussions in a bit more depth than just basics. Aristocratic neoliberalism. Sure, bro. Sounds huge. Make it happen. I won an econ essay competition in school. Wow. That's what we need. Yeah. So what are we even starting with now? Oh yeah. There's a big update on the scandals. This ain't good. Look at this.
Virginia Giuffre, who accused
Hey,
Prince
fuck me. All right, hang on. Why won't it go to the start? Okay. We've got an Epstein update. Epstein scandal update. Room for theories, actually. There are room for theories on how this happened, but let's see.
Virginia Giuffre, who accused Prince Andrew of sexual assault, has died. Her family say that she took her own life at her home in Australia. She was 41. Last month, it was reported she'd been in a serious car crash. She claimed disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein and his friend Ghislaine Maxwell had trafficked her when she was 17. Prince Andrew denied all the accusations against him, but reached an out-of-court settlement with her in 2022. Katie Watson reports.
Virginia Giuffre was one of the most prominent accusers of Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced US financier accused of running a vast sex trafficking network. Giuffre claimed she was trafficked by him and forced to have sex with the Duke of York. This photo of them together, now infamous. Prince Andrew, though, has always denied the accusations. He reached an out-of-court settlement with her in 2022 that contained no admission of liability or apology. In an interview with Panorama in 2019, she stood by the accusations.
He knows what happened. I know what happened. And there's only one of us telling the truth.
In a statement, Virginia Giuffre's family said she was a fierce warrior in the fight against sexual abuse and sex trafficking. She was the light that lifted so many survivors. In the end, the toll of abuse is so heavy that it became unbearable for Virginia to handle its weight. We know that she is with the angels.
So, in case you don't know it already, conspiracy Twitter is already absolutely foaming at the mouth over this, because the story goes that she was in a car crash. She posted on social media that she only had 4 days to live because of the accident. She survived. Then not long after that, she killed herself in her own house in Australia. The authority said there's nothing suspicious about her suicide. Seems like very clear that she did it herself. But yeah, conspiracy Twitter is really making a lot of that 4 days to live thing.
Born in the US, the 41-year-old had recently been living with her children and husband close to Perth, but recent reports suggest the couple had split after 22 years of marriage. Earlier this month, she posted on Instagram to say that she'd been seriously injured in a car accident, which her family later said she had not intended to make public. Local police later disputed the severity of the crash. Western Australia police say they are not treating her death as suspicious. Katie Watson, BBC News in Sydney.
I'd like to speak to our Sydney correspondent, Phil Mercer. Phil, what more have the family said?
We've had a pretty poignant statement from Virginia Giuffre's family saying that she was a heroic and courageous campaigner against sexual abuse, and that the stance that she took was a light that lifted the lives of survivors of abuse around the world. So we know that...
Take the Mossad pill. Yeah, very, very interesting. This happens during a Trump administration and only a mere day after they put up that Mossad video with Piers Morgan, with the head of Mossad, denying any involvement with Epstein, incidentally. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. It's so stupid. Like, the thing that people miss, I guess, is that, like, well, first of all, I believe that she recently split up with her husband of 20-something years. But also, a fairly important fact that when you stand up to a big, powerful fucking sex abuser and all that, and you've got fucking lawyers coming at you, calling you a fucking liar and shit like that, people trying to smear you, the whole public like backlash against it, because it's not just all the affirmation that you get from people who believe you, it's also the attacks from people who don't believe you. The stress of going through all that, and then not to mention when it's all over, your life probably feels very different as well, because you're maybe not sure if you really got all the justice that you could have. You could have done better, and like blaming yourself. So there's a lot that goes on to. So it's not really surprising that people in her position would feel like suicidal ideation. You know.
The police and the ambulance authorities in Western Australia were called
Not to mention the trauma of the act itself. Yeah.
a home in the near Gabby area. This is to the north of Perth, the state capital of Western Australia, on Friday evening. And the authorities say that Ms. Giuffre was found there unresponsive, and that family statement saying that she had died by suicide, and that the weight of the abuse that her family say that she has suffered became too heavy, and in the end, for Ms. Giuffre, became unbearable.
But she very much became a figurehead, didn't she, for other survivors of abuse?
Yeah, she was a prominent, not only a prominent accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and his friends, the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison for sex trafficking offences. She was also a prominent campaigner for the Me Too movement. She had alleged that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had trafficked her to Britain's Prince Andrew when she was 17 years of age. Prince Andrew has always strenuously denied these allegations, but in 2022...
Yeah, I wonder if it's worth anything for posterity to see how horrible that Prince Andrew interview was. I feel like in terms of how it's aged, age has definitely done no favors to that Prince Andrew interview. What an incredible car crash. Didn't his PR advisor literally like resign over that interview that he told Prince Andrew not to do?
The prince did reach an out-of-court settlement with Ms. Giuffre. We don't know the specific details of that settlement, but clearly Virginia Giuffre suffering under the weight, according to her family, of the abuse that they say she suffered repeatedly in certain periods of her life.
And tell us more about this car accident. She said that she'd been seriously injured.
This was a post on Instagram in the last month or so, and these are just suppositions, but perhaps when you look into the details of that post online, it may give an indication of the fragility of her state of mind. Virginia Giuffre had said that she'd been involved in a very serious car accident to such a degree that she said online that she only had a few days to live. So there was enormous concern by the people close to her and other people about her physical and mental state. And what was interesting, that the police in Western Australia downplayed the severity of that accident, but of course her death will be investigated by the authorities in Western Australia. And once again, this is only supposition, but having an episode like that so public in the last few weeks ago does perhaps indicate the fragility of her mental state. And her family say that she fought this heroic fight against sexual abuse and took her life by suicide, and she was 41 years of age.
Phil, for the moment, thank you very
Goddamn.
much, Phil Mercer in Sydney.
I wonder how things like that affect someone like Prince Andrew. Probably not at all, right? Because, I mean, they settled, although I don't believe the settlement actually involved... Was it ever published, how much the settlement was? I know it meant that Prince Andrew didn't have to, you know, admit guilt or anything like that in the settlement. And he got stripped of his fucking royal titles, and obviously the royal family doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. Or at least the Queen didn't. He's still involved with the royal family, though. I think he still owns some property, but for the most part, I think a lot of his titles have been stripped, and I think maybe he had to sell a property as well for the settlement. Do you think he's celebrating? Oh, fuck. God. But yeah, I don't know. The conspiracism about it is pretty weak. There's not really anything special to jump on there. seems like she didn't really like. Seems like she just bore a lot, and just because the case is over and the settlements happen, and even like Maxwell's gone to jail and everything, like the damage can still be done. Like, yeah, fuck. In other news, Luigi pleads not guilty. Wow, Sigma, GigaChad.
Luigi Mangione pleaded not guilty today to all federal charges against him, including murder, stalking, and a firearms offense. The 26-year-old Mangione is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan back in December. CNN's Kara Scannell was inside that courtroom. Kara, what happened today?
So, Jake, Mangione came into the courtroom. He was escorted by a U.S. Marshal. Both his ankles and his wrists were shackled. He was wearing a beige prison jumpsuit, not the usual street clothes that he has normally been able to change into. So he stood up. When he was Asked how he was going to plead in this case, he leaned into the microphone and he said not guilty to these 4 federal charges, including murder through the use of the firearm. That is the charge that makes this case death penalty eligible. And overnight, prosecutors informed the judge that they did intend to seek the death penalty, saying they thought it was justified because they believe Mangione intended to shoot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson and kill him, and that they believe that he risks future potential harm because he has because he said that part of his actions were intended to rally political and public and social support against the healthcare industry.
I find the way he's become a sex symbol very disturbing. So some people may argue that serial killers and murderers become sort of like they gather up a fan club quite often. Like that's not that unusual. I guess the weird thing about him though is that the people who simp for him actually support what he did. So it's why it's a bit different from the fucking Jeffrey Dahmer thing. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's fucking weird. I don't get it.
And we did see in the courtroom today, there were about 30 members of the public there. No one dressed in any of the pro-Mangione gear, but outside there was a pocket of protesters or supporters for him that did have signs saying, "Free Luigi." Jake?
Kara, originally Mangione's New York State criminal case was going to come before his federal case.
But there are people in chat as well. That I know there are people in chat like, he's fine, that's why. That's not a joke, though. I know what's going on. Okay, I can see through it. Fucked up.
Things changed. Can you explain?
Yeah, so his lawyer raised at the court hearing today saying that because prosecutors do want to seek the death penalty in this case, they want this case, the federal case, to go to trial first before the state charges. But this was something that his lawyer raised. It is not decided today. It will probably get some resistance from state prosecutors who have been pushing to have their case go to trial first. All of that still to be decided. Mangione will be back in state court in June and back at this courthouse in December. That is when the federal judge said she expects to set a trial date for sometime in 2026.
Kara Scannell, thank you so much. I want to bring in Olivia Reingold from the Free Press. Olivia, thanks for coming here. You covered the massive influx of online support for Mangione that came after Attorney General Bondi announced the Department of Justice was going to seek the death penalty. You write, quote, his fans who follow every move in his case on the internet consider the 26th a progressive folk hero who is waging a righteous war against a corrupt capitalist system. 1 hour after the death penalty news was announced on April 1st, more than 400 fans had donated over $12,000 to the website or whatever for Mangione's legal defense fund, unquote. This case was, of course, the center of a lot of interest. I can't even remotely understand these people donating money. I mean, that's as weird as it is to express support for this killer, alleged killer, on the internet, on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. They're sending money. What do you think is going on here? Can you explain this phenomenon to us?
Well, okay, so today was a big day, a not guilty plea here. But a lot of the support, it doesn't really hinge on guilt. These are supporters who, a lot of them believe he is guilty. They do believe that he did commit this murder. And that is
And they
why
like it.
some of them support
Yeah.
him, because they believe it was
Hell
actually
yeah.
an act of justice. And it is the healthcare system that is guilty of everyday murder. And
Why not plead guilty? Why would he plead not guilty? It's on video. Wouldn't admitting it and saying he regrets doing it help him avoid the death penalty? Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm sure there are all kinds of reasons people would plead not guilty when they're obviously guilty. Maybe it's to do with like his state of mind when he did it, like the intent or everything. But I don't know. Just I'm guessing his lawyer would have advised him.
surprisingly, I know that a lot of the time his supporters are considered on the left. That's definitely the case when you get into the Discord, which I don't mean to brag. I am a member of his private secret Discord, but it's definitely extends to the right as well. There's more bipartisanship here than you would think.
Wow.
Even Ben Shapiro was called out when he first tried to kind of take on Luigi Mangione. His commenters left YouTube comments saying, Ben, read the room. Some of us are Luigi supporters.
Interesting.
Based.
Speaking of
Ben
support on the right, I want to
Shapiro.
play something that Steve
all
Bannon,
people.
obviously a big MAGA guy, said on Wednesday. Take a listen.
Is this Luigi? The look he's treated like a hero. He's treated like Robin Hood. That should scare you to the marrow of your bones, because that's the alternative. If the system keeps going like it is, that alternative is your alternative. We offer, the populist nationalists offer something you're not going to love, but you'll be able to live with.
So
Oh, Steve.
there is kind of a split between
Wow, wonderful. He's using that's the fear of communism. You might not like us, okay, but we're reliable. You know, we're reliable fascists. He's such an evil genius, man. Wow. Well done.
like Bannon's view of what MAGA should be and how it is being implemented. It's tough for me to imagine hearing something like that from President Trump. But what's your take on this and how national populist the Trump administration is actually willing to be when it comes to frustrations with the health insurance industry?
I think that this is a very interesting possible fracture between where the Trump base is and where the Trump administration is, because obviously Pam Bondi has been Luigi supporters certainly would say Pam Bondi has been ruthless in pursuing, the death penalty against Luigi Mangione, and yet, like I was saying, there is kind of this bipartisan nature that Steve Bannon, of all people, is speaking to when he says, hey, if you don't address income inequality, you could have a lot more Luigis. And so there are kind of the MAGA base is really upset about healthcare, actually. When you look at polling, when you look at Republican voters, there's a lot more support for things like Medicaid than you would think. And so even though the Trump administration certainly sees Luigi as a foe and no doubt a murderer, it's not exactly where all of the base is.
So that's really interesting. And you were talking about this Discord group centered around Mangione. For those who don't know, Discord, it's like a chat room where a lot of gamers talk to friends. It's where people organize protests on Luigi Mangione's behalf. His supporters, the supporters of an accused murderer, are finding a community center around him, and these people are left, right, and center. Tell us more about that.
What, just like Martin Luther King definitely needed Malcolm X, 100%. By the same token, Bernie Sanders needs a Luigi. Is that AOC needs Luigi? Fuck me. I wonder if there are people who actually think that. Yeah, that's probably true, actually. There will be people who think that. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably about a community of 1,000. I was able to use their usernames, little details. I don't want to give away the secrets of how I trace the identities, but in some ways, it's surprising who's in there. In some ways, not. There's a Columbia graduate in there, a cashier from Utah, people from all walks of life going throughout their day,
My God, she's a
commenting
mole.
on TV
They're
shows
gonna
that
tear her to
reminded
shreds.
them of Luigi, responding to things with green emojis because they consider green the color of his movement. They've created all sorts of inside jokes about his various defense members. And I think that for a generation, most of them are Gen Z or millennial, but for a generation stunted by the pandemic, this is their idea of connection.
Well, there's certainly a lot of anger towards the health insurance industry that is well-founded, but obviously murder not the solution. Olivia Reingold, thank you so
Damn.
much. Really
What a
appreciate
cuck.
it.
Thank you for having me.
He could have had us. He had to cuck out at the last minute. Of course, the anger is very valid, but I wouldn't go and murder someone in the street. Yeah. Brilliant. What a typical CNN cuck view, eh? What? Murder's not a solution? What are you talking about, bro? What? What a knob. What a naysayer, eh? Iranian nuclear negotiations with the US. What does Iran want?
Staying with Iran, a third
Whoa,
round
that's
of
loud.
talks about a new nuclear deal between Tehran and Washington has reportedly begun in Oman. Iranian state TV showed its delegation in Muscat and announced the negotiations started midday. Officials from both sides are expected to hold in-depth discussions over how to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the lifting of some of the crushing economic sanctions the US has imposed on the Islamic Republic. For more, I'm joined by Niloufar Galami from DW's Persian service. Good to see you. Where do the talks stand right now?
Yeah, seems to take longer this time. A post on X from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says talks continues in a serious atmosphere, and there's no comment from U.S. team yet. Earlier today, an Iranian official also told Reuters that the expert-level negotiations are difficult, complicated, and serious. According to both sides, the latest two rounds were positive, and they seem to be talking about the details on this stage, and Iran's emphasizes particularly on lifting sanctions. But also, there was some reports that Iran's missile program is an obstacle to progress. Iran has previously said they won't negotiate on defense capabilities, but we have to wait and see.
Now, Trump wants a deal. What does Iran want?
Of course, they also want an agreement because they know that the other options are not very pleasant. Let's not forget that the Islamic Republic is in a vulnerable position in these negotiations. The regime is facing various domestic and international crises and challenges. Its proxies in the region have been severely weakened, and the shadow of war hangs over Iran. In addition to that, any agreement that only preserve Iran's nuclear program is a relief, as there is a possibility of a complete dismantling.
What about Iranians? What did they actually want?
For them, like, it might be minor economic relief, for example, but the Iranian people have experienced 2015 deal. At the time, Iran's economic situation was not as bad.
Did you see the explosion today? Yep, I did. There was an explosion. For those of you who don't know, there was an explosion in an Iranian port, which was apparently linked to flammable chemicals that were poorly stored. It's killed at least 4 people, injured over 500, and it seems to have just been a total accident, like just mismanagement. It's not the first time that the Iranians have had like just random fucking explosions go off in important areas. This port in particular was attacked by the Israelis in 2020 in a cyber attack that fucked up their logistics. But yeah, they also had a coal mine blast in 2024, which was apparently blamed on negligence. So I don't know if the regime is just falling apart, like in terms of competency, or it was just a freak accident, or actually the Mossad did it. Who knows? Could be anything. Probably a combination of the first two, though. 5 people killed and 700 injured. Well, that's a climbing number, eh?
As it is today. But according to experts, even that deal failed to improve the quality of life of Iranian people or even change the social situation and freedom in Iran. Instead, the government used the additional resources to further strengthen its proxies in the region and suppress its citizens inside Iran. There are different views on that. Some are waiting for the final results, some are in favor of an agreement, and others are pessimistic. Like, for example, a large group of Iranians consider any agreement a failure and raise this question of why the Iranian people should pay the price for the Islamic Republic.
This is where Hezbollah learned to store explosive material. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Do you think Hezbollah had anything to do with the Beirut explosion? Yeah, of course they did, yeah. Isn't that basically consensus now that they were the ones storing shit where they weren't supposed to be? In a not so kosher way, for lack of a better term. Yeah. Shouldn't do that.
Policies of confrontation with the West, with the US, which achieved, in their opinion, achieved nothing but more suffering for the people and ultimately the regime's retreat.
You heard it from DW reporter Niloufar Lami. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I didn't know it was confirmed. I don't know. Well, it wasn't confirmed because Hezbollah literally blocked the investigation into it. Like there were protests on the streets about the investigation, but that's also something that kind of contributes to the theory that they were involved. But yeah, what can you do? Trump meeting Zelensky in the Vatican. I do seem to notice that the Ukrainians have suggested their own counterproposal to the United States. We haven't seen it yet, but there are kind of like rumors about it. It seems that what Ukraine is asking for is a rough freezing of the conflict lines without recognition of Russian sovereignty over them. And also like a European peacekeeping force in the country for security guarantees. It seems like Ukraine, to some degree, are willing to cede some territory, at least in the short term, in exchange for a ceasefire. But again, I don't know how Trump can tolerate the fact that, first of all, he wants an immediate ceasefire, which Ukraine says yes to, Russia says no, and then he offers his peace deal, which is the most generous peace deal you could possibly offer in favor of Russia. And then Russia bombs the shit out of Ukraine, including Kyiv. Like how much just bending over will Trump do before he realizes that Putin's taking him for a ride and making him look like a bitch? I don't know. Really, because you'd think Trump is the first guy to not take that kind of shit, to get easily offended and easily slighted. But for some reason, when Putin does it, he just takes it. He likes it. Makes him happy. But apparently Trump questions Putin's commitment to peace after Zelensky meeting.
sidelines of the Pope's funeral, there was an opportunity for world leaders to discuss the war in Ukraine face to face. The US President Donald Trump sat down with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in St. Peter's Basilica ahead of the funeral. It is the first time the two of them have met since their very public row in the Oval Office at the end of February. A White House official said it was a very productive discussion. Meanwhile, in a statement online, the Ukrainian president said, "Good meeting. We discussed a lot one-on-one, hoping for results on everything we covered, protecting lives of our people, full and unconditional ceasefire,
Perfect
reliable and lasting peace that will prevent another war from breaking out. Very symbolic meeting that has potential to become historic if we achieve joint results. Thank you, POTUS," he signed off. Well, after leaving Rome, the US President Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social: "I'm just trying to clean up the mess that was left to me by Obama and Biden, and what a mess it is."
Hey.
With all of that being said, there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He is just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently through banking or secondary sanctions. Too many people are dying. He ends with 3 exclamation marks.
God, it's so funny just watching Trump's little fucking discovery process. Wow, Putin is an untrustworthy fucking like colonial dictator who just wants to grab land and will fucking string anyone along to do it. Wow. Wow. Putin is an aggressive, ideologically driven, imperialist fucking prick who can't be reasoned with. An expansionist, an aggressive expansionist. Wow. That's crazy, Trump. I can't believe this is happening. Fucked up. That's crazy, chap. I could never. Are people debating the death penalty in chat? God. Come on. Come on.
The UN has called on India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint as each side threatens the other in the wake of Tuesday's attack in disputed Kashmir. Police say they've identified 3 gunmen from Pakistan who they think were responsible for the murders of 26 Indian tourists. Delhi has since suspended a water-sharing treaty with Pakistan, and they've closed the main land border between the 2 countries. Well, we've got coverage from both sides. Arunaday Mukherjee is in Delhi and Azadeh Mashiri is in Islamabad. Azadeh, there are real fears of an escalation here. You've been speaking to the Defence Minister of Pakistan. Tell us what he said.
Well, the Pakistani government's position is clear. They reject any allegations that Pakistan was involved in this attack. In fact, in a largely symbolic move today, the Senate passed a resolution rejecting those allegations, calling it a campaign by India, and also condemning the unilateral suspension of the water treaty. It says that that move is unlawful. Now, when we asked the Pakistani defense minister about this, he said that Pakistan could not take it lying down. This treaty has been in place since 1960, and it governs the Indus River sharing system, the sharing of that water system. And it guarantees the water flow from 3 western rivers to Pakistan. And so we asked the defense minister how Pakistan views any move to halt or divert the flow of water from the Indus River. And this is what he said.
It will be a declaration of war, you know. You are actually depriving us of water, which is our right, which was acknowledged by India as it is written in that treaty. We want that treaty to stay alive.
Now, India accuses Pakistan of being indirectly involved in the attack because it accuses Pakistani militants based on Pakistani soil of being behind this attack. Now, we put this to the defense minister and asked him whether he views Pakistan as having any responsibility to monitor or contain militants on its soil, especially given the history of attacks by militant groups operating in Pakistan and then also operating in Indian-administered Kashmir. And he denied, despite US intelligence or Indian intelligence to the contrary, that any of these groups operate today.
They are redundant and they are like...
What does redundant mean?
Redundant means that they are inactive. They have become extinct, you know.
But do you therefore think that any sort of US bounties that are on anyone's heads, or someone like Hafiz Saeed, you believe that these are just outdated? Is that what you're saying?
They are outdated. They are part of the archives.
That the US should get rid of it?
Yeah, they are part of the archives now, you know.
Now, the stakes are high. India and Pakistan both claim all of Kashmir, and they fought 2 wars in a limited conflict over it. And the last time we got to a point where there were Indian airstrikes, where there was any form of back-and-forth military action, was in 2019. At this point, the defense minister said we're still in the realm of diplomatic tit-for-tat, but the possibility of that escalation is there. As he said, he views, and Pakistan views, any action when it comes to this treaty as a declaration of war, and will be monitoring what's happening with that water flow very closely. And currently, the government has told us that no third party, no country, and the World Bank is not mediating this in any way right now. So what happens in the next few days and weeks could determine whether this escalates into a full-blown conflict.
Azadeh, for the moment, thank you very much. Let's speak to Ranade Mukherjee in Delhi. An absolute rejection there by Pakistan that they are involved in this at all, Ranade. So where's India's evidence?
Well, India has repeatedly, over several decades, has made this allegation that Pakistan has backed separatist forces which have fomented unrest in Indian-administered Kashmir. And it's the same story every time. India makes those allegations and Pakistan denies it. But in this case, what is very significant and what makes the situation a little more unique is...
What did Trump say? What did Trump say before we go into this guy?
Any message from them? You're going to be talking to them? Very close to India and very close to Pakistan, as you know. They've had that fight for 1,000 years in Kashmir. Kashmir's been going on for 1,000 years, probably longer than that. And it was a bad one yesterday. It's a bad one. Over 30 people. Are you concerned that there's now tensions on the border between them? Are you concerned that how you continue? Well, there have been tensions on that border for 1,500 years. You know, same as it's been. But they'll get it figured out one way or the other.
How long is this clip? Do you think get it to 2,000 by the end of the clip?
I know both leaders. There's great tension between Pakistan and India, but there always has been.
Wow. Fucking brilliant.
The scale of what we saw this time around in Indian
The
administration.
India-Pakistan partition of 47 AD. Fuck me. What's this? What?
Kashmir. This is the first time, in a sense, in recent years that we've seen this kind of an attack take place and directed at civilians, really. And that's something that has left the country shocked and also angry, and which is why there is growing pressure on the Indian government, especially Prime Minister Modi's party, the BJP, which leads an alliance at the government, that they must appear to do something and send a very strong message. So we've heard that tough talk from Prime Minister Narendra Modi and members of his cabinet. Prime Minister Modi himself saying that they will pursue the attackers till the ends of earth. What does that essentially mean? What will that translate into is what the concern really is, as these...
Do you think it's because someone told Trump about the partition of 47, the partition of India of 47, and Trump thought they were just saying 47 AD? He didn't think it was 1947. Bro, 47.
two nuclear-armed neighbors get into sort of a war of words. Where does it go from here? We've seen in the past, as Azadeh was also mentioning, that in 2016 there was a terror attack in Indian-administered Kashmir, which India responded with what it called were surgical strikes in Pakistan-administered Kashmir. In 2019 there was another terror attack in Indian-administered Kashmir, to which India once again responded with limited strikes in Pakistani territory. So when we speak to analysts, they say, look, the precedent is very much there if you take the past as evidence. So this time around, you have to match that in a sense. The government has to match that because they've already done it in the past. And given the scale of what we saw this time around, what is India going to do next? That is where the concern lies.
Arunadai, thank you very much. Arunadai Mukherjee in Delhi.
I finally started watching Fauda. Congratulations. You're always taking steps forward in life when you start watching Fauda. Bro, I showed it to a couple of my friends the other day. And we saw this scene where they go in to find the fucking terrorist mass murder guy who's in hiding. They can't find him. And the woman in the little compound that he's hiding in goes and attacks the special forces with a knife, gets the shit beaten out of her, and pushed to the ground. But when she's trying to get her knife and get back up, like someone shoots her, and they were like... And my friends were like, oh, they just killed her for no reason. I'm like, what the fuck, man? She had a knife. She was trying to get up and fucking stab them and shit. Fuck. I don't know. Weird. I need to stop hanging out with progressives, man. Fucking hell. Watch Traveling Israel or No Balls. Why? What's he saying? Fauda season 5 when? Season 5 is coming out. Season 5 is coming out in next year, I think. You want me to watch this or No Balls? He's still doing all right, isn't he? He's bitching about Wikipedia hacked by anti-Israel activists. The fucking the soy face. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay, let's see what he has to say. Please no, he's so grating. Listen, you have to pay good money to stop me from watching Traveling Israel, okay? This is my boy.
Something really bad is happening with all the pages connected to Israel on Wikipedia.
Uh-oh.
I've already shown how one Wikipedia page got the things really wrong in a video about the collaboration.
Hey, I need a timer. You need a timer on the Traveling Israel videos for how long it takes him to bring up this video of Hitler and Hajj al-Husseini. That's probably the record. What is that, like 12, 13 seconds? Fuck me. Two sides of the same coin, man. If I watch a Noah Samson video, you can bet he's going to talk about fucking something Nazi related within like 5 seconds. And the same with Traveling Israel. It's just the other way around. It's either calling the war in Gaza a Holocaust or it's talking about Hajj al-Husseini and Hitler. Fuck. Can't help it.
Arabs and the Nazis. This week, I've been taking a deeper dive into pages connected to the Arab-Israeli conflict. And I've been shocked.
Did any of your friends support October 7th? No. Why would I? Oh shit. Why, yeah. I have good process, okay? Stop that. Traveling Jisrael. Let's go.
By what I've discovered. Let's jump right in with the page on the 1948 war in Palestine. The 1948 Palestine War was fought in the territory of what had been, at the start of the war, British-ruled Mandatory Palestine. The first sentence is true. Let's keep going. During the war, the British withdrew from Palestine. Yeah. Zionist forces conquered territory and established the State of Israel. And over 700,000 Palestinians fled.
Missing context, oh no.
Wait a minute. The British withdrew, and then what? the Zionists started conquering land, like out of the blue, there is a part missing here.
Oh,
Let
no.
me fill in the blanks.
Civil War.
So the British had no desire to stay in the region, as they had enough problems to contend with at home after the Second World War. They gave the mandate back to the UN. The UN called for a two-state solution. Neither the Jews nor the Arabs liked the proposal, but the Jews were willing to compromise, whereas the Arabs just said no and started a war. I think it is kind of important to mention this and to make it clear who started the war.
Woody Harrelson, why are you talking
Imagine
politics?
reading something like this about World War II. The tensions between Germany and Poland.
So he says the Arabs said no and then started the war. It's like the Arab nations said no, and they said that they would reserve some of them said they would reserve the rights to against implementation or whatever, which kind of sounds like war. But the people who started the fighting, I think, were agents on the ground. In the first shots, well, there was one attack on buses right after the partition resolution passed, which had nothing to do, as far as we know, with the partition resolution. It was to do with a reprisal attack. But then after that, I think it was 7th or 8th of December, there were gunfights in Haifa that started, and they were started by either al-Husseini agents or just by independent Arab militias. And that's kind of where the thing properly took off, like where the first partition-related violence started.
Poland escalated into war, resulting in 7 million German dead, 14 million German refugees, and Germany losing 25% of its land.
Nazis, let's go. More Nazis. Okay, we're 2 minutes in. We've got 2 Nazi mentions. Let's go.
Mainly to Poland.
Huge.
Now, technically, everything I just said is true.
Oh, fuck.
Something really bad is happening
Hang
with
on.
all the pages.
No.
Poland. Everything I just said is true. 7 million Germans died in the war, and 14 million German refugees had to leave the eastern part of Germany. And that land did become Poland. If you leave out the part that Germany started the war in order to expand its territory, and that the Germans fully intended to murder all the Polish Jews and enslave the Polish population, then you might get the impression that the Poles were the aggressors here. And we're not just talking about a single minor inaccuracy confined to one page. There are dozens of pages on the Arab-Israeli conflict in 1948. And what's really crazy is that there is no sign anywhere of the basic fact that the Arabs rejected the two-state solution plan and immediately started the war by killing Jewish civilians. Even on the page about the partition plan, it says they, the Arabs, announced their intention to take all necessary measures to prevent the implementation of the resolution. A civil war broke out in...
Apparently Hamas is willing to release all hostages with a 5-year ceasefire. Yeah, this is not news. I don't know why people keep pretending this is news. Hamas have been talking about releasing the hostages in exchange for a 5-year, 10-year ceasefire, truce, whatever, for like a year now. They've been constantly saying that. Yeah, they say, well, give all the hostages back, but Israel, leave Gaza, give us all the shit that we need to rebuild, and we'll give you a truce for a few years, 5, 10 years. It's nothing, it's not news. It's not news.
Palestine. And the plan was not implemented. A civil war broke out, again, out of thin air. And now to the craziest part on this page. Down below, under subsequent events, it says, it was followed by outbreaks of violence in mandatory Palestine between Palestinian Jews and Arabs, known as the 1947-1948 Civil War. And look what it says next to the picture of the bus. Memorial site for the first shots of 1948 Arab-Israeli War, where 7 people were killed on the day after the resolution. 7 people? Maybe Jews that were murdered by Arabs? This proves beyond any doubt that this is not just a mistake. Wikipedia has been hijacked by pro-Palestinians who have distorted the historical facts. These Wikipedia pages...
I'd be really interested to see what Traveling Israel's own version of the Wikipedia would be. if I had to guess what it would go like, is he would say, yeah, the Jews didn't like the partition plan, but they were willing to accept it and compromise. So they said yes, the Arabs said no, and then they started a war. So from reading that, you would think that the same Arab nations or like forces that said no to the partition were the same ones that started the fighting. He probably mentioned the bus attacks. He wouldn't mention that those bus attacks were reprisal attacks from something that had happened prior to the partition, and it wasn't actually about starting a civil war. It was about like just continuing violence that was already ongoing. And then he would probably also mention that it was a genocidal war intended to wipe out the Jews because of some like 3 quotes from Arab leaders from the various armies, including al-Husseini. It's probably what you would say, but I don't know. But well, I don't find any of this all that sincere. It's just like he's just mad that they're not doing his fucking propaganda instead. Like,
go into great detail about why the partition plan wasn't fair on the Arabs. They don't
does
say...
he know that he could edit Wikipedia too? You need more than one person to get like a final edit on Wikipedia, no?
Why it wasn't fair on the Jews. Wikipedia also fails to mention the fact that back in 1948, the Arabs never said, we've been given 40%, but we actually want 60 or 70%. The Arabs said one thing and one thing only. We are against a Jewish state of any size, or in their own words, as the leader of the Arabs in Palestine put it, Arabs, kill the Jews wherever you find them. This pleases God, history, and religion. This saves your honor.
See, this would be a really dog shit Wikipedia entry, because then you would be assuming that there was any kind of like coherent or cohesive plan from any of the Arab armies or forces involved to actually do this, but there wasn't.
Is with you. I could give you any number of quotes of Arab leaders calling for the murder of Jews, but please take note. Not one of the Arab leaders said they would accept a Jewish state on whatever percentage it may be of the land. In other words, it was never about size. Let's continue with the main article. The war had 2 main phases, the first being the 1947-1948 Civil War, which began on 30 November 1947, a day after the United Nations voted to adopt the partition plan for Palestine, which planned for the division of the territory into Jewish and Arab sovereign states. This is true. There were 2 phases to the war. Again, they forgot to mention that the Arabs started them both. The first phase occurred when the British were still here. This is when the local Arabs started to murder Jews, mainly on the roads.
If anything, Wikipedia shows a slight bias to the Western world view of history, certainly when it comes to Middle East and Eastern Europe. For Palestine, absolutely not. No, some of those Palestine articles on Wikipedia are absolutely fucking railed by pro-Palestinian activists. That's just true.
The second phase started the second the British left. And that was when all the Arab armies surrounded Israel, invaded Israel to eliminate the Jews. Let's keep going. Initially on the defensive, the Zionist forces switched to the offensive in April 1948 in anticipation of the invasion by Arab armies. They enhanced Plan Dalet, an operation aimed at securing territory for the establishment of the Jewish state. There are so many lies in these 2 sentences alone.
Oh.
But here is the proof that the writer of this article knew they were lying, which is...
Hang on.
There are so many lies in these 2 sentences alone. But here is the proof that the writer of this article knew they were lying, which is even worse than just...
The bit that you could say is untrue there is the idea that they were anticipating... an invasion, and that's why they did Plan Dalet, when Plan Dalet, I think, was more about securing supplies to East Jerusalem, to just Jerusalem, not East, all of Jerusalem. I don't know.
Being ignorant. initially on the defensive. So they do recognize that the Arabs were the ones who started the war and attacked the Jews for months. But somehow they just didn't want to write it. For the first 4 months of the war, the Arabs murdered hundreds of Jews, many on the roads. During this time, the Arabs also laid siege to many Jewish villages. The Jews had to move in protected convoys. In March 48, 4 convoys were attacked, and dozens of Jews were murdered. Their bodies were desecrated. But too many places were under siege, among them Jerusalem, the biggest Jewish city. So the convoy tactic didn't work, and the Jews had to move to the offensive if they wanted to survive. And yes, they conquered the Arab villages along the roads in order to put an end to the sieges. Now, I understand the shock felt among the Arabs. They were the ones who were used of being the aggressors when they attacked the Jews in 1920, 21, 29, 36, and 47. And then in March and April 48, the Jews retaliated. The Arabs, who had been very comfortable in the position of bully, found themselves losing their grip. Now, I could go on and on, as there are so many lies as there are sentences in this article. But I don't want to get bogged down in the details.
See, you can already tell, like, unless it carries on, so already we're 8 minutes in, and we've spoken about them conquering villages, but he's not talking about depopulating them. Why not talk about depopulating them?
He's saying to yourself, this guy is just pro-Israel. So I want to give you the ultimate proof that this article has been hacked by pro-Palestinians. Let's say you are looking for an...
I think the consensus is that when the war began, the Zionist militias found they could ethnically cleanse Palestinians. The ethnic cleansing evolved throughout the war. It wasn't planned before the war. That entire paragraph is not the historical consensus at all. What the fuck? Like that sentence there, that when the war began, the Zionist militias found they could ethnically cleanse Palestinians. That's just not true. That's not how that developed at all. That's not... I don't know where the fuck you got that from. Jeez.
Article on any other war on Wikipedia, then you would probably expect to see the names of the leaders, right?
Oh.
It would be strange to read about World War II without mentioning Hitler, would it? After all, he started the war, and he was kind of a key figure. Now, on this page about the 1948 war, the Israeli leader, Ben-Gurion, is mentioned 14 times.
Where's Hajime al-Husseini?
Makes sense.
Hitler
and how many times is the leader of the Arabs in Palestine mentioned? 0. His name only appears in the chart to the side. That doesn't make sense. So let's take a closer look at it. Now, why would the person who wrote this article want to hide the name Amin al-Husseini, the name of the leader of the Arabs? 2 reasons. The first is that in order to make the Arabs look like victims, it is better not to draw attention to the fact that they had a militant war leader. But they did. The name of their leader is Haj Amin al-Husseini. He spent the duration of World War II...
Louis, you said at the beginning of the war, which was November 47. You can change your sentence if you want, but okay.
In Nazi Germany, with all the other leaders of the Arabs in Palestine. From Berlin, they broadcast propaganda in Arabic, calling for the Arabs to kill all Jews in Arab countries. This might be the reason why the writer of this Wikipedia page decided to erase him from history. Haj Amin al-Husseini doesn't make the Arabs of Palestine look so good. He doesn't fit the narrative. It is not just the leader of the Arabs that miraculously disappeared. Jewish immigration is, of course, mentioned, but there is no word about Arab immigration to Palestine. Hundreds of thousands of Arabs came to mandatory Palestine looking for work because where you have Jews and Christians, you have prosperity. Half of the people of Gaza are Egyptians who came to work for the British.
Is he going to mention half? Okay. Is he going to mention that the majority of Arabs who were in Palestine in 48 were not migrants. They were people who had been there for centuries, generations. How can you do this, man? How can you be like, oh, I'm really upset about the propagandizing on Wikipedia? Also, here's my completely fucking one-sided propagandized story where I'm talking about, like, surely he's going to say this is a minority, right? Surely he's going to say this immigrant group, which is not hundreds of thousands. I think it was maybe at most 100,000 who were recent migrants in Palestine. So why? Why is he doing that? Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why are you doing that?
Arrived a few years
so
before.
Shameless.
Yasser Arafat, the best known face of the Palestinians, who always said that he was born in Jerusalem, was born in Egypt. Jewish immigration is a topic that is given plenty of space on Wikipedia, but Arab immigration might as well not exist.
Yep, that is why we probably need to exaggerate the fuck out of it and say it was hundreds of thousands of people in the 48 war were recent migrants. What a fucking dipshit. Jesus Christ. Fucking disgusting goblin face cunt. Ugh. Boring. Sorry, goblin is that might be problematic. I should say fish face. Fuck, I don't know. High posture king. Finkelstein famously disposed a book that advanced this thesis. I've read Finkelstein talking about the 48 war. Okay, it's fucking dog shit. Stop. If you want to know what happened in terms of the depopulation, the displacements in the 48 war, the fighting starts at the very end of November. The Zionist militias are on the defensive. They're consolidating their forces. They're conscripting people. They're getting ready to fight. They're on the defensive. Jerusalem's under siege by December, I believe. And the fighting is like that up until about March or April. Now, in February, so 3 months into the war, there is one expulsion in Caesarea, or Caesarea, depending on how it's spelled. And then there's none for another few weeks. And then it's in the middle to late March where there are a few more. And those expulsions are... A really good example would be on the Jerusalem Road, where they start by going into villages and taking out the militants and then occupying the village. Or just going there, clearing it, and then leaving it. And then they realized that if they cleared the village and left it, it would get reoccupied by militias again. So that's when they resorted to developing the plan into destroying the villages. And that's what happened along the roads of Jerusalem. It was to break the siege initially. But saying that at the beginning of the war, they found that they could ethnically cleanse, that's just a completely inaccurate statement. Like, the movement to displacement developed over a period of like 4 months, and then by the time you get to April, that's when Plan Dalet's in like full force, and you have the Deir Yassin massacre and a large-scale depopulation along the roads of Jerusalem. Okay. Okay. They should have just let Jerusalem go. Soy. Oh no, what's happening to consumer confidence? No.
Secretary Bessent said that you wouldn't drop tariffs on China unilaterally, that you would need to see some kind of movement. What do you want to see from China?
Well, I'm not going to drop them unless they give us something that's substantial. Otherwise, I'm not going to drop them. But it'll all work out. Those things always work out.
What kind of movement do you consider very substantial from China?
Well, free up China. Let us go in and work China because
he has no idea. He doesn't even know what he wants.
We almost got it, and then they backed out of that deal. But we had it to go into China and to sell our product, sell our wares. In other words, it's called to open China. That would be great. That would be a big win. But I'm not even sure I'm going to ask for it because they don't want it open.
The moment he realized he doesn't even have a fucking plan.
Mr. President, you said that you have spoken to President Xi. When did that happen? China says it hasn't happened.
I spoke to him numerous times.
Have you spoken to him since the tariffs? When did the last?
I don't want to comment on that. I've spoken to him many times.
He thought he could get away with I've spoken to him many times. Oh shit. Man. President Xi is still on the do nothing and win strategy, eh? Damn. Multipolarity. So it's real. We're getting multipolar. Fuck. For absolutely no good reason.
Yeah. From Japan? From Japan, I'm getting along very well with Japan. We're very close to a deal.
Yes. Big Donald. We're very close to a terrific deal. It's going to be so good.
Bloomberg understands.
Just as soon as someone talks to him. We've spoken to 70 countries. They all came to us. Yeah, which ones? Not telling you. That would ruin the art of the deal. Fuck, where's my...
that China is considering suspending its 125% tariffs on some U.S. imports as the economic costs of the trade war weigh heavily on certain industries. Now, goods being considered for potential exemption include medical equipment and some industrial chemicals. Meanwhile, Beijing is vowing to fully prepare emergency plans to ward against increasing external shocks. Joining us now, Brendan Murray, who coordinates our global trade coverage. So, Brendan, there seems to be a conciliatory tone from the White House, but actually China being much more tentative.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is a small but initial sign that China is feeling some of the economic pain. It's listening to its importers, and it sounds like it's about to offer some sort of conciliatory move to the Trump administration that would ease tensions even just a little bit. We have heard China for several weeks now pretty much ignore the U.S. Until yesterday when they said, we will sit down with you, but you have to remove all these this very high unilateral tariff, something that the Trump administration would be unlikely to do in the short term. So they're still at an impasse apparently, but it seems like the progress is moving in the direction of de-escalation.
Brendan, what's the next step of this? Again, if you look at de-escalation, is there a price conference that we should be watching out for? We also understand that China could do a lot more on the economy.
Yeah, I think it's the ball is in Trump's court now. As he said last week, it's in China's court. China has come back and said, here are the conditions that we will that we have for negotiation. So we'll see if President Trump is willing to put his money where his mouth is when he says he'd like these talks to happen, and that's going to take, as China has demanded, a lowering of these tariffs. The economic shock from those are going to hit both Asia and the U.S. In very short order.
Brendan, what do we know about China exempting some U.S. goods from again, tariffs as costs rise? Do we know exactly what they're planning to do on what sectors or what companies?
Well, there's some key products used in Chinese manufacturing, in the manufacturing of plastics. There are and some other more heavy machinery equipment that China's companies need to maintain their production. So there's a long list of potential exemptions that's circulating, but whether those actually get carried out, we'll have have to wait and see. But at the moment, it's just a proposal.
Brendan, there's a lot of talk about the White House, if not, regretting the tariffs, actually having second thoughts on how they went about it. Is this something that you're hearing, or is it something that's pushed by the opposition?
Yeah, it's the White House almost 4 weeks ago.
I'm so glad I live in Australia. We have deadly animals, a housing crisis, and Drew Pavlu, but apart from that, things are fairly chill. Oh no. Drew Pavlu. What a dude.
Sort of came out with this reciprocal tariff plan that surprised the markets and economists for how severe it was. This was going to cause a decoupling of the U.S. and Chinese economies, and it was going to hit allies as well. And I think that there's some recognition that decoupling, and Treasury Secretary Bessent has said so, that decoupling is not the goal, as something less than that is, and that the U.S. will need its allies in this struggle to rebalance the U.S. economy against the Chinese economy. So it sounds like there's some deals being negotiated or talks underway to get deals on the table. That things are moving in a more dovish direction when it comes to tariffs. That the Trump administration has essentially realized that it may do more economic harm to the U.S. economy than good.
God damn. I'm kind of at a loss here because there are a few people right now who have made unban appeals on YouTube, but I just can't for the life of me find what their names are, which is really annoying. Like, I wonder if some people just don't show up on the banned list, or if I'm going to actually have to unban everyone and just reintroduce them one at a time. I mean, I could do that. That could be fun. I doubt they'll all come in at the same time. Who knows? Chaos, let's do it. I mean, I can leave some of the obvious ones banned. And then just do like a mass fucking unleashing. See what happens. Of just the ones that I'm not sure about, I guess. Okay. But I feel bad for the people who seem to have got banned for no good reason. I'm like, what the fuck do I do? All right. Yes, I will empty, said Naya, for sure. Ban me in real life. Isn't that TOS behavior? Isn't that bad? Probably shouldn't do that. Hang on. And I wonder if streaming on weekends is even a good idea. What's the point? Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. There's a non-zero chance a woman wrote a love letter to Luigi saying, "I'll be your Princess Peach." Bro, he's probably got like fucking 400 of those in his inbox, no? For sure. SimC, thanks 35, thanks to the tier 1 sub, and Cordial Cephalopod, thanks to the tier 2. Oh, I really appreciate that. Wow. Tier 2 is generous. Wow. God damn. People get banned for no good reason. It's been known to happen. Uh-oh. Consumer confidence is coming down, guys. Stay alert.
We come on the air amid a tsunami.
Wouldn't it be Daisy? Yeah, but people don't. I didn't know that. I forgot the difference with Mario and fucking Luigi. What do I know? Okay, I'm just gonna watch this while I do some unbans. See how it goes.
We come on the air amid a tsunami of Trump-manufactured crises and extreme conduct. We'll get to all of that for you. But our top story is the one driving Donald Trump's approval ratings down to new depths by the day. It's the prospect of empty store shelves and rising prices on all sorts of goods nationwide. NBC News reporting this, quote, retailers are warning that U.S. consumers could once again be faced with empty store shelves and the kind of supply chain snarls that mark the COVID era if Donald Trump's tariffs on China remain at their current levels. Companies have been canceling their shipments of goods from China and halting new orders. Some of the products likeliest to go missing from store shelves in the coming months will be lower-cost footwear, apparel, toys, and electronics, for which manufacturing is heavily concentrated in China. And what will be on the store shelves will likely come in at a higher cost. Prices are already rising. CNBC reports this, quote, Amazon merchants are hiking prices for everything from diaper bags and refrigerator magnets to charm necklaces and other top-selling items as they confront higher import costs. E-commerce software company Smart Scout tracked 930 products on Amazon that have seen increased prices since April 9th. With an average jump of 29%. 6 months after a presidential election that was defined by deep voter frustration over the price of everything, there are headlines like this one in the New York Times today. Quote, a sign that consumers are anxious. They're cutting back on snacks. New York Times reports this, quote, consumers worried about the economy are pulling back on their spending. And that anxiety is translating into lower sales and profits for some of the country's largest consumer-oriented companies. In fact, we've seen a steady drumbeat of warnings from the business community in the last couple weeks.
America's CEOs are sounding the alarm, warning that the U.S. economy could soon take a big hit after President Trump's sweeping tariff announcement sent markets spinning.
Rick, Liberation Day was just a few weeks ago, earlier this month. How have things felt with you and your business since you learned how high these tariffs were going to be?
I'm rapidly being liberated from my money. So not so great.
Good one.
There will likely be pricing. Tariffs are inherently inflationary.
I think we've lost a whole year of earnings growth because the policies have already happened.
Now, the economic picture is becoming a defining political crisis for Donald Trump. He rode a wave of post-COVID anxiety and frustration with rising prices into the White House for a second time. And day in and day out on the campaign trail, he promised to lower prices like this.
From today and from the day I take the oath of office, we will rapidly drive prices down and make America affordable again.
Literally the opposite has come to pass, but not because of a pandemic, because of him. And now that he's in office, Trump, again, can't blame anybody else. He did this. He started the trade war.
This Ray dude, actually, I forgot this guy made like 5 different accounts because they were all some variation of Ray. The guy who was like a big leftist and he suddenly fucking froze up when he was asked who controls the media. Holy shit.
Or he imposed a 145% tariff on China, one of our biggest trading partners. And now Trump faces headline after live shot about stressed business owners, stressed out and angry consumers, and even some of his closest allies on Wall Street are publicly sounding the alarm. So now he's desperately trying to create the impression that everything's under control, he's in charge, and that trade war is winding down. Trump telling Time magazine in an interview that the president of China gave him a call. And when he was asked what President Xi said, he said this. We're going to have to quote it and read it to you in its entirety. Quote, if people want to, well, we all want to make deals. But I am this giant store. It's a giant, beautiful store, and everybody wants to go shopping there. And on behalf of the American people, I own the store and I set prices, and I'll say, if you want to shop here, this is what you have to pay, end quote. Not exactly inspiring, not even an answer to the question. Today, the Chinese government once again denied that any talks have taken place. A spokesperson saying, quote, China and the U.S. have not held consultations or negotiations on the issue of tariffs. The United States should not confuse the public, end quote. The Trump administration flailing about with no end in sight to Donald Trump's trade war with China is where we start today. U.S. financial commentator for the Financial Times and writer of the Unhedged newsletter, Robert Armstrong, is back with us. Also joining us, host of the Bulwark podcast, MSNBC political analyst Tim Miller is here.
He seems all right.
Your line about an old man in a hurry stuck with me all night. So we had a request in for your reappearance today, and I really want you to explain to me where the breakdown is in anyone sort of nodding and going along with Trump starting a trade war with the economy in the healthy position it was in. Why couldn't that have been averted by just his allies in the business world before it started?
Trump is a hard man to convince. And although he's very flexible and very responsive to the market and to popularity, this is an issue where he's been a true believer for 40 years. Tariffs. The power of tariffs, and even beyond tariffs, the basic idea that America is being treated unfairly, not only by its enemies, but by its friends. So you have a kind of ideological purism at the center of Trump's political philosophy here. And like all ideological purism, it's turning out to be quite dangerous. And what in particular, I think, has led the administration astray is the view that tariffs achieve all goals. So there might be any number of good reasons or bad reasons you might want to have a tariff. You might want to bring jobs back to the United States. You might want to generate revenue. You might want to protect national security. You might want to rebuild a manufacturing base. But for all of those goals, you would have different tariffs aimed different places and set in different ways and negotiated in different ways. But what Trump basically said in the run-up to Liberation Day was, we're going to have all of those things and a pony, and we're going to be richer, and it's going to happen really quickly. Look, the world trading system took 50 years to turn into the beast that it is now. It's not going to be changed in 2 years, let alone 2 weeks. So it is a case of massively overpromising on the part of Trump and the Trump administration.
It feels like the business community and the markets are meeting the real Trump for the first time. What is the difference in how they view him this time from last time?
I mean, I think there is a realization, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, that the second Trump term is not the first Trump term. This is a president who feels like he was slighted the first time around, maybe misused some of his opportunities, and he's more determined to push the core of his agenda now. And I think what people are realizing is that this core agenda about tariffs involves shocks to the economy. It's not like a tax cut. This is a tax increase, and it's going to be visible. And like any tax increase, it's going to be painful, and there's going to be consequences. And it's like, it's really, really happening.
Yeah, but that's it. But that's a tariff, perfectly executed. There's nothing that he's done that he's executed well. So it's a tariff without a public formula rooted in anything, executed by people they like, but he doesn't listen to, and they fear, and they seem to have their hands on the wheel.
And no warning. This is the important thing. Anytime you're going to make if you want a major piece of economic policy to go smoothly, you telegraph it. You don't, it's not shock therapy. Maybe you use, a shock may be useful in a negotiation. It's not useful in economic policy making because people need time to adjust. Another point is Trump seems to have lost track of the difference between a tariff and an embargo. If you put a 10 or a 20% levy on Chinese goods, that's a tariff.
But do you think he knows the difference?
Well, I think, if 145 is 145%, that's an embargo. That's the number of products that can be profitably sold in the United States with an 145% tariff coming from China. It's very small. You're just turning it off. Now, I'm sure Trump assumed that negotiations would bring those tariffs down. I mean, I think he had a vision of the rest of the world crawling to the White House on its knees. But what we've learned in the last week or so is that's really not happening. All along, real experts, people with real expertise in the trade area have said trade negotiations take a long time. The devil's in the details. It's hard work. And this team seems to have assumed that these issues could be resolved overnight. I mean, it's absolutely crazy.
Who in the business community sort of has the best back channel to him, if those are even being used? I mean, who still thinks of themselves as someone who can talk sense into him?
I don't know. I wish I had the answer to that question. I think even in the first Trump administration, someone like Jamie Dimon had an easy time getting through to the White House and other bank CEOs. I think, Trump likes the big names and listens to the big names. He's a TV guy. But I honestly don't know if those calls are getting through at this point. I'd like to know, but I honestly don't.
Okay. Sorry, 1 minute. We have a dono? Oh no. Okay. Euphigenia Doubtfire, thanks for the $5. Can you check out the video I sent in Discord? Oh yeah. Yeah, I can. Hang on. Where is it? Oh. Oh, there's this many people banned from the YouTube chat. What the fuck? But some of them I just can't find on the list. Why? Why is it like that? Where's the drama? Don't worry, there's drama in a second. Definitely. Obviously. Oh, one thing that I've noticed that happens is that the unbanned list, you only get to see so many in the list. Is that true? Because I took a bunch of names off of the banned list and now a bunch of new ones have appeared. What? I don't know these names. I've never seen them before. Is that how you have to do it? You have to unban people to see hidden names in the fucking ban list. What? Why is YouTube such a stupid fucking platform? There must be a better way to do this. There's no way you should have to do it this way. That's ridiculous. A whole bunch of new names have appeared that I don't remember seeing when I was looking through the list. Holy shit. Yeah, YOLO Swag is here. What? The person who used to donate quite a lot. Why the fuck are they banned? Who banned that person? What the fuck? Why would YOLO Swag get banned? Apparently ages ago. The fuck? Okay, they're unbanned. Okay. Huh, what else do you learn by doing this? Let's see. What's the other person called? Oh. Let's see. 1 minute. UNSC. Okay. Doing some housekeeping? Okay. What about this other person? Hmm. Okay, no, there are some I still can't find. Okay, whatever. What's the noise? Oh, it's just the fucking Windows error message. Unban all. I mean, I kind of have to now, so I can find out the undeserving ones who were banned. Brilliant. Okay. I'm not unbanning everyone. I'm just unbanning some of the ones that look like they would have been accidents or ones that I can't remember why I banned them. Where was the video recommendation? What video am I watching? Someone sends me a video in Discord, but in what channel? Not in the suggestions channel. I don't even know their fucking Discord name. Why would you do that? Why would you send me a video to watch? But I don't even know what I'm watching. What? They sent in DMs. What? I don't see that. I don't see shit in my DMs. They maybe have to add me as a friend. On your subreddit. Oh. Okay. One thing at a time. Okay. Jesus. Fuck. What a stressful Saturday night. Loner owns a gym in London. Box Baby Fitness. Okay. Wonderful. I don't know how anything works in this newfangled series of tubes the kids call the internet these days, but I did manage to get on that YouTube live stream thingamajiggy and chat real time with the illustrious mega brain that is Learnerbox audience. Now I'm locked out. Was it something I said? I don't know. I cannot know due to my technological ignorance about how anything works these days, as mentioned earlier. Deathly afraid that this happened to others. I don't want poor Learnerbox to think he was, you know, alone all of a sudden. Okay. This is a joke, right? H3 fam here. How do you feel about the Hassan debate? Is this people getting banned from other subs because they are active in liberal and right-wing Reddits like H3 and Lonerbox? Oh God, these fucking guys. Arguing anti-Semitic historical revisionism. Oh, this is what you want me to watch. You want me to watch Hassan? Is that what I have to? Okay. Brilliant. Yeah, I'll watch some Hassan. Let's go. Let's lib out. Hey, $5 well spent, eh? Let's slop out. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. It's been a while, eh? Till you were unfairly or unexplainably banned. Wow. This converts my dollars into pounds, right? It certainly does, yeah. Don't worry, I'll hold it. I'll keep it strong for you.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
He's also doing, like, once again, like almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Even Dan doesn't understand what he's saying.
He says there's no Arab distributors. Of
I don't
course
think
it's
that's
bad.
Holocaust denial.
No, but no, I'm correcting myself because I think it's close. When you deny like the Jewish like the way that all 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, from other countries in the Middle East. I get that.
Denying.
That is not.
Uh-oh.
I can't believe he's still going on with this, where he's saying like 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, they were.
900,000 Jews were displaced from Arab nations.
Yeah, they were pushed out.
This wasn't like separate countries, okay? going through the motions of pan-Arabic nationalism across the board in their own unique ways, especially purposely egged on by the Israeli state to fulfill the Zionist project, the ultimate desire of populating Israel with as
I love how he's so neutral when he talks about the Arab states. The Arab states that we're going through a process of pan-Arab nationalism with some help from the Israeli state who is trying to push their Zionist ethnic project. Like, come on, the way the tone shifts in terms of responsibility. Holy fuck, he's so retarded. Okay, wow.
Jews from all around the world as fast as possible. People volunteering to go to Israel is not the same as people being
volunteering. Oh yeah, volunteering what? Like, so if you there's a fucking pogrom that happens down the road from you, it's like you volunteer to leave. Okay, dude. Okay. Is all labor under capitalism voluntary now, according to Monsieur Picor? Mina is offering me 20 euros to stop me from watching the slop. Excuse me, this isn't slop. This is history. He's actually doing history now. You know what? This is one of the first times I've ever seen Hassan try to engage with what Ethan's saying. This is huge. This is big news. Normally, he just talks about how he's mentally ill or... Billy, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Debate prep.
Forced out of their ancestral homes with no way of return. People volunteering to go to Israel and then not wanting to go back to Iraq or not wanting to go back to any of these other countries is very different. Palestinians still cannot go to Israel. Palestinians cannot.
Yeah. Whereas Iraq is just fucking doors wide open for Mizrahi Jews. You know, they'd be fine. They'd be fucking bouncing. Okay, fuck this loser. Okay.
Arab distributors, of
I don't
course.
think that.
Wonderful. What was the last thing that the Iraqi prime minister was saying as the Jews were starting to register to leave? He threatened to put the remaining ones in concentration camps, strip them of their citizenship, and just flat out expel them across the border as stateless people. It is embarrassing for Ethan that he said Holocaust denial. Yeah, but this is the problem. It's like, because Ethan's not a political commentator. He's not. There's a lot of things that he doesn't know about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And a lot of it you can tell he's learned it recently and he's like struggling with terms and mixing things up and shit like that. Like, that's very obvious. But Hassan is a seasoned political commentator, okay? He's like a guy who knows what's what. He's the guy who knows. He's been obsessed with the conflict for, 10 years. And he's been through it, because he doesn't struggle to find Yemen on a map anymore, but he did. He's seasoned. He's broken in. It gets worse. I'm sure it does get worse, okay? But I've been paid handsomely to not watch the rest because Mina is a secret Hassan fan who doesn't want me to watch him saying stupid things about Jewish history. Unfortunately. And me, I follow the money, chat. That's what I do. You expect me to watch something because I find it interesting? Hell no. You expect me to start watching things because chat's interested? Hell no. My allegiance lies with the highest bidder, okay? Look at this fucking David thinking he can outbid at 20 euros with 10 USDs. 10 USDs is like 3 euros now. David, okay? You are way fucking out of sorts if you think 10 USDs in this economy, in this global economy, is going to have any fucking impact on my decision making. You are pissing in the wind. Oh man, I really want to do a video on Jewish history in the Middle East and North Africa now. Fuck. Because there's so many avenues to fucking bounce off of it now. Oh shit. Mate, I'm getting pulled apart by horses here. Mina with the 50 euros. Thank you so much. What a queen. Why is Haxi banned? What are we doing in this fucking community? We got people, we got Mina here desperate to protect Morocco's pride and honor from their crimes of history. We've also just got so many completely inexplicable bans in the YouTube chat. I have to juggle so much. And we've got Hassan here, Ottoman colonizer, lying about Jewish history to help Palestine, I guess, because because the suffering of Jews in Algeria and Iraq has so much to do with Israel's actions in Gaza today. They're very clearly. My brain, man. What's going on? Okay. I'm just gonna do. I have to do this quite carefully though, because if I do a mass unban and the word spreads, there might be like an attempted hate raid, which isn't nice when people have an old address of mine and they decide they want to spam an old address, so the poor new tenants have to deal with some fucking psycho turning up to their house. He says Israel's a made-up state. Good-o. You know what? I'll take your word for it, because I wouldn't know. I have no way of knowing if that's true. That knowledge, to impart that knowledge in my brain is a very expensive task now, okay? This is the rules. I will be ignorant. I will remain in ignorance for such a long time. Needs more mods. Bro, we need like one mod. Not whatever the fuck this is. I've gone through the names of like 3 used to be like regularly paying subs. And I don't remember banning any of them myself, these ones. I have banned like regular paying subs in the past because they were like fucking mental, but these are not them. These are not they. Does it show you the date? No, it's not even in chronological order. It's just a list of random fucking names. It's not alphabetical. It's not chronological. Young black economist. I remember that guy. He was nuts. I'll bring him back. Why not? Okay. You need Arab mods. True. Okay. What are we doing here? Look at your box. Oh, I see that. Don't worry. Hello.
Oh, hi. Just unban them all. Just do it.
I'm I've unbanned like a few hundred people now. So
Okay.
no,
I
the
mean,
list is getting
I was-
shorter now. So surely that means that this is all of them. There must have been like a
was
1,000
in-
people banned here, like over the years. But fuck.
I was in a very bad mood today, and I think I banned 2 people that probably didn't deserve it.
Oh.
But that
Well,
was just today.
yeah. I mean,
It's-
there.
like normally
Yeah, go on.
it's either me or Embo doing the banning. So I feel like I feel like since I'm the one that does a lot of the banning, if I say go ahead and unban them all, you should listen to me.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm looking through this list now. There are some very bad people in here. Yeah.
Yeah, except for Ray. Don't unban Raheem.
You
He's
have no
legitimately
idea how many accounts this guy has. I've gone through. I can see like I've seen 7 so far. I think.
I do because every time he shows up in chat again, he tags me.
And he has the same name as well. But I guess he
And
did.
yeah, he always has some level of Ray in his name. Like
He-
you're not even trying.
Yeah. He did give up though at some point. Oh, disinformation tracker. Remember that guy for sure.
Oh yeah, he was the crazy person on Twitter.
Like, I'm sure there are some people here, if they're saying like Katyn was base, they can probably just stay unbanned because that's obviously some mad shit going on. Lots of people with
I'm trying to
just
think of
no
other
PFP.
like really egregious people.
Yeah, we're prioritizing profile pictures for one. Anyway, I don't know. Fuck. I'll just do this like piecemeal. I'm not going to do it all at once because I don't really fancy having a
Okay,
fucking.
but while I'm here, make sure you do the Yusuf person.
Yeah,
'Cause
they're
that
done.
was definitely. I mean, he had a really retarded take, but he didn't deserve to get banned.
Uh-huh.
And then the Wriggly Jigglypuff.
So I can't.
person,
I've done
I'm-
Yusuf, but the Wriggly Jigglypuff, I just can't find that person. So maybe we just need to. They'll appear in one of the waves, no doubt. Now that I understand how it works, but yeah,
Okay,
some of these
I'll
people.
let them know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Loner.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
Damn. So you really can only ban so many people at once. That's mental. What if you get overwhelmed? Or no, you don't really. It's just that the list. You can only see so much of the list every now and then. Yeah. Okay, I see. I feel like Ogre Boy. I can unban them. They're fucking stupid, but they're not like evil. Okay, what am I doing? Save. How many Twitch viewers do you have? Are you banned? Oh, I just don't go on Twitch anymore. I just don't go on Twitch anymore. Did you find Avery? I'll have a look. Okay, so this 1 minute 26 seconds. Okay, this is going to be. Oh no, it's longer. Okay, so yeah, this is a very expensive 1 minute and 26 seconds to watch. Wait, Gen X, did you guys get notified when you're gonna get fucking unbanned? Because I just saw you in the banned list, but I had no idea you'd still be in the chat. Why were you in the banned list? What the fuck? How did you know you got unbanned? Because I just saw you in the list. I was like, wait, I thought that person was like a regular. Huh? Did you just happen to be here? Did you realize that I don't even know. Fuck. I wasn't banned. Well, I saw you on the banned list, so what? Maybe another account. What, with the exact same name and picture? Okay, I don't know. Fuck. Weird, bro. Yeet is Portuguese. Really? $300 shoes. For some people, it's a shadow ban. I don't know about shadow bans. I don't know what the fuck that means. Ooh. Okay. We need to untangle ourselves a little bit, okay? I saw fucking Wiz was posting that the Easter eggs are all like insanely cheap now, and that's a sign of a recession because no one's buying them. But I'm like, I thought it was always the case. It's always the case that fucking Easter eggs are stocked in a huge pile after Easter, and no one buys them until they're down to like 20p. But slop o'clock. Hey, thanks for the $10. You've denied Doubtfire. Unfortunately, Mina is up 70 fucking euros. So euro's strong right now, and you and David have contributed like 25. Okay, I'm keeping tabs. $25 to the superior 70 euros. I don't know, man. That's basically like you guys have contributed $2.50, €2.50. Hawk Tua. Oh, what was I watching? Fuck. I had a thing I wanted to watch. Oh yeah. New egg fund. Yeah, are we funding a new Easter egg? Hang on. How a port in Baltimore is dealing with the tariffs. Let's do some econ. Yeah.
They
let's
know
go.
what rupture looks like here in Baltimore. When a ship crashed into a major bridge last year, the port ground to a halt.
Oh, yeah.
Workers had no cars to roll off and no containers to unload. But now, it's come back to life.
Just look at the size of these. They're ship-to-shore cranes. They're 200 feet tall, and they're picking up those red and yellow containers weighing up to 50 tons. Inside, everything from shoes and toys to microwaves and fridges. This is where they dock before making their way to the American consumer. About 46 million tons of cargo passed through Baltimore Port last year. It really is one of those places where America meets the world.
We are looking at the Seagirt Marine Terminal in Baltimore Harbor, Maryland. Every 2 minutes, a container is landing on a truck.
Now, another uncontrollable agent is on the move, Trump and his tariffs.
We had the COVID episode, and then we had the bridge collapse. It is difficult because we are a major port.
And now we've got Trump's tariffs. Have you seen any difference here? Has anything changed since that's all been playing out? Are you still waiting to see what happens?
I think everyone's waiting to see what happens.
This guy doesn't want to end up on a list.
If you're driving a car in the US, it's probably passed through the port of Baltimore, including these, Jaguars and Land Rovers from Britain. Possibly the last we will see for a while. Hit with a 25% tariff on its exports, the company, JLR, has now paused its shipments to the US.
Eliashad, thanks for the incredibly generous $99.99. You can watch it twice now. I don't know, man. $99.99 to 70 euros. Doesn't that mean you guys are like $300 short in this economy? The dollars, listen. Let's just do some research, okay? So you guys know I'm not just trying to fucking pull a fasty on you. But, like the numbers don't lie, right? The numbers don't lie. Look at that. That's all the research I need to do. That's all the research I need to do. Look, you multiply that by 2, you get here. Then by 3, you get here. Dollar's fucked, man. Dollar's got nothing. Dollar's got no chance. What can I say?
Chancellor Rachel Reeves wants to see
I know
that
it looks nice with the whole red, with the red logo for the dollars and everything, but it's a dead currency, man. Dead currency.
tariff slashed, and she will be making the case to her counterpart, Scott Bessent, in Washington.
Our next guest is also looking at the future of Europe's security and defense spending. So for more, let's welcome in Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Well, first of all, I absolutely understand that the concerns that the
This is like Weimar Republic shit, okay? I'm just saying, like Ellie gives me this fucking $100 and shit, but it's like you'd have been better off sending me the fucking you'd have been better off sending me the fucking mouse that you used to click on the button, you know? We're going Weimar shit. Do I really want your $1 million, or do I just want the basket that you're holding it in? I'll run away with a basket and the dollars can just fall out because they're too heavy.
United States have about imbalances in trade in the global economy. We don't always agree with the policy prescriptions, and we're seeking a deal that reduces the trade barriers between our countries. But I am confident that a deal can be done.
Mate, you are so fucked. Can you imagine this person trying to woo Trump in the art of the deal? She's so fucked. Did this happen already? Did we try this? I know that the easy answer, right? She's just sitting here thinking, well, all I need to do is explain to Mr. Trump that Britain actually has a trade surplus with the United States, and therefore tariffs are not superfluous to the cause. And Trump will just be like, excuse me, What? And then he just takes a fucking drawing pin, sticks it in his belly, and she gets fucking burnt to death by a tidal wave of semi-digested fucking McDonald's meals and stomach acid. He can point it like a hose.
In our countries, but I am confident that a deal can be done.
Allies to work with us.
And softer notes from the Americans too. The Treasury Secretary now calling for reform rather than a total upending of the world economy. It's enough to give politicians hope that the system we've built will endure.
I believe the levels of globalization that are there at the moment, I'm more optimistic than some may be, that the high level of trade and global integration that we have in place, that the majority of it will still be intact in the time ahead. What I think is very possible is the structure of that globalization could begin to change.
But wherever this road ends, the turbulence of the past few weeks have taken their toll on markets, economies, and relationships. Yes, the world is thinking differently about China, but it's thinking differently about the Americans too. Gurpreet Narwan, Sky News, Washington.
Wait, why are you giving me tips for how to do my goals? Okay, we might have to put a tariff on the slop. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Thad Bartholomew, Burgett, something. Thanks for the $49.99. I really appreciate that. Keep rocking, you Scottish freak. I'll do my best, you know. Daniel P, thanks for the 50 Swedish. Slop Fund. Wow. It's so unserious, man. This community is so unserious. Stinks of lack of seriousness. GoPro drummer Strew, thanks for the £1. Hey, that's a strong currency. Thank you so much. That's enough to afford an Easter egg probably tomorrow morning. Yes, I will. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Actual footage of Trump having Britain's trade surplus explained to him by Rachel Reeves. Actual footage. Well, where the fuck is it, man? It can't just open? It has to be a download? Why? That's cringe. Oh well. Doesn't look like I can show you then. Fuck. Oh, here we go. Whatever. It would have been funny, but I can't do it. It can't be done. Not worth. All right. Let me find it. That's fine. Come on. Totally worth. Look, this is all I was showing you, okay? Fuck, how do I do this? What the is it this? That. Okay. Sure, let's do a VLC capture, eh? Look, this is all I was showing you. This is Trump's actual reaction to Rachel Reeves explaining the trade surplus to him. Why won't it fucking... What the fuck? Why won't it show you the video, bro? Why can I see... I don't care. Not worth. Waste of time. That better not be a copyright fucking... I don't know. Don't care. I know what to do. Okay, it was this. Holy shit. This was it. This was the actual footage. of Donald Trump after Rachel Reeves tries to explain the trade surplus to him. Okay, here it is. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Brought to you by your streamer. That's what Mina thinks will happen if I watch 1 minute and 26 seconds of Hassan content. I interviewed the most racist black people in America. Okay.
God hates white people. He created them to be hated. Like, white people are a virus. The only way to get rid of it is the medicine. Real niggas are the medicine. You got a whip right here. Nah, yeah, this for you.
Why am I watching that?
When I see a white baby, I'll be like, he's gonna try to enslave my people when he gets older. The only thing that a white person could give me is their life. The men and the women who profited off of our slavery, they're going to bow at our feet.
You'll kiss this boot right here.
One at a time. Keep on coming, Mr. White Man.
Everybody said that they love black people, but there's no action.
The thing is that there are people in society who watch this and get genuinely fucking scared and angry. Like they fear for the downfall of their country. Oh no. It may seem harmless and impotent, these deranged blacks, but let us not forget that one of them became the president. It could happen again. Like this is absolutely like some people watch this and it's their fucking worst nightmare. Like there are clips of this that are going to go into like a compilation on some Save White Culture website with really sad music. Contrasted with pictures of white fucking rural kids and their hot blonde mother in a white dress churning butter. And what we could have had. Tyler Oliveira is a known liar. Really? Makes us Tylers look bad. Tylers are pretty bad though. There's no getting around it. Loner. What? Oh, sorry. Are you trying to send me something? What is this? Oh, this might actually be important. Thank you so much. I don't have Discord. Oh, why not? You pinged me. You're trying to get me to watch a video? But there's not really that much effort being made. Oh, this. Okay. The Trump doctrine. Okay.
The Trump doctrine.
Thank you. Okay. I like William Spaniel. I remember when this guy only had like 20k subs or some shit. Let's go. Let's go.
The Trump doctrine. Just saying those words likely invokes strong feelings in you. But what actually is the Trump doctrine?
What is
Undoubtedly, you have some idea about the administration's priorities, simply from listening to the news. However, the White House often struggles to articulate the subtleties of foreign policy. Never mind that what you hear in this domain is not necessarily what you get. Fortunately for us.
Wait, I'm so sorry. This isn't much of a tangent, but this reminds me, before we go ahead, that we have I think we seem to have a third in a row, 3 days in a row, bit of fucking Hegseth nonsense. What's happened now? His phone number found all over the web. Bro, this guy. What did I say? I said that he was going to like, we were going to see some camera footage of him just like dribbling out the nuclear codes to a fucking lap dancer. But I guess it came close.
Well, it just seems
it was his phone number.
Every day, sometimes more than once a day, there's a new jaw-dropping story about Pete Hegseth's incompetence and recklessness at the Department of Defense.
I can hear your jaws
Yesterday,
dropping.
we learned that Hegseth had an unsecured internet line installed in his Pentagon office so he could continue to use the commercial messaging app Signal, leaving him vulnerable to potential hackers who might be interested in what the head of the DoD is up to. Of course, we also know that Hegseth has used his personal cell phone, which I got to stress in the government is like a real no-no, to discuss sensitive information about imminent military strikes. Again, using Signal in multiple chains. Today, New York Times reports, quote, Hegseth's personal phone number was easily accessible on the internet and public apps as recently as March, potentially exposing national security secrets to foreign adversaries. Helene Cooper covers national security at the New York Times, where she was one of the reporters who broke this story, and she joins me now. Great reporting, Helene, you and your colleagues. First, I want to start with just the idea of the personal phone for every member of the government, not the least the head of the DoD. You're told, like, do not do anything official, certainly nothing classified in your personal phone, right?
Hi, Chris. Thanks for having me. It's true. I mean, even low-level government officials. I have a friend who works for NOAA, and she does not do any government business on her personal cell phone. And so you can imagine we're talking about the Secretary of Defense here, who is probably one of the most targeted people in the world when it comes to what hackers or what foreign adversaries, you know, when I say target, I don't mean target to kill, I mean target to surveil, who would be one of the people who would be the top 5 or 6 in the United States when you're looking at officials, the foreign adversaries would want to get a hold of his communications device. So the issue is not that Pete Hegseth has a personal cell phone. Everybody does these days now. The issue is that that personal cell phone is easily findable on the web, and he's been doing government business on it. He's been involved in Signal chats in which he texted the flight plans of American fighter jets and when they're going to take off to strike Yemen. So he's clearly been engaging in government business on his personal cell phone, and that phone was very easy to find.
Man, you know what? You know, I thought Pete Hegseth was fucking incompetent, was evil, right? Or he was like very disrespectful to the Geneva Conventions and had this very like extreme hawkish right-wing position on foreign policy and everything. I didn't know when I first heard about him, it took me a while to realize that he's just like painfully incompetent. Like, fuck me. How many of this now? There's 2 Signal chats and also the fact that his phone number's online. And he's been using that to communicate sensitive information. Fuck me.
Number was easy to find as late as March 27th, when a German newspaper, Der Spiegel, was able to surface that phone. What we found out in our story now in doing this is we were able to acquire the exact phone number that Pete Hegseth used in the Signal chat. Our researchers found the phone number on the web earlier, and so we knew that this was Pete Hegseth's personal phone. But then what we found out this week is that same phone number belonging to Pete Hegseth was the exact phone number that he used in the Signal chat. So there you have the actual going from point A to point B, where he's actually doing government business on it, and that was sort of mind-blowing.
Right, hard confirmed that it's that number, the number that you can find online, the number of his personal phone, the personal phone that has a Signal, where he's sending these messages, not in sort of the classified channels to people like his wife and his brother. And there's a great quote in here from Mike Casey, former director of national counterintelligence. This is what he says. There's 0% chance that someone hasn't tried to install Pegasus or some other spyware on his phone, Mike Casey's phone. He is one of the top 5 probably most targeted people in the world for espionage. And just in case people don't know Pegasus, I mean, there exists software that can be remotely put into your phone that will essentially dump everything on a phone to an espionage agency.
Okay.
Even if you're using...
You know, like the Mossad, they said that they don't want to bug American officials, but surely they must just be thinking like, well, he's kind of just like giving it to us, right? I don't know. Can you imagine just like the head of intelligence or like spies from other countries just looking at this guy's phone and being like, what the fuck is happening to the United States? It's like slop coverage. They get it on the massive fucking screen in the mainframe and just go through all the info and just like piss themselves at Pete Hegseth's behavior.
Using an encrypted app because it's grabbing directly from the phone, right?
He is asking for it.
Exactly. It's called zero-click technology, where you don't even have to open all you have to do for it to grab is you don't have to open anything. It will just see you. It will see what you are writing as you are writing it, or as you are texting it. So Signal, for instance, is encrypted at the moment that you're sending and as you're receiving. You know, once you send it, it's encrypted. Yep. Once you receive it, it's encrypted. But what you can't, what there's technology that's able to do is it's almost.
Were any of the Nazis this incompetent? Yeah. So Rudolf Hess, who was not to be confused with Rudolf Höss, who was the overseer of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Rudolf Hess was like a Trump simp, a total dick rider. And what did he do? Fuck, what happened to him? Fuck, I can't remember what he did now. He did something insanely incompetent, though. Hang on. I'm trying to get the story right just before I tell it. Yeah, he went to Britain. I know that, yeah. But I'm just... Stop fucking spoiling the story, chat. I'm not impressed by you. Okay, yeah. Rudolf Hess, who was a total fucking Nazi dick rider, was really unsure about continuing the war against Britain. So he fucking flew a plane over the UK and crashed it and parachuted into a fucking farm near Glasgow in Scotland. He asked to talk to like the Duke of somewhere, and it turned out this Duke was like a very low level, like not much influence guy, and he said that he would come to present Hitler's fucking peace plan to get out of the war. But then he also had this contingency left at home where he was like, don't worry, Hitler, you can just say I'm crazy, okay? You can just say I'm nuts if you don't like what I'm doing. And obviously Hitler did. He just said that this guy was like disgruntled and mental. And then Hitler had to deal with the fact that one of his top guys, one of his best buddies from all the way since the beer hall putsch was insane. And then it like really undermined the whole image of like what was happening at the top brass of the Nazis, that one of them was doing this. Like, yeah. So that's one example. Rudolf Hess.
Almost as if it's got a camera, on your shoulder and is looking at what you're typing. So if anything like that is on that cell phone, then, Pete Hegseth this would be an intelligence breach. And it's hard to imagine if you're Iran or if you're Russia or if you're China, and China has proven that they're able to do this. So has Russia. China had that. There was that big salt typhoon case last year. They've proven that they're able to do some of this, and that they wouldn't be targeting the Secretary of Defense's cell phone.
Yeah, and I just cannot stress enough. Like, this stuff is day one throughout the entire security apparatus of the United States, from contractors to federal workers to anyone with classification to anyone in any of the military services. Day one, all of this stuff. Like, it really can't emphasize enough how much of a breach this would be if you were low levels. It's remarkable reporting you and your colleagues have put together. Helene Cooper at the New York Times. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Pentagon memo recently leaked to the press, which not only hints at the administration's underlying goals, but outright points us to a public document that lays it all out. So, today, we will look at the Trump Doctrine, where it came from, what exactly it is, and the logic behind it. Then we will pivot to the many problems with the Trump Doctrine, including the administration's inability to articulate what it is, how a rift inside the administration is leading to other policies that run contrary to the doctrine, and why it creates dilemmas with other foreign policy goals. But we begin with where the Trump Doctrine came from. Well, it is basically this, the prioritization imperative. We will get to what is inside of it in a moment. However, we should at least take a second to understand why it is worth our focus, especially when its author is someone who escapes public attention. I know that there is a temptation to look at Trump, and especially certain incidents involving Trump, and conclude that the man has no strategy.
Yeah.
Whatever your thoughts are about Trump himself, though, I encourage you to put them to the side as we explore his doctrine. Because, as a label, Trump Doctrine is misleading. The fact is that presidents themselves are not the ones who write the doctrines, never mind who do the vast majority of the execution of them. The Monroe Doctrine, the one that is perhaps the most famous of U.S. geopolitical strategies, the one that told European countries to shed their entanglements in the Western Hemisphere? Great label, but not written by James Monroe. Rather, it was the product of his Secretary of State.
GoPro Drummer Stu, this is boring, lol. Okay, GoPro Drummer Stu, what do you want to do? Go on. You're the content manager. From this hour henceforth, what are we doing? Everyone's waiting. You're bored? Okay, you got nothing else to do with your Saturday? What do you want to do? Wow, nothing. A fucking blank slate. A human void. Jesus. Fuck off. Go fucking walk up a hill somewhere. Find the closest hill. Run up it. Observe nature. Do some deep breathing. Figure out what the fuck you want in life and come back, okay?
John Quincy Adams. A president later, yes, but not quite there at the time. And even that was an artifact of a bygone era. In the modern era of the bureaucratic state, it is hard to imagine a Secretary of State doing the ground-up crafting of such a sweeping policy. No shade to Rubio or Blinken before him. It is just not how things have worked for decades now. Take the anti-Soviet containment policy of the Cold War, alternatively called the Truman Doctrine for the time that it was implemented, and perhaps only second to Monroe in its fame. Crafted by President Harry Truman? Nope. It was the brainchild of George Kennan, at the time the number 2 in command of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. That was certainly a coveted position among many at the time, but it was far from the upper echelons of the U.S. government. The buck stops here means that the president serves in an oversight role. He may set the agenda on what to work on, but the president does not do the work. There are too many other things for him to do. But he does give the thumbs up and bear the final responsibility for approval, which is why their names get slapped on the front of their doctrines. Anyway, the focus for today is on Alexander Velez Green, who served as the Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. That is a whole lot of words that basically means the guy who crafts doctrine. The Washington Post article on the leak notes that some of the passages from the DoD memo are nearly identical to Velez Green's memo from last year, which should not be surprising given that, it is his job to write those things. Thus, even if we do not have access to the full memo that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth signed, it does not take Sherlock Holmes to deduce that we can use the Velez Green memo as a public stand-in for what the current policy is. And I know that it is tempting to fall back on the default belief and point to the sign saying that it is meaningless cheap talk, but I assure you that it is not for 3 reasons. First, the secret DoD memo was not a public announcement subject to the standard sort of bluster and posturing. It was supposed to be only circulated internally, for the consumption of those in the Pentagon, and not us on the internet or intelligence communities on foreign soil. Second, giving Velez Green his job in itself was telling. Just as you would not hire Usain Bolt to be your sparring partner, you would not hire someone who has spent years working on an Asian pivot to not pivot to Asia. Finally, the memo itself is the doing. These types of documents are common within the U.S. government as a means to coordinate bureaucrats into working on the government's policy goals. The Pentagon by itself has about 25,000 employees, and thus you need foundational documents like this to get everyone on the same page. In that light, if you look at the headlines about the leaked DoD memo, it is surprising that many of the stories seem surprised that this is what is happening at the Pentagon, even though it is hard to reveal something that has been sitting on the internet since August of last year. Fortunately, other reports more matter-of-factly focused on the connection to Velez Green's former employer, a topic that will recur many times later in this video. It is nice to look across sources so you do not get bogged down in just one version of the story.
Oh my god, a seamless
The trouble
transition.
is that tackling the problem on your own
Hell
can be
yeah.
daunting because of just how large the internet is. Well, good news. Today's sponsor, Ground News, has a convenient solution. Check out this For You tab. With a few clicks, you can craft your own custom feed and always be on top of the stories related to NATO, Ukraine, Putin, Zelensky, Hegseth, or whatever else you find important.
Hegseth.
And by going to
Household name.
ground.news/lines on maps or using the QR code on your screen, you can save 40% off their Vantage plan to get full access to this feature and more. So thanks again to Ground News for supporting this channel. Now let's get to the meat of the doctrine. And bear in mind that what I am doing in this section is presenting its argument, uncritically for the most part. We are saving the flaws of the doctrine for the back half of the video, because understanding its premises and logical argumentation are prerequisites for good criticism. Another thing worth noting, I am focusing on the geopolitical strategy here, not Trump's domestic policy. Again, we will get back to this later, because those two things are fundamentally at odds with one another. Anyway, I mentioned a second ago that the original memo comes from the Heritage Foundation, which you may better know as the group behind Project 2025.
Yeah.
However, the document reads like a more traditional national security strategy that would fit right at home with the George H.W. Bush or George W. Bush administrations. And, in some ways, it is an extension of Obama's foreign policy. Of course, there are a lot of other policies that the Trump administration is pursuing that trace back to Project 2025 and have second-order consequences on what is happening. Once more, though, we are saving those for later. The short version of the doctrine centers around the pivot to Asia that you are no doubt familiar with to some degree. However, there are some subtleties to the argument that are worth highlighting, because, as it is designed, this is not supposed to be a wholesale abandonment of Europe. Rather, it is more of a recognition of the United States' own weakness, and a fundamental strategic problem with limiting World War III to a single theater. The basic idea of the East Asia pivot is that China is now the superpower competitor to the United States. There are inherent risks to the broader geopolitical order in the region, and U.S. allies in the region cannot handle those problems on their own. If you are more interested in a detailed analysis of that part of the strategy, and want to chew on it for a bit longer, I have a feature-length documentary on the subject.
Whoa.
So I will not go further into the problems with China. Rather, what is more novel about the doctrine compared to previous administrations is how it thinks about the balance of threats in Europe versus Asia. To summarize the frustration within Europe and a good part of the United States, there may be a common understanding that China is a threat, but that the better solution is to stick with Ukraine for longer and pursue a slower pivot to Asia. To that, the doctrine raises two concerns, one that we might call a practical problem in the present, and another that is a theoretical problem in the future. Let's start with the practical problem. The main concern that the United States foresees in East Asia is an invasion of Taiwan. This presents an immediate economic problem for the United States, because it would pause all semiconductor production on the island for the duration of the invasion. If the PRC won, then production would never recover, and it would take a long time to rebuild the island even if Taiwan emerged victorious. There is also a long-term security problem with a PRC takeover. Look back to this map from the report. You often hear about the First Island chain that runs off the coast of China. It is strategically important because U.S. partners, plus a country historically hostile to the PRC, form a perimeter around the area. However, the continental shelf drops off just beyond Taiwan. As it stands now, the United States and its partners can contain the PRC around the First Island chain, limiting the PRC to its coastal area. The shallow waters make it easy to monitor submarine activity there. But lose Taiwan, and suddenly the submarines can dive down. The United States then faces a much greater security threat. Of course, to get to that, Beijing must first conclude that it is a good idea to invade. Broadly speaking, the PRC's ability to militarily succeed depends on two fronts: a naval theater where China tries to move as much as it can across the choppy waters of the Taiwan Strait, and a land battle supposing that the PLAN can push invading soldiers to the shore. The plan to defeat the PLAN is to use U.S. naval assets to limit whatever can make it to shore, while relying on Taiwan to handle the land battle. The problem that arises is that whatever materiel Taiwan has at the start of a ground fight will be the bulk of what it has for the duration of the conflict. For more than 3 years now, the West has resupplied Ukraine by flying materiel to Poland and driving it across the border. Russia simply does not have the reach to strike that half of the country. In contrast, Taiwan is both literally and figuratively on an island here. Certainly, the United States would try to replenish Taiwan stocks as the invasion progresses, but the task will be monumentally more difficult than what we have seen in Ukraine. As such, if the United States wants to sway the balance of power against China, it must do so proactively, as in right now. Unfortunately for Ukraine, the types of things that Taiwan needs to win a potential land battle versus the PRC are the same things that Ukraine needs now. It is like a greatest hits album from the last 3 years. The HIMARS launching systems that you see on your screen now, equipped with longer-range ATACMS missiles that could even hit staging grounds along the mainland's coast, and shorter GMLRS missiles as well. Then you have National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, 155mm artillery shells, perhaps the thing that needs to be delivered in the greatest of quantities, Javelins, Stingers, and Patriots. Regarding that last one, a minor scandal erupted in the middle of April, following a Ukrainian offer to purchase Patriot systems. The Trump administration declined, even though Kyiv was offering to buy them, as in send money to the United States in exchange for things that go boom. However, the deeper story here is that Patriots have a long backlog of orders. Thus, there is no surplus to send, even if the Trump administration did not prefer prioritizing Taiwan. Trump does prefer prioritizing Taiwan, though, and what further exacerbates the problem there is that Taiwan spent a long time slacking off on defense spending. Sure, you hear a ton about European countries not meeting the defense spending target of 2% of GDP.
Hell yeah.
And you can see here just how bad it got with this figure from the memo, following the end of the Cold War. But imagine being a small island, staring down the second strongest military in the world, and only spending 1.72% of GDP on defense in 2018. To be fair, the situation has improved as of late, going to 2.4.
Didn't Trump say that he would only help Taiwan if they fucking tripled or quadrupled their military spending as a proportion of GDP? He put some bizarre ultimatum on them. Obviously, like, nothing he says can be taken all that seriously because he's the king of, I'll solve this in 24 hours. And then, like, 100 days later, we're still just kind of waiting.
8% in 2024. However, that still puts Taiwan years behind on what should be accumulating on warehouse shelves. It is insufficient to deter an invasion the moment that someone in Beijing decides that the Silicon Shield is unimportant compared to the sanctity of the Chinese state. In that regard, the document prods Taiwan about going even further, and you may have heard stories about the United States lobbying Taipei to increase defense spending to 10% of GDP. Regardless of how we got here, though, that puts greater pressure on the United States to make up the shortfall. And that demand, in turn, runs into production capacity limitations. The United States simply does not have the factories to simultaneously resupply Ukraine and preemptively supply Taiwan. A trade-off must be made here. The second half is a theoretical problem about what a war would look like if it were to happen. Namely, that the next world war will inevitably occur on two fronts. The underlying problem is something known as opportunism in crisis bargaining circles. Remember, it is easy to keep the peace when the balance of power is static. After all, the costs of fighting ensure that war will be worse than maintaining the status quo, assuming that the current division was intelligently constructed. One of the ways that this can go wrong is when there is a fleeting shift in the balance of power. This opens up a window of opportunity for the temporarily strengthened state, where fighting now may be better than facing the situation when the military balance returns to normal. Let's apply this theory to the situation at hand with the four key players. Imagine that Russia, actor number 1, begins a war against NATO, actor number 2. The Western coalition will then have the fight of the century on its hands. Every weapons factory will begin working round the clock, and governments will begin examining which civilian industries could temporarily shift to arms production, just like what happened during World War II. This presents an opening for China, actor number 3. If If the PLA invades Taiwan, actor number 4, then the West cannot easily double its production schedules to counter the second threat. Those countries will already have their factories operating at their peak capacity and will already be at the risk of overheating. As a result, China will be more likely to prevail conditional on Russia having started the war. But the logic also works going the other way. If China takes the first step by invading Taiwan, then the West will also surge production. In turn, now Russia has the window of opportunity. Following our standard lines on maps theory of shifting power and war, this can compel Russia to fight in the moment. That is because what Moscow might expect to gain while the West is distracted in Asia, minus its costs of fighting, may be larger than the most it could hope to extract from the West once the war in the Indo-Pacific has died down. Hence, the Trump Doctrine pushes for the development of Europe's defense base. In some ways, and this is in the document itself, the call is an admission of the United States' own weakness. Once upon a time, Washington had a doctrine known as the two-war construct. It dictated that the United States ought to maintain sufficient military capacity to fight 2 wars at once. You can trace it back to World War II, when indeed the United States fought in both Europe and the Pacific simultaneously. During the Cold War, the construct shifted to the ability to fight the Soviet Union and one smaller opponent, say Vietnam. The whole point of the two-war construct was to mitigate the war of opportunism concern. If you can fight on 2 fronts, then getting involved in a single conflict does not leave you vulnerable on the second flank. Thus, there would be no window of opportunity for U.S. opponents, and, in turn, no enhanced threat of war on the second front. Moving further up a step, that gave the United States additional latitude to get involved in the first war to begin with. The end of the Cold War also brought the sunset of the two-war construct, though. Washington still managed to carry on campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq at the same time, but that was more of a product of both of those wars having relatively small footprints. Today, the doctrine concedes that the United States is no longer in a position to throw its hat into 2 fronts simultaneously, and American taxpayers are unwilling to raise military spending to the point where it will be feasible in the future. As a result, Europe cannot rely on the United States to help repel a Russian invasion, not for a lack of desire, but rather because the broader geopolitical situation is a mess. Given that strategic constraint, the sensible solution is the division of labor that we have all heard so much about. Europe handles Russia as its primary responsibility, while the United States handles China as its primary responsibility. This makes sense because Europe is right on top of Russia, while the United States has the naval power to reach across the Pacific. And it is not just the United States that is thinking that way. NATO has started integrating its Indo-Pacific partners into its major meetings, and the last 2 Secretaries General have increased their diplomatic visits to the region to coordinate across the world. Okay, that wraps up our conversation about the Trump Doctrine itself. Now I want to pivot to the various issues that come along with it, and roadmap where we are going. We can divide the issues into 3 categories. First is the administration's inability to communicate what the heck the Trump Doctrine is, and we can subdivide the causes of that into 3 categories. 1, the administration's generally...
No, it's open up China. What? Open up China? He just told us. What are you talking about?
Poor ability to communicate. 2, the internal divisions within the White House that are distorting the implementation of the doctrine. And 3, lingering concerns about European defense spending. The second set of problems relates to the White House's internal divisions creating policies inconsistent with the national security strategy. 1, the interpretation of America First, meaning that no money should be leaving the United States at all. 2, the consequences of the economic war with Europe. 3, reprioritizing the Department of Defense to border security. And 4, the broader government efficiency reforms and eliminating DEI initiatives. The final set of problems relates to the broader strategic picture. 1, the poor implementation of the policy from Europe's perspective. 2, how it is sabotaging the U.S. ability to mediate an end to the Russia-Ukraine war. And 3, the foregone benefits of taxing Russia further in Ukraine. Let's start with the awful communication and consistency part. Again, it is weird that you are here on a YouTube video trying to decipher what the White House is thinking. Shouldn't they be able to do that all by themselves? Now, to be fair, the information is out there. I could not be citing the Velez Green document if it were not. Also, Velez Green's formerly appointed successor, Elbridge Colby, has a treatise that lays it all out, and to leave no doubt there, they are on the same page regarding the pivot. Thus, the problem here is not that the information does not exist. Rather, it is communicating it with a larger audience. Colby's book is well known within the government's national security circles, because it expands on the 2018 National Defense Strategy, which he developed. That, by the way, is not some sort of think tank book. It is official U.S. policy. But that is a far cry from a broader public understanding, and I also get the sense that even media that cover national security affairs are often not aware of it. Indeed, that hints at a more general struggle of the Trump administration, the inability to communicate any policy, not just this one. Think about all of the different variations of what the tariff strategy is, never mind what the specific tariff amounts will be. Well, apply that to a national security strategy, and here we are. Yes, I understand the irony of a media personality as the head of the Department of Defense being unable to communicate policy. But then again, Fox News was never good at breaking its message out of its bubble. Moreover, the Pentagon was a hot mess of turnovers over the first 3 months of Trump's second term, while Hegseth himself has not followed basic protocol to stay out of scandals. It has been a lot in a short time. The root of the problem is that most of the Republicans who are good at communicating to larger audiences refused to work for Trump during his first administration, and the bulk of those who were willing in 2017 grew tired of him by 2021 and thus did not resurface in 2025. Look no further than the administration's current press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, thrust into the job at the ripe old age of 27. She is the youngest person to ever hold the position by 6 years. And for the precious and inexperienced few that remain,
Queen Caroline.
the task in front of them is difficult. That is because there are two camps within the Trump administration, and this document only represents one of them. Now, most of what we have covered so far sounds like run-of-the-mill policy from the Obama administration, just with a much stronger emphasis on China. However, you will recall that the Heritage Foundation is also the author of Project 2025, and with that comes a whole bunch of domestic policies that call for a massive overhaul of the US federal government's mission. As we will cover in a moment, those run at odds with implementing the national security portion of Trump doctrine. Good luck trying to communicate, hey, there are these guys in the White House trying to implement an aggressively anti-China, but otherwise fairly normal foreign policy agenda. But then there are also these other guys trying to do something else entirely that sometimes runs completely contrary to the first point. If you have ever come away from watching a news program completely bewildered by what Trump did today, the internal inconsistency of the two factions may very well be why. The third part about the poor communication, though, is that it has helped mobilize Europe. Remember, the doctrine says that Europe is supposed to handle the Russian side of things, but doing that requires more materiel. We have discussed many times before how the United States has faced a balancing act here. The White House needed to badger Europe to spend more, but badgering too much might risk Europe investing in more continental production, rather than spending a ton on American kit. Yeah, increasingly it seems that Trump has provoked Europe a bit too much, as the Union begins to look inward. Take headlines like this one, with Europe freeing up cash for countries to begin spending more. It sounds like a big deal, right? Billions more on defense? Well, there remains chatter in Washington that the follow-through still is not there. This headline was about raising a debt ceiling. It is not the same thing as actually spending the money. Sure, there are some promising signs of progress, like Spain getting on track to spend 2% of GDP on defense this year. But that is still not the same as the continent-wide adjustment necessary for Europe to take charge of security affairs vis-a-vis Russia. Meanwhile, perhaps the weirdest aspect of the Trump doctrine pertains to losing out on European weapons orders. Contrary to almost all public discourse on the matter, the Trump doctrine sees it as an asset if Europe invests in its own production capacity. Admitting weakness once again, the document concedes that the United States does not have the manufacturing bandwidth to handle the orders that Europe ought to be making, nor does the United States have the bandwidth to expand to the point where it would be feasible. In turn, Europe increasing its own capacity is a necessary step to achieve the doctrine's goals. Consequently, what many see as a failure to keep Europe reliant on the US defense industry is by design. If the jumbled communication patterns helped achieve that goal, then there was less incentive to fix the problem at all. There, of course, remains a debate to be had about whether this is a wise goal in general. But the public discourse takes independent European arms construction as an inherent policy failure, when what we really ought to be debating is which of the two base premises is accurate, which will then automatically tell us whether the policy goal is succeeding. Now let's circle back to the internal contradictions within the Trump administration.
Oh, I love an internal
If you think of the Trump
contradiction.
doctrine as coming from the Department of Defense, that's great. But in terms of implementing policy, the DoD is just one department of a much larger cabinet. Meanwhile, what is going on in the rest of the White House fits more in line with the parts of Project 2025 that liberals were worried about during the election season. And the problem here is that, even though these two things came from the same think tank, they do not coexist. Let's start with the notion of an America First foreign policy. There are two different versions of this that float around the Trump administration. There is one that drops any pretext of international norms and believes that the United States is the most powerful country on earth. Consequently, the White House should implement the foreign policy that maximizes American welfare. Think of America First here as unapologetically America. Alternatively, you could think of it as George W. Bush-era foreign policy, turned up to 11. Then there is the second version, which is that the United States should not be spending any money outside of the country, or caring what happens across oceans. Think of America First here as American isolationism. The Trump doctrine, with its obsession about the Indo-Pacific region, falls into the first category, but the rest of Project 2025 falls closer to the second category. After all, I need not tell you that trying to deter China from invading Taiwan requires that a ton of money be spent over in the Indo-Pacific region. Speaking of money, one of the administration's special interest projects here involves protecting American manufacturing. The place where this is most evident is the Liberation Day tariffs, which effectively are a financial transfer to Trump's constituents in that industry. Yes, there is a loose connection to the tariffs and national security issues. It helps to have an industrial base if you need to rapidly expand arms manufacturing. However, the tariffs also apply to NATO allies and others in the broader U.S. defense orbit. Thus, they are not helping improve overall defense expenditures within the bloc. Much of the media discussion surrounding this focuses on the free opportunity given to Washington's rivals to give the appearance of harmonious cooperation between China and what should be U.S. partners. But more concerning is how the tariffs are liable to cause a recession, and an economic contraction means fewer government revenues and therefore a reduction in defense spending. And that is before considering how America First isolationism has historically not turned out so well, with its critics coming from surprising places. Meanwhile, one of the central problems noted in the doctrine is the dearth of U.S. forces to handle a two-front conflict. However, the White House has stationed a modest number of troops along the border with Mexico. Every soldier handling immigration is one fewer soldier that could be working on the Taiwan Strait situation. In other words, part of the sabotage is self-inflicted. And that is on top of all sorts of other controversial national security distractions, diverting the federal government's attention. Finally, there is the general bureaucratic havoc caused by Trump's government reforms. This applies both to attempts to improve government efficiency, as well as the systematic termination of all DEI and DEI-adjacent initiatives. We are still in a period where the career members of the military and defense establishment, from West Point to the war colleges to the Pentagon, are spending significant portions of their workdays trying to figure out what they need to do to comply with the new policies. All of the time they spend doing that is time away from training and preparing for a future battle with China.
How embarrassing. I guess this is kind of like I will do it. I'm going Voshmo. It's like kind of like the Nazis losing out on a lot of fucking like scientific revelation because they ditched all of Jewish innovation and Jewish scientists and things like that. By the same token, they're so busy trying to figure out how to get rid of the DEI in the military. Like, should we start firing the gays? Should we fire the women? Should we fire the trans people? Like, what do we do? But they might end up compromising themselves in a fucking military situation. Jesus.
Now, in response to those objections, the Trump administration would raise a finger and argue that these are better for the long-term health and sustainability of the institutions. What you think of that last statement will undoubtedly depend upon your political orientation. Regardless, though, there should be consensus that the short-run effect is a weaker United States. For our final topic, we turn to the problems inherent to the plan and the execution of it due to strategic pressures worldwide. The obvious starting point here takes us back to Europe and the transatlantic rift that is forming. If Russia and China...
should I bring Toby Smith back to the channel? I'm just doing my fucking unbans. Should we bring Toby Smith back? He does actually inspire a lot of engagement in the comment sections. I don't really know if he comes in chat very often or ever. Yeah, let's bring him back. He's good algorithm bait. I don't think he understands that, but...
China will inevitably be cooking up a war together, then the West's goal ought to be to maximize overall power across North America and Europe. Sowing distrust of the White House is not a good way to do that. Well, distrust would be good for them, but not for those voting to put a president in here. Historically, one of NATO's main strengths has been to allow states to focus on their military comparative advantages. Specialization within the alliance can thereby increase, giving NATO more power collectively than the sum of what would be the case if each country invested independently. However, specialization requires a certain level of trust that the other members will supply your missing pieces. Otherwise, you have set yourself up for disaster. Well, erasing the United States from the equation puts a major dent in that plan. Again, the Trump administration's motive here is clear. Europe sagged on military spending for decades because its voter base was uninterested in making the domestic sacrifices for the greater Western defense, and pressure of a more diplomatic variety from two other administrations did not yield results. If it takes burning some bridges, or appointing a bridge for that matter, to change the electorate's mind, perhaps the Trump administration thinks that it is worth the cost. But that still leaves the West with a second best outcome.
Okay, Rigga, Jigglypuff, Avery, and Butt Cheese, you're all unbanned. I've caught you on the list. So you'll get unbanned in like 2 seconds. Well done.
And it clearly breaks from the stated goal
Found
of
them.
the doctrine's creators.
We did it.
From Project 2025, in their own words, the United States must regain its role as the arsenal of democracy. Quite the opposite has happened so far. Moreover, Project 2025 lamented how, under the Biden administration, the United States lost its reputation as a reliable partner, with a strong defense industrial base that could supply military articles and goods in a timely manner. Yet the last 3 months has seen the worst damage to that reputation since the post-World War II order came into force. Meanwhile, even clearer problems relate to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. One of the Trump administration's goals was to end the war in 24 hours. Hyperbole or not, the White House has struggled to make progress on that front under a longer time horizon. There is a clear reason why, though. The Trump peace plan is incompatible with Trump doctrine. Recall the basics of Special Envoy to Ukraine Keith Kellogg's proposal. It is a contingent armament plan, where the United States cuts military aid to Ukraine if Ukraine refuses to participate in a deal. However, if Russia refuses to participate, the United States massively ramps up aid. The plan is coherent because it causes a huge shift in the balance of power against whichever state is not cooperating. That has the ability to render irrelevant whatever bargaining frictions are causing the war to continue. But as has been a long-running theme on this channel, Washington's leverage is only as good as the Kremlin's belief that there will be follow-through if Russia refuses. Well, on one hand, you have something like this happening in the White House. And on the other hand, here you have a document that basically says that the United States would never flood aid to Ukraine because Taiwan is too important. Now, I know that this document may seem obscure to us, but I can guarantee you that there are people in Moscow who have read it and who are drawing the same conclusion that we just did. No wonder, then, that the Kremlin has been giving Washington the runaround for more than a month regarding a ceasefire. And this also provides some insight into why it seems that the United States is turning the screws harder against Ukraine. The Trump administration actually has leverage there, and if that's all that they've got, they appear content to use it. Lastly, there is
Okay, I've done the unbans. That's them saved. Holy shit. I need to really make sure that my mods don't fucking ban people on YouTube chat unless there's like a really, really good reason now, because fuck me. Like, spite bans on YouTube, because I can't go into the unbanned list to find them. I can't do that because I need to unban a bunch of people to let it show up on the list. The list only shows me like, 400 people? And then after that, it's just, they're buried, and I have to unban people to open what appears. Yusuf Saleh is banned. What the fuck? How? He's in chat right now. Like, there are so many people here who shouldn't have been banned. I'm like, whoa, where did that person go for such a long time? Holy shit. I think we've got most of the ones I can think of now, but again, there are names appearing here. I'm just like, no, you shouldn't be banned. What the fuck? Okay.
deeper question about how to maximize the Western coalition's power vis-a-vis the unlimited friendship between Russia and China. So far, we have been focused on adding military resources to the West column. But military power is zero-sum, so equivalently you could reduce the opposing coalition's resources. On the surface, this would seem to suggest that it would be a good idea to give more armaments to Ukraine now to further disable the Russian military. However, the doctrine would counter that those same resources shipped to Taiwan would eventually reduce the PRC's capacity, so the net effect, at least on the surface, is a wash. Thus, we are once again left with the question of how vulnerable Taiwan is at the moment. Nevertheless, let's go beyond the military part of this and instead look at the political situation. You have seen plenty of speculation that Trump is trying to pull a reverse Nixon and pry Moscow away from Beijing, essentially the opposite of how Nixon went to China and exacerbated the Sino-Soviet split. Well, the Trump doctrine makes clear that this is not a reasonable goal, and thus we ought to quash the theory. That said, one actual way to split the two is to watch Putin fall from power and hope that his successor would prefer to westernize. The obvious way to do this is to embarrass Russia and Ukraine, thereby sending a compelling message to the people of Moscow that their government is non-functional, tried to exploit the masses, and failed miserably. That would be an argument for how an investment in Ukraine would generate disproportionate returns. I am sure, though, that the Trump administration worries about what Europe's next move after that would be. In an ideal world, after the Russian threat is gone, the transatlantic partners would take the surplus European stock and point it to the Indo-Pacific. Let's look at the overall outcome. Europe wins because it no longer faces the Russian threat, and the United States wins because it gets even more metal to deter China. But the Russian threat is what is motivating Europe to invest in defense. Remove that, and you may see those countries' military spending drop off a cliff once again. And there goes the China deterrent. And that might be why we see the transatlantic struggle continue. In the meantime, the Trump administration worries that China receiving discounted Russian oil is allowing Beijing to rapidly expand its economy, and that the Chinese military will be better able to marshal those funds into military activities than the Kremlin can. Then again, as if to take us full circle, Trump's tariff threats are liable to trigger a global recession. Anticipation of that has sunk global oil prices, meaning that China is not benefiting as disproportionately as it was before. Will this result in a change in the Trump administration's priorities? I do not know. Part of the stated reason for those massive tariffs against China was to coerce Beijing to make concessions on security affairs. Is this one such affair? Again, I do not know. However, I do know that I would like to thank Ground News once more for sponsoring today's video. Head over to ground.news/linesonmaps or scan the QR code on your screen to take a fantastic 40% off their Vantage plan. And if you enjoyed today's video, please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Fucking banging. I'm just seeing how many more people are on this fucking banned list. Okay, now it's shrunk. Now it's massively shrunk. So if you haven't been found, if you're banned from YouTube chat and you think you shouldn't be and you want to make a request, you should do it now, because now we actually have space. Because I've just left in the really, really obvious nutters. Oh, that person who wanted to fucking yap at me about the NetStream corridor made like so many, they made so many accounts. And all their accounts are called Division 252, NetStream corridor, Lorner Box. Oh God. I am such a victim. Unironically, I am a harassment victim. There's no getting around it. Fuck. How many people were just like watching without being unbanned? Poor bastards, man. Okay. Good video. Interesting. When we ban people again, it's getting too fast. YouTube doesn't notify you if you've been unbanned. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think it would. Because it's just like a hide user option. It's not like, you know, whatever. Haven't you talked about NetStream specifically? Yes. Yes, I have. People just be mad. People just be hating. It doesn't even tell you if you're banned. Huh. What an interesting function. This guy's made another fucking Substack. Look at this. She went ahead, doubles down after lying to millions. Yes, what a queen.
Did you unban the NH person? Selfers asked you like 8 times.
Which one?
Apparently their name is just NH.
NH.
Like some of these I blame on you guys, chat, because like don't pick your name as just like a single letter.
Yeah, let's see. There were a few people there that I just thought, like, why are they fucking... There's like, was it Velvet Magenta? Or like, or some shit? Okay,
I don't know, that one sounds familiar, but I
They're called
M
M or N?
contrary to popular belief, N, like Nancy or noise,
And it's just like
NH.
with no
apparently, just
with a
N,
space, or
I guess.
I don't see an NH.
I would look at dots, bro.
But that's it. Like I think we're kind of at the end of the list. So if they're not on this list, then they're just fucked.
With the space.
With a space. Yeah, I can see an NN. I don't see an NH. Sorry. Get fucked.
Sorry.
Unless they've got a different handle, because not everyone knows exactly what their handle is, but fuck knows.
Hey, Mercy, can't YouTube mods ban people too?
Oh, there was someone else who's in DMs a while ago who I couldn't find. Fuck.
That T person, she's been asking for forever, but her name was just like T. So I don't know.
Was it T something
No,
though?
Spider,
Or was it...
we can only unban if like they're still in the chat, like right after, like if we hide somebody and then we're like, okay, maybe I overreacted, let me unhide them, and they're still in the chat, we can do it. But like if they've been banned for a while, we can't go back. Like there's no way for the mods to go in there and do that.
Yeah,
unless Loner gives one of us permission.
I can't remember this T person. What's their name on Discord?
I don't know. They were in my DMs, but I feel like I closed my DMs because she just kept asking me, and I was like, "There's nothing else I can do for you."
You could probably tell the NH person like to change their name, though. Like,
Some people
hey,
just need to
change
make
your
new
name, bro.
accounts. Wait, hang on. All right. Hang on. Let me try. Was it just called T or was it?
I feel like it started out as just T.
Yeah, I think it did as well. Wait. Oh no.
And then she might have changed it, but now I don't know what she changed
I
it
think
to.
a whole new list has just appeared, so it's actually back to 380 on the expanded one. So no, we're still not even close to being finished with these fuck. All right. No, wait, this is old. Hang on. Hang on. No, this is an old list. Never mind. Let's refresh that.
It's Soundhorn and Discord, but they're also in the unbanned intake form list as N8.
There's a form.
Okay, no, the short list is still here. Okay, let's see. Space.
Also, I feel like this is like years of accumulation of
It
bans.
is, yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I know Embo and I can go crazy sometimes, but I don't feel like we did all of this in like a month. So it's like 2 or 3 years.
No, it's just that I feel like going forward, we just need to make sure that people don't get banned unless it's like a really, really good reason. Like timeouts can be used, whatever, but
Yeah. I get it. I already said I was angry.
I don't see the T person though. Maybe they had a different name. Nah, I'm leaving it for now. I don't give a fuck. We can come back
Okay.
to it when there's more requests. Or people can just change their names to something a little bit more fucking recognizable. Fuck. Okay.
Right? Or just start like if YouTube accounts are free. Just
Or Bob.
What, Spider?
Oh yeah, just tell the people to like who's like banned on YouTube to like to change their name. I think there's like a 30-day change frame though.
Yeah.
Once you change, you can't change it back after like 30 days.
It would be so much better if I could understand you when you talked.
Like Mercy, you're like 40 years old. Answer argument. I said
You add a decade every time I talk to you. It's not my fault that that you don't articulate your words.
I said that.
And
Okay.
at this point, I'm going to be 70
People have
the
a
next
YouTube account with a goofy ass name should change their name, but they can't change their name back after 30 days. So if I was you, if I was you, Maruti, okay, who's like 50 years old, to change their name.
Change my name? What?
No,
I don't
to
even.
change-
I don't even.
No, the people who ban on YouTube should change their name. You should tell them.
I think their accounts would still be banned. You can't just come back just because you change your name.
Oh, you can't.
I don't think so.
They're kind of cook, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. They're kind of cook. Oh yeah, Maruti, what's your thoughts on the Pope? On like dying and shit.
I think JD Vance killed him. I think JD Vance is
For
so
real?
unlikable through the sheer power of his unlikability. the Pope was just like, I need to go talk to God face to face and tell them that he has made a horrible mistake.
What you talking to Pope, Little Bucks?
Don't know anything about this one. Couldn't tell you.
I mean, as far as popes go, he wasn't, I mean, like, no old white Catholic dude is ever going to be like at the top of my cool person list.
Whoa.
But as far as popes go, he was definitely about as good as it could get. But yeah, I'm totally running the J.D. Vance killed him thing just because it's funny.
I bet he hated Maryland too.
Again, I can't understand you when you talk.
I said I bet he hated Maryland too.
Probably not, because Maryland was like the one colony that was formed to be Catholic.
Wow.
Should be Islam.
Right?
Should have been Islam. Is that what you said?
Yeah, should.
Right.
Totally based. Yeah.
Should it wasn't the Pope like pro like LGBT or something like that?
As much as an old Catholic dude could be. I think he said like, as far as I know, his like doctrine was like similar to don't ask, don't tell, like just let them be. But I mean, he's still like, if you're thinking like, oh, he was good on gay rights and like gay marriage, absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
$100. Okay, like wear suits, bro. Like
Yeah, I saw your message. You want me to change my clothes? Thank you.
whole fit, like change like the whole wardrobe. Okay, like I don't know. I get it. You fuck with like your tie-dye t-shirts. I fuck with it.
I'm not wearing tie-dye.
But like your shirt, like every time I see that shit, it looks like you're going on a peace protest during like the 1970s of the Vietnam War. Like
No,
no
it
bullshit.
doesn't. That's not what those guys wore.
It looks like that, dude. Like the tie-dye shirts.
Why are you so weird? Why are you so fucking weird?
What?
You're so weird.
Yeah, you're so weird.
I'm weird?
Tyler. Get the fuck out.
Yes.
I'm weird. That's crazy.
Okay, I'm going on. Fuck off.
All right.
Bye.
Uh,
All right. Ooh. Chat, if you want slop, we got a goal, okay? We have a goal in place for the slop. I want to watch this video because people keep on asking me to watch it. I'm sure
38 seats.
Fuck! I'm sure I've been paid huge bucks to watch this nonsense. And it's got a really provocative title. Wow. 30 years of traumatic peacemaking. What do Israelis really think? Wow. Put the slop in the box. Let's go. Put the slop in the bag.
Hello and welcome to Ask Habib Anything, episode 10. 38 years of
I
traumatic
would do anything to watch the traveling Israel stuff.
peacemaking. Today we're going to answer a really fundamental and fascinating question that I get asked probably more than any other question. And the question has many iterations, many articulations, but it always boils down to basically the question, what the hell are Israelis thinking? Don't Israelis know what the rest of the world sees, what the rest of the world, or at least the Western world, knows? What's the Palestinian future? What do they think is going to happen in the West Bank? Or Gaza obviously is now, this question's become very intense because there's this war and there's a lot of human suffering and trauma, and it's on everybody's news feeds. But even setting aside this
guy, by the way, is like a Times of Israel journalist. He's like a senior analyst for the Times of Israel. He also does lectures, and he's an interesting guy. I don't know.
Or this
yes,
moment,
he's very
or
soft-spoken.
previous specific wars, which pique interest, right? Which drive intense looking at this conflict. What do Israelis
He's the guy
actually...
who had that debate with, he had that interview with Ryan Grimm, and the video was titled like Ryan Grimm presses Israeli journalist, and Ryan Grimm just was like not pressing in the slightest and getting like slightly mogged very calmly by every question.
actually want? What do they want from the future for themselves? And of course, they owe these answers to Palestinians. That's what we're going to answer today. What the hell are Israelis thinking?
No, this is not you.
Really fundamental caveat that goes to the heart of what we're going to do.
Not all
This
Jews
is
look
not
the
going to
same.
be the objective historical truth. I don't know the comprehensive objective historical truth. If I did, I would tell you, and I would also invest in the stock market because I'd probably have a good sense of what the future holds. This is going to be something that I think is a little bit more useful which is what do most Israeli Jews, the mainstream of Israeli Jews, think is happening to them, think has happened to them, and how does it shape their expectations of the future and their responses to future events? That's what we're going to talk about today. And the caveat is there are other narratives. There are people to the right of the Israeli mainstream Jewish narrative among the Jews who will have, I will talk about the disengagement from Gaza briefly, well, they will have experienced that very differently. There are people to the left who have very different thoughts on moral culpability, on the responsibility, on who's responsible for what happening in the West Bank or for the Second Intifada, etc. I'm not going to represent that narrative, but it is a legitimate, serious, thoughtful narrative. So there are all these different narratives among the Jews, and there are, of course, many, many different narratives among the Arabs. Israeli Arabs, many of whom call themselves Palestinian Israelis, many of whom call themselves Israelis before Palestinians. There's layered identities there and many different experiences there, and they're expressed in a diverse array of political factions. Well, I'm not going to be telling their story either, or there are many different stories either, and there are among Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza a whole array of different narratives about the past, about the present, and about the future, and they have fought wars amongst themselves about these very different visions. And so it's a big, layered, complex place with many stories. We're going to cover one of them today, and it's a really useful one. And I hope that that's the justification for, the limited nature of what I'm going to tell you, which is limited by time, but it's also limited by, I think, the usefulness. It is extremely useful to know what Israeli Jews, the mainstream of Israeli Jews, which as far as I can tell, give or take roughly, I've been following this for many, many years, probably represents about 80% of Israeli Jews, going pretty deep into the political right, pretty deep into the political left, and including the vast majority of the center. What they believe, what they think happened to them. Before I tell you that story, before we dive into those weeds and hopefully come out seeing things with new eyes, I want to tell you that today's episode is sponsored by Pennyweight Prizefighter. I love that name. It's a small business dedicated to preserving the history and craftsmanship of antique and vintage fine jewelry. One of the beautiful things they have done in the post-October 7 world is to become really committed to making vintage and new Judaica jewelry available to anyone who feels compelled to honor these symbols with something in gold or in diamonds worn close to the heart. I love them. Their stuff is beautiful. I'm buying some, and you should check it out at Pennyweight Prizefighter on Instagram or pennyweightprizefighter.com. It's just the words Pennyweight Prizefighter spelled out normally.com. Thank you to them for their sponsorship. Folks, we're going to start the deep dive now. I want you to walk away from this remembering one statistic, and we're going to unpack it.
Excuse me.
And we're going to tell the story beginning with the unpacking of that statistic. And that statistic is voter turnout in 2001. We had an election 24 years ago in 2001. Before I tell you the voter turnout from that election, and don't cheat by looking it up, I want to tell you something about voter turnout ahead of that election, in the decades before that election, in the 4 decades that preceded that election. Israeli voter turnout has historically been astonishingly high and astonishingly stable. It averaged, in the 4 decades before that election, roughly 80%. 80% turnout. That's extraordinary. Outside of Scandinavian countries, unheard of. I mean, America just had voter turnout in the 50s and the low 50s. Canada, it might get into the low 60s. Trudeau's first election was this run on the polls, the highest in 30 years. I think it was 66%. So you have an extraordinarily high turnout for many, many decades, even during periods of unbelievable trauma and disruption. What happens to Israel in the 40 years that precede 2001? You have the Six-Day War. You have the War of Attrition, 69 to 71. You have the 73 War, the Yom Kippur War, which is an existential war. Most of my dad's artillery battalion on the southern Golan are wiped out, and the Syrians are down in the valley. An hour and a half drive from the sea. That felt to Israelis existential. We're a tiny country. We're conquerable very quickly. You had the 76 war in Lebanon and the 82 war in Lebanon. That would be the Litani operation. You had just event after event, war after war. You had tremendous political turmoil, turbulence, change. 77 was a wonderful change. For 29 years, the Labour Party, what is today called the Democrats, was at the time called Mapai, ruled the country. The party that founded the country didn't lose an election for 29 years. And we all knew we were a democracy. Obviously, we're a democracy. There's no question we're a democracy. But it sure helps when the party that founded the country loses the election and goes home quietly. And then we have actual evidence that we had been a democracy all along. Well, that happened in 1977. Folks, things happened to us that...
And you elected a terrorist. Yes.
We weren't a war.
So
but
democratic,
it
you
changed us
can let a
profoundly and
terrorist
forever, and
in.
we're post-traumatic to this day, generations later. For example, in 1985, we had a fiscal crisis so spectacularly huge, a monetary crisis so spectacularly huge that it was interesting. The shekel was headed to 400% inflation in a single year. And to prevent it from hitting 1,000% by year's end, the government canceled the shekel and issued a new currency. This was a time of unbelievable economic struggle and collapse. The shekel itself was only 5 years old. It had been instituted when the last currency, the lira, was canceled in 1980. And so you had 2 currency cancellations, 2 literally just devaluations of the currency in 5 years, because there had been triple-digit inflation for 8 years from the end of the 70s. Israel had been in 100%, 150, 200, 250% inflation year on year, and nobody could figure out how to end the crisis. And over that whole period, the 87 Intifada, the 95 assassination of Rabin, tremendous political turmoil and trauma, economic collapse, all the different problems that a country could possibly encounter, voter turnout, which, if you remember, is our topic, never drops below 77%. Nothing can disrupt it. Loyalty, faith in politics, faith enough to vote, or maybe the feeling that politics still is the arena for solutions to all our problems. That kind of faith that drives high voter turnout stayed very, very high. 1999 was the last election before 2001. Voter turnout was 79.5%. And then, in 2001, voter turnout collapses by 17 points to 62%. Absolutely unprecedented. In the short lifespan of the Barak government from 99 to 2001, something happens to Israeli politics that is more disruptive, more traumatic, more dramatic than everything that had come before, all the wars and the economic crises. It isn't just that the turnout dropped. From 2001, Israeli voters have seemed a lot more unmoored from the old ways of thinking politically and feeling politically, from the old loyalties. So, for example, we had a political party called Kadima that went into the 2013 election with, I believe, 28 seats and came out of it with 2 seats. It collapsed. It evaporated. For example, we had a party called Likud. You might have heard of it. It's the current ruling party of Israel, led by a guy named Benjamin Netanyahu. You might have heard of him. He's the current prime minister of Israel. Well, Likud won 38 seats in the 2003 election and then 12 in the 2006 election. These are wild swings that had never happened before. Roughly since the 2015 election, or maybe the 2019 election, politics have organized themselves around yes or no to Netanyahu. Not specifically the man, although for some it is about the man, but the religious right coalition that he built around himself and has managed to hold on to loyally throughout repeat elections and throughout a pretty long-running political crisis. What happens when Netanyahu steps aside? What happens when Netanyahu passes, if he passes away in office? He's in his 70s. What happens to Israeli politics, to the structure of Israeli politics? And the simple answer is nobody knows. Profound things seem unstable. Fundamental pillars of Israeli politics are no longer really pillars. Everything seems to be floating on clouds, castles built on clouds. And that's happened since 2001. It's important to make a caveat about the 2001.
Okay, if your handle is Sei on YouTube, SEYI, I can't find you on the banned list, sorry. And I've gone through it all now. Yeah, you must have a different name. Sorry, rip. Making you account. Fucked. Cooked. Little gup. Little pup.
Election, which is some part of the collapse had to do with a different way of voting. Voting rules had changed in 1992. After the 92 election, the Knesset actually passed a change to how Israelis vote. Instead of one ballot given in at the ballot box for a political party, the ballots became double. So you would put in a ballot for a political party and a direct ballot for the identity of the prime minister. After the 2001 election, sometime around 2003, the Knesset changes back to a direct election. I don't think the 17-point collapse is just the direct election. There was an unusual thing in the 2001 election that it was a prime ministerial election without a parliamentary election. But I don't think that's the 17-point collapse, and I'll tell you why. Because the next election in 2003 was a parliamentary election as well, and it was still collapsed. Those voters didn't come back. It went from 62 back up to 64.5, 65, and then the next election after that in 2006, it was down to 63 again. Something broke more fundamental than the methodology of voting, because the methodology had been there since the 90s and had just come back to the old ways and was still broken. And I want to talk about what broke. What broke between 1999 and 2001? And the answer, of course, is the Second Intifada. You want to understand the Israeli response to October 7. You have to understand the Second Intifada. You have to understand the Israeli experience of the Second Intifada. And to understand that, you have to understand the first. What was the First Intifada? Let's dive into it. On December 8, 1987, an Israeli military truck hits a Palestinian car in the Gaza Strip, in the Jabalia refugee camp, and 4 people in that Palestinian car are killed. It was a car accident, but an Israeli had been killed in an attack a few days earlier, and Palestinians were convinced this was some kind of retaliation. And that incident, that deadly car...
People put a lot on this, like, fucking vehicle collision, like the car ramming, but it's not really, like, that was just like a trigger of a bunch of building up tensions. I don't think it really matters all that much that the ramming was most likely an accident. Yeah.
Accident sparked the beginning of riots and protests throughout the cities and towns of Gaza that very quickly spread to all the Palestinian population centers in the West Bank. December 1987 marks the beginning of the First Intifada. Now, folks, our soldiers, unlike American soldiers, unlike British soldiers, unlike Australian soldiers, when they deploy to war, they don't go to the other side of the world. They get on a bus ride, and they ride that bus for an hour, and they're at the war. Those soldiers go home on the weekends. And our soldiers went home that first weekend of the First Intifada. The First Intifada was many things. It was many things over about 5 years. It was straight-up terror attacks in the sort of classic FBI definition of what a terror attack is. 200 Israelis were killed. It was raids and reprisals and rock throwing and mass riots and protests and organizing and many, many different phenomena. There was an Israeli attempt to suppress it by Yitzhak Rabin as defense minister. Many, many things, and bookshelves have been written about it. But there's one piece of the First Intifada that I think to this day, implicitly, maybe even subconsciously, is etched on the Israelis' memory in the Israeli psyche. And that is what we call the children of the stones. Or that's rather the name the Palestinians give that. If you're a school child in the city of Jenin, let's say, in the northern West Bank, and you're walking home from school in 1987, who's running traffic at the traffic circle? Who's the literal person running traffic? And the answer is an Israeli infantryman. The Israeli army was deeply embedded in the Palestinian civilian population. There was barely a municipality, and there was certainly no Palestinian security force or police. And that had been your whole life if you're that school child. By 1987, the military rule in the West Bank and Gaza is already 20 years old. The uprising was about, or the intifada, which means uprising, was about, it was sparked by that car accident. That wasn't the reason. The reason was 20 years of military rule. One of the extraordinary features of the first intifada was that it really was bottom up. There were some organizing elites, labor unions, student groups, things like that, but it didn't need them. It really was bottom up. It began before even local organizing elites got involved. And it certainly began before the ideological factions got involved. Fatah and the PLO and Hamas was actually founded in December 1987 in response. It was the Gazan branch of the Muslim Brotherhood of Egypt, and it organized into a proper group in this moment, in response, is an attempt almost to begin to lead and shape this organic bottom-up grassroots uprising. The Israelis experienced the first intifada as many things. But when those soldiers came home to their literally mother's Shabbat dinner table on Friday night at home that first weekend, and their mothers turned to them and said to them, their mothers for whom these kids are the 19-year-old son, right? They're not the soldiers of the Israeli army. And they said to their sons, what the heck is going on? And their sons turned to their mothers and said, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm standing here with an M16 or a Galil rifle in front of 9-year-old boys throwing rocks. This isn't what I'm trained for. In 1987, the Israeli infantry is still training to take the fortifications that dot the road to Damascus in case there's another 1973-style invasion. What am I supposed to do with 9-year-old boys throwing rocks? Folks, the first intifada of 1987, very quickly, and I'm cartoonishly simplifying and trying to run through the history because we have a lot of history to go through very fast, very quickly created a new Israeli left. It also expanded that Israeli left. The Israeli left had a civil religion, a civic religion of socialism.
I wonder if that's going to happen now. Probably not, but it's interesting to see now in Tel Aviv where you've got like these hostage rallies. They've started bringing, I don't think they did this in the past, they've started bringing pictures of dead Gazan children to put side by side with the pictures of the hostages. So it's like bring them home, but also stop killing their civilians. So I think maybe at least a few parts of the Israeli left are starting to notice now that this war is not really, it's making a lot less sense to a lot of them, which, I agree with. And they have long passed the idea that this is still about just destroying Hamas, but, we'll see how much traction they can get. Who knows? Oh, Say, welcome. Welcome back. It's been a long loss. Oh. Okay. JR, thanks for the $13.99 Canadian. Thanks for freeing me from Embo's gay baby jail. 89 real with the 5 Australian. Hey Lorna, hope you're well. I started watching regularly after your debate with that Hamas TikToker. Any more debates with her or Chris planned? I would talk to her again if she wants to. I'm not going to talk to Chris again because he's just too much of a fucking psycho moron to take seriously. The guy just made it impossible to have a normal conversation. So I was just like, okay, let's just make him mad. Why not? That was my thought process anyway. Tough Mittens, actually $4.99. I sent a video in DMs because my Discord was not approved. It's a video that horrified me 2 years ago, and it's scary that it's gotten worse somehow. Yeah, I've got it. We'll have a look. We'll see.
For almost its entire existence, it was founded as a socialist world, a socialist movement, whether it was Mapai or the more radical Mapam, who were maybe properly communist, we could call them.
Isn't Embo timed out for his Eris comment? I gave him 24 hours because that was a bit irritating. But yeah.
What they were after the fiscal crisis of the 70s and 80s was anything but socialist. There were very few hardcore believing socialists. I mean, there was still a discourse, there was still a language, the vocabulary, it was still a moral vocabulary, but it wasn't a policy, and it wasn't a very convincing civic religion. And so if in 1985 the left essentially loses that civic religion of socialism, it's a little bit adrift ideologically. And that's when the first intifada begins and seems to hand the Israeli political left, when it's half the population, a new civic religion, a new principle. It read the Palestinians as saying it believed in suppressing, it opposed the terror attacks, it thought Arafat and others were, mass murderers because they were mass murderers and airplane hijackers, etc. But there was still in the first intifada a sense of a grassroots uprising and outcry to something Israel was doing wrong. And that's something that Israel was doing wrong. That military
Not only was it like a grassroots uprising, they also, once they were able to push the IDF out of certain communities, they used that opportunity to build like parallel institutions. They started their own sort of town hall equivalents and decided on policy without the IDF there, and they took control of schools that were still related to the occupation and all that kind of shit. So yeah, they actually did quite a lot. Like the whole idea with the grassroots movement of the first Intifada was a way of saying like, yes, we can govern ourselves. Like, fuck off. But hello, Mr. Downer. What can I do for you?
Hello. So I'm actually willing to contend the claim that the First Intifada was some sort of grassroots movement that had minimal involvement or even disownment of the political parties involved with it, like Fatah especially.
To begin with, no?
By
Or with Fatah, it
Even to
wasn't like
begin
a
with.
because with Fatah you had the local people, and then you also had the ones in Tunisia, right? Like so the ones who were, the
I
local
mean,
ones
if you
were
want to
involved,
make
right?
such an arbitrary distinction, you can make it.
It's not
Like,
arbitrary.
there
The
are
leadership was in a
some
fucking
letters where
different
they had-
country. Like,
I mean, yes, but they were the same. They were the same organization with the same goals and the same methods that had the same funding and the same leadership by all practical measures.
sorry, during the first
Like-
Intifada, were the people at home not actually at this time quite critical of the leadership in Tunisia?
Yes, but that's the thing with Fatah. They were all very critical of themselves. They were very self-critical. Like even the ones in Tunisia were very self-critical. And the ones
Okay.
in Lebanon were extremely self-critical. That's not really saying much. Because like if you want to go by the timeline, basically there were a bunch of mayors by the time the IDF occupied the region. And most of them were loyalists to the Jordanian government, but they also involved the people from other parties. And maybe you know about this, but eventually what Israel did is they at first wanted to keep the mayors themselves there because they didn't want to they wanted to keep them as some sort of a channel with the Jordanian government, and the Jordanian government was the one actually paying for the civil services and the mayors and everything that was happening there, despite it being under occupation still. So they kept them there for a while, but then there were some frictions and they just kicked them out and made some elections. And in those elections, the ones who won were the people promoted by Fatah. So it wasn't really a grassroots. They were already voted into the government. And when it started, there was organization with the Fatah itself. Like the one who I believe was responsible for it was Khalil Wazir, who was in Tunisia at the time. And
Okay.
he was assassinated by the IDF shortly after, I believe. I think it was
Yeah.
contended. Some people claimed it was Abu Nidal organizations, while others claimed it was the IDF. So, like, he was very involved. He made the fundings. He organized them. He did everything that was fundamental to the founding. You talked earlier about the town hall and civil institutions that were established there and how they were expelled from certain localities. That was Fatah. They sent those I forgot what was their names, like the village guards and resistance. They were the ones who established them there. They have been establishing them for decades.
Yeah, I don't.
Since the occupation started.
My claim
And
isn't.
also like the civil institutions you were referring to. Jordan made this engagement from the West Bank in 1988. They stopped the Jordanian government didn't pay that much for the Palestinian territories at the time. The ones who were funding them, they were Fatah. The ones who were organizing them, they were Fatah. So yeah, it was kind of their thing to try to promote it as some sort of like a civil grassroots organization, and Fatah just came along at the end, take all the credit and fucked it up is simply unhistorical.
Yeah, so I'm not contending that it was Fatah who were involved. I'm saying when I say grassroots, or maybe I should have a better word, I'm just saying that it was done like initially, and for quite a while, it was done without like coordination or like direction from the leadership in Tunisia. Like they did it kind of like without the leadership's, like they didn't need to ask Arafat's approval or anything like that. Like they went without that.
That's just wrong. They were very much from day one in accords with the leadership in Tunisia. Like, who do you think organized and funded them? Like, yeah.
So you're telling me the first Intifada, they had Arafat's say so from day one?
Well, actually, it's a bit controversial at this point because Arafat himself was like on the ropes there. There were many political figures that had some sort of like different views and different directions they wanted to go in. The one who was most instrumental for it was Khalil Wazir.
Yeah.
I sent you his look, I sent you his book, I believe, earlier, but you didn't read it. It's a great book.
Okay. So,
yeah, so like I very much contend this claim. I don't know where it came from and what's the point of it, because it's just wrong and unfounded.
I think it's mostly people say it to emphasize the separation of the leadership from Arafat, like, which I think is true, but yeah, maybe
I
people
mean, it's
exaggerate.
true. Like,
it to
if
the
you
other
want
way
to pretend
direction
that
too
Fatah
much.
as a whole was Arafat, then yeah, it was separate from him. They were very, very factions within it itself, and the leadership didn't agree on anything. But that's Fatah since day one. They never had this unified big daddy figure that directed them all, and this is just not how it operated.
Okay.
Like, since day one, they were a very decentralized organization. Even if you look at the times of al-Shagiri, like before Arafat was elected, like it never had some sort of consensus or accords or centralized organization. This is not how it operates. So to claim that because it wasn't centralized, it wasn't Fatah, is just missing the entire point of Fatah itself as an organization.
Okay.
So yeah, that's my point. I just wanted to go on a little tangent there. And also, you fucking retard really need to read Khalid Wazir's books. It's brilliant, and it explains many things you were often yapping about never bothered actually researching.
Wow.
Read that shit.
Soy.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Rule over a population that does not have citizenship in the country that ruled them. That was something that had to be solved, and that could be solved. The conditions seemed ripe. If you ask Yitzhak Rabin, the leader of the Labor Party, going into the 1992 election, thinking about these things, about how you learned the lessons of the First Intifada that had been raging for 5 years, that he himself as defense minister had tried to suppress but failed. If you ask him what the conditions were that maybe suggested that there would be room for peace, one of the things he would have told you was the fall of the Soviet Union. The fact that the PLO had been driven from Jordan and then from Lebanon and then had lost the Soviet support and was sitting in Tunisia, weakened, and therefore may be willing to truly begin a serious compromise process. Maybe not. Rabin was always skeptical. But there were geopolitical reasons, power reasons, good, hard, realistic reasons to think that maybe, now that we see that actual military rule over another civilian population is unsustainable, isn't right, maybe it can actually be solved. America was there as a negotiator. It was pressuring the Israelis. It sent the Israelis to the Madrid talks of 1991, the Likud government of Shamir. But America of Democrats, America of Republicans would in any case back up Israel, support Israel, and help Israel through this process. So maybe it was the time to do it. Rabin is elected in 1992 by a left that is eager, and even passionately eager, and even talking about it in a sense of a civic religion, to find that peace. He goes
how much Mahmoud Abbas paid Sundowner for that take. Oh, thanks for the 35.90 shekels. Here's a strong currency for you. Listen, if the shekel is on the rise compared to the dollar, that's basically $35, isn't it? Huge, huge fat.
Oslo with Yasser Arafat, the Palestinian leader, and they reach the first Oslo Agreement, which is a declaration of principles.
What a sight on the 13th of September, 1993, when then Prime Minister of Israel, Yitzhak Rabin, with then President of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, signed the Oslo Agreement with US President Bill Clinton.
Today, with all our hearts and all our souls, we bid them shalom.
By 1995, they actually agreed to something much more significant, which we call Oslo II, which is essentially a treaty. It establishes a Palestinian authority. It divides the West Bank into a staged formation of what was expected to become a Palestinian state. There's Area A, B, C. Area C is going to be part of that state, but in stages. That was the thinking. The idea was that within the year, the negotiations would start on the really hard things: refugees, borders, religious sites, holy sites, all the stuff that's really actually very difficult and painful. There was an agreement that there would be a 5-year window, that by the year 2000, roughly, these things would be decided and there would be a final peace.
Here we stand before you, men who fate and history have sent on a mission of peace, to end once and for all 100 years of bloodshed. Our dream.
And then in November of 1995,
Never actually heard him speak
just to run
before.
really quickly through this, Rabin is assassinated by an Israeli Jew opposed to the peace process. After the Knesset has already voted to ratify Oslo II and the thing is already in place, he is killed. Now, the left had already been shrinking in the polls. There was a lot of skepticism about Oslo by 1995. Rabin's death actually improved the left's standing in the polls. And his death triggered an election, as the death of an Israeli prime minister usually does. And as the country goes to the 1996 election, the left looks like it's going to win. In fact, it wins in just about every poll. And then in the week before the election, there are suicide bombings by Hamas, this Hamas that had been founded barely 8 years earlier. Those suicide bombings tilt the electorate to the right, not by a lot, but by enough. And Benjamin Netanyahu, a young guy, newly installed as head of Likud, wins that election.
Isn't this like a really narrow victory that Netanyahu wins, or is that 96? I think, yeah, 96. Yeah. Obviously, it wouldn't be 2001 because that was Sharon. Yeah. Fucking Trump ass margins. 1.5 million votes to 1,471,000. Cringe.
By just 30,000 votes, the narrowest margin in the history of an Israeli election. Over the next 3 years, 1996 to 1999, Netanyahu will essentially implement most of Rabin's commitments. He doesn't really advance the peace process. He signs the 98 White River Memorandum, the last thing Palestinians and Israelis have signed together. But he does pull the Israeli army out of Hebron and Jericho and the cities and towns of Gaza. A Palestinian Authority takes hold and builds out a security services and municipal apparatuses and essentially a government based on
Hamas started suicide bombing in reaction to the Cave of Patriarchs massacre. No, they had done suicide bombings before that. They escalated them massively after the Cave of the Patriarchs. Yeah.
Ramallah. And then Netanyahu's government falls in 1999, and a new leader of the left, like Rabin, a former chief of staff of the army,
buddy.
a guy named Ehud Barak, comes to power.
I just saw you say something. I thought it was Hamas started targeting civilians way more after the massacre in the Cave of Patriarchs.
I think so. Yeah, because I think their first
Like
suicide
they
bombing
used
was
to
like
do suicide bombing and everything before, but they used to not strictly, but mainly target like soldiers and checkpoints and like non-civilian targets. Right?
We can go through a few of them. I did.
I think we already have. I think we had the same exact conversation like a couple months back.
Yeah, because it's the Mehola Junction and the Beit El Car bomb. Was this? I don't know anything about this car bomb though. What was this one?
Let me shut off Oblivion because it's loud.
Where was this one through the 93? Because this was the one that was botched, right? Because it killed a Palestinian worker and the bomber because it exploded up the way, not sideways.
Prematurely, yeah.
What a
it exploded. Wait, if they placed it like sideways instead of the way they placed it, would it changed the trajectory of the explosion?
Well, it was in a car, so yeah, it was. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I wanted you to answer a question like Hassan would.
It was in a car, and I think they drove between two buses. I think one bus had soldiers in it, the other bus had civilians in it, and that was in '93. When was
and the massacre was in 91?
94, no?
When was the? Hold on.
Wait. Cave of Patriarchs massacre. I thought it was
1994.
94 February. Yeah. So after so there are a couple of Hamas suicide bombings in 93, but then it's only after it's April when the next one is, which is after the Goldstein massacre, and that's when they do a lot. Yeah. Like 1994 they do in the second half of the year they do like 5.
Let me check. Mass attacks in 90. Like, what year did Hamas get founded? 1982?
87.
87. Is that like, because there's like Wikipedia pages where it just lists all the attacks. Like, what groups does Hamas not have one?
What?
Hamas operated. You know how there's other groups where all their attacks are listed by date and like what the attack was and where it was. Does Hamas not have a page like that?
I think it's just all of them together on Wikipedia. But you can see who claimed responsibility on the side.
Like usually a lot easier to. Does it not have a fucking table to make shit easier? Damn it.
It does, yeah. If you go on the wiki, there's a table, yeah.
I'm scrolling. I've been scrolling. Holy fuck, they have a long Wikipedia page. No, can you send me the link? Because I haven't seen. I don't see. Oh, maybe I have to go to the Qassam Brigade's military wing.
No.
Oh, Well, this is list of Palestinian suicide attacks. Okay.
Yeah, but they'll tell you in the
then-
notes like who claimed responsibility. I don't know anything about this
Yeah.
Beit El Car bomb, but I know that the Mehola Junction, this was when a Hamas guy, as long with Islamic Jihad, it was a joint operation, went in between two buses, blew a car up, but it was botched, so it only killed like one civilian.
Do you notice?
Right?
Do you notice how these? Well, here, I guess it depends if you call like settlers civilians or if it's justified to attack them or not. Because junction is usually a checkpoint, but it's a checkpoint into a settlement.
Where was it?
First one is Mehola Junction, and the second one was near Beit El.
Where's
which is
Mehola
both
Junction? Oh, it's in the West Bank. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, both of them are in the West Bank, and then
The ones that
and
when's
then
the first
after
one in Israel proper?
1944, and then after the Brahimi Mosque massacre, it started becoming a proper Israel where they just started going in.
Oh yeah, because there's a Fula.
covers.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think-
Fula, Hadera, Tel Aviv, Netzarim. Wait, Netzarim is in. Wait, see, I was confused for a second because Netzarim wasn't in the West Bank. It's in the Gaza Strip.
Mhm.
Okay, and then Jerusalem, Beit Lid.
Hadera, that's in Israel, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's Hadera is in Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, after like the massacre, they started doing attacks in proper Israel.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder. Like, I don't want to give any credibility to them, or like, not credibility. What is the word?
Charity?
I don't know the word.
I know what you're
Charity
saying.
to
You're
them, yeah.
saying that because I think Yassine spoke about this. That's what that attacks on Israeli civilians was debated within Hamas during that time. But after the Goldstein massacre was when Yassine decided that they would just target Israelis anywhere. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. 'Cause he's quoted
Because that's
saying
what
that.
I was wondering about. Like, did they just not have the capabilities before that? But it does. It's like really weird for the date right after the massacre.
No, I think their
They
capabilities were
suddenly-
about the same because like they only had one bomb maker for ages, right? Yeah.
yeah, the engineer, right?
Yeah. That's what they called him, the engineer.
The engineer, just like your favorite show.
Yeah.
El Fahid.
Yeah.
The Panther. Is that what they call them?
Yeah,
the
the El
Panther.
Fahid, yeah.
The fucking stupid nickname.
There's also the guy called the Jew, right? Because everyone thinks he looks like a Jew.
The Jew?
Yeah, there's
I
a
don't remember that
character
one.
who's like a Hamas dude, but they call him the Jew because he looks Jewish. He's got like a couple of piercings and tattoos, and he's like quite white.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, that's a great line. They
They
just
were-
say we call him the Jew because he looks like a Jew.
We call him the Jew because he looks like a Jew, as if we don't all look like the fucking same.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, but yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. It was just like, because as far as I'm aware, they mainly. But is that it? I swear to God, Hamas did a lot more attacks than just 2 before the massacre.
No, yeah, they would have done the stabbings and like grenades and
Well,
like,
these are
shooting
suicide
people.
attacks.
Yeah, but these are suicide attacks. Yeah.
That's why I was asking about like a table about all their attacks. You know, so like you could know which ones were carried out against civilians.
No, I think I need to look more into this, but I'm pretty sure in the 20th century, for most of it, I think suicide bombing and suicide attacks were more of like a lefty thing than an Islamist thing. That kind of changed over near the end of the century.
Suicide bombing, yeah.
Yeah, like suicide attacks
I-
were done by
there's
like
still-
it was like Arab, like pan-Arab lefty socialist kind of people that would do
Yeah,
it.
that's
before,
the
yeah.
thing. It's like it was still debated for a long time, and they somehow gaslit themselves into some parts of the Arab world. They gaslit themselves into saying it's okay to blow yourself up, like you're still called a shaheed if you do. But in reality, like if you ask like a sheikh without any context, he would tell you, no, you're not a shaheed. Like, but if you give the context of Palestinians, they're like, oh yeah, they're shaheeds. So they gaslight themselves into saying the Palestinian terrorists who like blow shit up and themselves up with it are shaheed, just because that's the notion in the Arab world that you cannot criticize Palestinians for how they resist.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Nice one. All right. I want to watch this video about traumatic peacemaking.
Also,
Huh?
it's Dr. Goldstein.
Oh yeah, don't forget good doctor. Thank you very much. You see that? You see he was fucking chumming around with Ben Gvir in America.
Flesher?
Yeah, doing translations for him and shit.
For fuck's sake, bro. I had an interesting conversation with a like a customer, like a Jewish guy that has a warehouse in my town, and when he started talking about politics, the first fucking sentence to me as an Arab was like, "You know, Ben Gvir doesn't want war." Like that, I was like, I don't know where this is going. This is going, but like, turns out the guy was just like saying, "Fuck all politicians. They all just want money."
Interesting.
Yeah, it started really bad, and then he ended very mild.
It's funny because I about Likud people, like, you could maybe say that about them, that if they could just be like self-serving, corrupt fucking millionaires without any war, they'd probably prefer that life. But like Ben Gvir is probably one of the exceptions to that rule. I think he actually does want the war. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I think it makes him happy.
Like, I was like, I don't know about Ben Gvir, but you know, Netanyahu and them, yeah, sure. I could say they probably want status and they want money and whatnot, but fucking Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they have an ideological goal. Yeah. Anyway, enjoy your analysis by American journalists, or not American, Israeli journalists. Bye bye.
Take care about it. Bye bye.
Power. He wins that election, and Rabin had never committed publicly and earnestly and explicitly to full Palestinian statehood. Barak is not, you know, these are people in the middle of a negotiation, but Barak talks about it much, much more clearly. It's much more clear that that's the direction. Under Bill Clinton's guidance and pressure, that's clearly where things are headed, and that's where Barak thinks they're headed. And Barak goes to Camp David. Now, it is between different negotiating sessions at Camp David that the second Intifada begins. There are a couple of rounds.
Man, what a fucking clown show. Look at this. So like fucking Ehud Barak trying to nudge Arafat into the building. Why is he in a military uniform? It's so
negotiating
weird,
sessions at Camp David that the second Intifada begins. There are a couple of rounds. They're not so successful, although the leaks to Israeli press reveal that there's a lot of stuff happening. For example, Israelis read in their newspapers that Arafat and Barak are negotiating shared sovereignty on the Temple Mount. That's an astonishing thing. If you're a Middle Easterner and someone comes to you and says, two tribes agree to share the holiest anchor of their identity in the Middle East, you would either laugh or fall off your chair. But that was part of the negotiation at Camp David.
A couple of goofballs.
And it made the Israeli front pages of the newspapers. So Barak and Arafat and Clinton are negotiating. And in the middle of that peace process, after the establishment of the Palestinian Authority and really the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces within the previous 2 years, and the takeover of all Palestinian population centers by Palestinian security forces, Palestinian police, a Palestinian authority that is, as everybody understands, set on a track of becoming a state. That's when the second Intifada begins. There are many narratives about what started the second Intifada. For example, the official Palestinian narrative is that Ariel Sharon, leader of Likud, the opposition leader in Israel, went to visit the Temple Mount. Sharon is a very controversial and hated figure among Palestinians. The Sabra and Shatila massacre in Lebanon, look it up. Sharon didn't carry it out, but even Israeli government committee concluded that he had been responsible for preventing it and failed. Sharon visits the Temple Mount, and that sparks riots in Jerusalem, and that is the beginning of the second Intifada.
So it's not the best summary of it. Like, to say that he was responsible for preventing it and failed. No, he was responsible for it starting as well. It was his idea. He said there were 2,000 terrorists in Sabra and Shatila with apparently fuck all evidence. And he also told the government that he wasn't worried about the Phalangists doing anything outside of the Geneva Conventions. And meanwhile, he's telling other people within his fucking ranks that actually these Phalangists are fucked. They're out for blood. These guys are fuming. Like, yeah, so he just, he lied, bro. There are so many moments in like IP history where I'm just like, what the fuck was this person thinking? Like, the record can give you a bit of conjecture. Like, you can probably assume that Sharon did just want to like deliver a final blow to the Palestinians in Lebanon to make sure that the PLO didn't come back again, or to maybe even help push them out, maybe send them to Syria, or I don't know. But with people like Sharon, like what the fuck was he actually expecting to achieve from that decision in Sabra Shatila? And the same with Arafat, because people try to fill in the blanks. There's a lot of God of the gaps, but like, realistically, any honest actor from the peace process, say like Shlomo Ben-Ami or something, like no one has any idea what Arafat actually wanted from the peace process, like what he wanted instead of the Clinton parameters or Camp David, because he just didn't say. Like, when people try to say that he actually wanted the second Intifada to boost his negotiating position, well, like, we know that there's no evidence of him planning it or starting it, but Like, did he really, like, what was he hoping to get from it? Because we know he didn't try to stop it. He didn't make no effort for that. But at the end of the day, it's all just guesswork because his behavior was just so erratic and unexplainable. Like, yeah. But we'll probably never know, you know? Hello, Wiz. How's it going?
There are many other Palestinian explanations for why it started, and we can get into them. The Second Intifada was a wave of 140 suicide bombings over almost 3 years, many of them targeting children, like the Dolphinarium bombing in 2001 in Tel Aviv, which was a nightclub without alcohol. It was a nightclub for teenagers. A bomber steps
And
into
incoming, everyone going to tell us what's what about what Arafat actually wanted. Let's go.
line into the nightclub and detonates a shrapnel belt that kills 24 kids. That building would stand for the next almost 17 years on the Tel Aviv beach, on the waterfront, the most expensive piece of real estate in Israel. Nobody could reopen
I
it.
know.
No business
I
could
know
open
what
it. It was a
Arafat was
haunted
thinking.
house on the Tel Aviv
I'm
beach.
going to answer this enigma of history. Me, a chatter. Know your fucking placement. Jesus Christ. Also, don't worry about the unbanned people, okay? They're fine. How did they know so quickly? How did the people who are unbanned learn so quickly that they were coming in? Fucking Ogre Boy and shit. Is he just a regular viewer? Did he get the word? What? It's fine, though. His contributions are fine. He's just whining about Sev bringing up Hassan. That's all it is, you know? I didn't even unban everyone. I left a lot of the fucking crazy ones out, but
beach until the city finally bulldozed it. A 7:30 a.m. City bus in Jerusalem blowing up was partly a school bus. When I was growing up as a kid in Jerusalem, I took the city bus to school. Folks, those bombings are a radically different experience. The Palestinians named these things. They named the first one an intifada, an uprising. They named the second one an intifada, an uprising. But in the experience of Israeli Jews, these were opposite things. I'm specifically right now talking about Israeli Jews on the left, who concluded from the first intifada that military rule had to end and supported the peace process because of it. Well, the second intifada seemed to be the opposite of the first. What do I mean by that? It is extremely difficult to build the bombs that those bombers carried. You don't build them off a YouTube video. They're shrapnel belts, some of them timed, some of them connected to phones. They're explosions that are built to explode in a certain way to maximize the effect of the shrapnel. You need engineers. You need experts trained. You need laboratories. You need supplies. You need equipment. You need bank accounts.
you need a
supply
guy
chain. It's incredibly difficult to
recruiting
recruit a
them.
suicide bomber.
Hey,
There's some pretty good academic research on this. Suicide bombers are not generally the poorest of the poor. They're not desperate. Suicide terrorism almost always requires really educated, committed people, middle-class people, people convinced that the redemption of the world is at stake or the redemption of their nation is at stake. Not all suicide bombers are Muslim in the 20th century. They're Marxist ones. And
actually, no, I saw a thread about HTS and was reliving some stuff. Short story long. I saw my name come up in your VODs about banning me. Was seeing if I was still banned, not a normal viewer. Oh, yeah. What's the consensus now? Do we still think Jelani was collaborating directly with Israel, or has that been watered down a bit? Oh, God.
various others. But all suicide
Good
bombers,
memes.
essentially
Good memes,
all
Sam.
suicide bombers, share the characteristic that the redemption is at stake. They think it is a righteous thing. Think of the 9/11 hijackers. And they're educated by and large, and they are middle class. And they're capable of being taught that this is necessary, that killing yourself while killing other people's children is a redemptive act, even if it feels bad. Well, that also means that to recruit, let's say 1,000 suicide bombers, 140 end up blowing up in Israeli cities. I don't know how many set out or how many planned. But let's say you've recruited 1,000. To recruit 1,000, you need to be told that this is that your act of murder is a redemptive act by someone you believe, someone with the social capital, someone with a position, with the gravitas, with the authenticity, for you to believe them. Your imam, your community, your neighborhood. Hamas had actual martyrdom classes in mosques to recruit these bombers. The bombers of the Second Intifada have things named for them in Palestinian cities and towns, soccer fields and streets and schools. All of that comes to say a very simple point. The First Intifada was bottom up. The Second Intifada was top down. You don't launch 140 suicide bombers into the enemy cities. Bottom up, grassroots. That's top down. The ideological factions, parts of Fatah, Hamas, they created mechanisms for guerrilla war and then launched that guerrilla war in the fall of 2000.
Now, if you're going to say the First Intifada was bottom up, then the second Intifada wasn't started by Arafat. It was started by other elements of Fatah and Hamas. Mainly, I think the Tanzim was a big group part of it with Marwan Barghouti. But again, that was like those guys were the ones who were preparing all the way throughout the 90s by assembling weaponry and training people, and that's why Arafat had this kind of like revolving door system where he would like arrest terrorists and then they'd get released shortly afterwards. But oh yeah, I'm wondering how he's delineating the first Intifada from the second in terms of grassroots. The second Intifada was obviously a lot more organized, but I wonder if that's just because the space, but this is what like some right-wingers say, is like the space that was given to them with Area A especially, and to a lesser degree Area B, was what gave people the room to, it made it much easier to smuggle weapons in, or it made it much easier to what was the question? It made it much easier to like have entire streets lined with fucking suicide bombing factories. Like, yeah, that you couldn't really do that with full Israeli military presence. But I don't know. Supply chains. But yeah, I thought that was more to do with Oslo than to do with top-bottom downness. Here's what it is. Find someone to love you the way that, to look at you the way that Lorna Box looks at Marwan Barghouti. Oh yeah, this guy's absolutely fucking mental. This is someone who should not be unbanned. Haha, get the fuck out. Fucking Corey. Maybe we should keep him in for the sake of balance. Will the third Intifada be middle out? How did I get unbanned? A logistical error.
In the middle of the Barak government, in what Israelis believe to be the middle of the peace negotiations. And to this day, Israelis ask a very simple question. And it's so fundamental, nobody even bothers asking it anymore. They used to ask it constantly. Now everyone just kind of knows it's there unanswered. And the question is, what the hell was the second Intifada about? What was it actually about? 140 suicide bombings that shattered the Israeli left? The Israeli left hasn't been elected since, for a very simple reason. The Israeli left used to tell a story. We rule over the Palestinians with our military. That's not sustainable. That's not moral. That's a moral debt that we owe them. And if we pay this debt, if we give them what we have to give them, because it's theirs, their independence from us, if we give them that independence, as we must, then the Israeli left promised, Rabin functionally promised, sometimes explicitly, Barak promised, they will give us in return the only thing we need from them. What's the only thing Israel needs from Palestinians in return for withdrawal, for independence? And the answer was, Bill Clinton called it peace. Rabin called it security. Most Jerusalem cab drivers I've ever talked to called it quiet. It's the same thing. We will give them their independence from us, which we owe them. And they will give us quiet and peace and security. Well, here's the thing. Remember that school kid in the first Intifada walking home from school, seeing an Israeli soldier at the crosswalk, running traffic, and then en masse throwing rocks at that soldier because they've been running their city for 20 years, somebody else's army? Quite likely that soldier didn't even speak Arabic. There were no soldiers in any Palestinian cities or towns in 2000. Who was running traffic in that same intersection in Jenin? The school kid, 13 years later, 1987 to 2000, that Palestinian school kid, because of the peace process, was now the police in that Palestinian city. What was the second Intifada about? Settlements had grown. But Israeli governments are always coalition governments. Israel is made up of many, many tribes, all rowing in different directions, exactly like Lebanon, exactly like Iraq, exactly like Syria. Israeli society is deeply Middle Eastern. By the way, half of Israeli Jews and all Israeli Arabs come from the Middle East. I don't know why it surprises people every time they discover that. Yes, the religious Zionist settlement movement was still building as much as it could get away with and struggling to and finagling and fighting politically to open that space. So wouldn't it make sense to sign a deal?
Rashid Khalidi says that conditions in the West Bank and Gaza got worse throughout the entire Oslo period. The problem with the withdrawal from places like areas A and B was that there was like a huge fucking there had to be like a big economic realignment, because a lot of the business that took place in those areas would have to stop or get rearranged. So yeah, that was true. Like the way that the Oslo process went through, places like Jerusalem as well, like a lot of economic activity was really fucked over by that.
Deal as soon as you can when it was on offer and the left had defined itself by this deal and had sacrificed for this deal and it had become the one great hope, the defining hope of the Israeli left, and it was willing to do it. And then,
but as far as after that, the reasons for the economic decline after that are much more multifaceted though. Like some of it could have been because of the Oslo process, and you've got these kind of like non-state entities in like Area A that can't really make trade relations with surrounding countries. for obvious reasons. But the other problem as well is that after the bombings in the mid 90s, say like 94, 95, 96, after those bombings and after the fights especially in the West Bank and like the late 90s, that also contributed to like work permits being cancelled and security being increased and checkpoints being strengthened, which also hurts the economy. So it wasn't just like Oslo had embedded in it like a permanent economic decline. It's like after Oslo, things that happened as well also resulted in economic contractions.
There's a space that is Palestinian, and that religious Zionist Israelis don't get to decide whether or not to found settlements there.
Like from Oslo up until the Second Intifada is basically just like an arms race between the IDF and Palestinian militants. Like that's what's happening. Like especially after the Jerusalem tunnel riots, both sides basically start gearing up for like a bigger fight. So like the Palestinian militants managed to get a lot more weapons, and like the bomb making fucking warehouses or the bomb making fucking buildings start expanding, and workshops, that was the word. And the IDF are also drawing up plans to like contingency plans for having to reoccupy parts of areas A and B. So, or area A, sorry.
All of these arguments the Palestinians deployed to explain the Second Intifada, they don't quite work. Ariel Sharon visiting the Temple Mount, and because he's so hated in September of 2000, after that visit that sparks mass riots and violence and eventually suicide bombings on a mass scale. Well, if you seriously try to tell Israelis on the left that Ariel Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount in September of 2000 is the reason the Second Intifada happened, that's much worse. That's catastrophically worse than no explanation at all for the Second Intifada. Here's why. The reason that opposition leader, Likud leader Ariel Sharon visited the Temple Mount in September of 2000 was that the prime minister from the left was at Camp David negotiating sharing the Temple Mount with the Palestinians. It was a PR stunt meant as a political message by the opposition leader. If that was enough to shatter...
Just a heads up as well. People talking about Arafat and his reputation or whatever, like as a motivator for the Second Intifada. I'll read you a little bit from Hassan Nasrallah. Yeah, if you know that book, made famous on the internet by Niqab. Remember this? That Niqab dude posing with the voice of Hezbollah and the Irish fucking balaclava. I think they were, there was a clip of them at I think it might have been Coachella or another gig where they were like, up Hamas, up Hezbollah, which is a very silly thing to say right now. Up Hezbollah, bro. It's a bit late for that. Yeah, there's a line here from Nasrallah's victory speech on May 26, 2000. So barely a few months before the Second Intifada. This is Nasrallah's overture to the Palestinian people. It was Coachella. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and this is from that book, actually. He says, "Oh, people of Palestine, the road to Palestine and your road to freedom follows the path of resistance and intifada. A serious and genuine intifada, not an intifada within the context of Oslo, nor an intifada at the service of the helpless negotiator in Stockholm, but an intifada and a resistance that accepts only the restitution of all the people's rights, as has happened in Lebanon. Lebanon refuses to allow even a small piece of its land to remain under occupation. We offer this lofty Lebanese example to our people in Palestine. You do not need tanks, strategic balance, rockets, or cannons to liberate your land. All you need are the martyrs who shook this scared and angry Zionist entity. You can regain your land, you oppressed, helpless, and besieged people of Palestine. You can force the invading Zionists to return from whence they came. Let the Falasha go back to Ethiopia, and let the Russian Jews go back to Russia. The choice is yours, and the example is clear before your eyes. The Israel that owns nuclear weapons has the strongest air force in the region, but is weaker than a spider's web." That's the that's what these guys are fucking, just so you guys know what's actually in the book, you know? So that was Nasrallah's proposal for the Second Intifada. He literally go back to Poland did them. Go back to Poland.
Was at Camp David negotiating sharing the Temple Mount with the Palestinians. It was a PR stunt meant as a political message by the opposition leader. If that was enough to shatter the whole edifice of the peace process into mass waves of suicide bombings, then what the Palestinians are explaining to the Israeli left was that they'd never had anything actually in hand. None of it had been real. It was all so fragile that the first PR stunt by the opposition leader was enough to shatter it. I should say parenthetically, there are Palestinian scholars and thinkers who give better explanations for why the Second Intifada began. For example, it began as a protest against Arafat and what had become a deeply corrupt and violent kleptocracy under Arafat. And in order to survive, in order for his regime to survive, he directed the violence toward Israel. And so there's a much more complex and layered kind of phenomenon that actually drove the escalation of the Second Intifada. There are explanations like that, and you'll hear them from serious Palestinian thinkers and intellectuals. But the Israeli political left, certainly in real time, had no inkling of any of that and wasn't hearing that explanation. And so, folks, the Second Intifada broke the Israeli left. Here was its new civic religion that had replaced socialism. It had spent 13 years doing this and doing almost nothing else. There was no other defining argument, defining political policy of the left. And it had shattered in a way so spectacular, so brutal, so utterly, phenomenally costly, that there was no coming back. The left hasn't won an election since. The 2001 election, the election where we lost 17 points, where people no longer really knew what politics was about. The guy who won that election was that opposition leader, Ariel Sharon. And he launched in the spring of 2002 the major military operation to suppress the Second Intifada. There was this particularly heinous bombing in April of 2002 called the Passover Massacre. That's what we call it to this day. At the Park Hotel in Netanya, a bomber walks into a ballroom and explodes, detonates his bomb on a group of people having a public celebration of the Passover Seder. He kills almost 30 people, most of them elderly. And Ariel Sharon declares Operation Defensive Shield. Defensive Shield was essentially an infantry invasion of cities. We had withdrawn not just the military from the Palestinian population centers, but Israel had actually withdrawn all the stuff that goes with the military into a place, the intelligence services, the intelligence gathering. And the idea was to rebuild it. And so soldiers got long lists of people to arrest and were sent into cities, and there were some running gun battles inside urban spaces. By December of 2003, it had basically worked. The Second Intifada was now petering out. That sounds strange because there's still suicide bombings, but they're much, much more far apart, right? They're much fewer. They're coming at a much slower rate. They're not 2 or 3 a week as they had been at the height of the Second Intifada in 2002. And Sharon is now very popular. And he gets up, because he's seen as having suppressed the Second Intifada, and he gets up at the Herzliya conference at the end of the year of 2003, and he announces something so astonishing. Israelis are as astonished as the rest of the world. He announces the withdrawal from Gaza. He says, essentially, I'm paraphrasing his arguments, but in that speech and in interviews, but he basically says, look, in the First Intifada, we learned that we can't rule them forever. We don't want to. It's not good for us. It's not good for them. In the Second Intifada, we learned that when we withdraw, Palestinian politics can't reciprocate that withdrawal with peace, with safety, with security, with quiet. Why? Who knows why? Dysfunction, radicalism, jihadism. Does it matter? They can't. And so we're going to withdraw exactly the way we need to withdraw for our interests and ignore them. And not be saddled with the weight of ruling them. Not have the negative aspects of ruling them fall on us and be done.
חברי הכנסת, זו שעת גורל לישראל. על הפרק, הכרעה קשה ומעטות כמוה. במידת חשיבותה
It's so weird seeing these clips. I've never actually heard these people speak.
נתנו, זו שעת גורל לישראל. על הפרק,
I would have expected Sharon to have a much more grumbly, kind of like satanic kind of voice, like demonic. But
שמעטות כמוה. במידת חשיבותה לעתיד מדינתנו באזור הזה, זהה למידת הקושי, המכאוב והמחלוקת שהיא מעוררת בקרבנו.
Fast forward to August of 2005. Sharon carries out the disengagement from Gaza.
You
in 2 weeks, pulls out every last Israeli, every last soldier, every last settler, to the last inch. For most Israelis, the disengagement was wonderful. They supported it. They loved it.
Yeah.
Sharon was more popular after than before. And they were out of Gaza. And then Sharon goes off and looks at the polls, and he realizes he's basically more popular than Likud, the Likud party he's in charge of. Likud also has some corruption scandals at that time, and Benjamin Netanyahu is back in the party leading a rebellion against Sharon. And so Sharon leaves Likud and founds a party called Kadima.
Hey man, what's the correct local pronunciation for Gaza? Is it Reza or Hazza? Actually, if I'm Australian, would you believe it's kind of neither of those?
In January of 2006, we're close to ending. In January of 2006, Sharon has a terrible, debilitating stroke, and he is completely out of commission. He's basically going to be brain dead, lying in hospital for a few more years. And he's out of commission, and we're going to the 2006 election. The 2006 election is in March. Before the election, the number 2 guy in Kadima, who now becomes number 1 when Sharon moves aside, when Sharon is incapacitated, his name is Ehud Olmert. He came over to Kadima with Sharon.
I met him.
He's a right-winger, former mayor of Jerusalem, former health minister. And Olmert is now running as head of Kadima, much less charismatic than Sharon, much less brilliant. Sharon was this brilliant military commander in previous wars, much less charismatic, much less loved. And before the election, which is at the end of March, Olmert gives multiple speeches and interviews in which he tells Israelis about his great idea. His great idea in the run-up to the 2006 election. This right-winger in this new party, established by Likud leader Ariel Sharon.
He's going to talk about the convergence plan, right? Is that what he's going to mention before the 2008? Because Olmert wanted to leave the West Bank as well, as part of something that was like initially dreamt up by Sharon, but never really followed through. But yeah, Olmert actually wanted to do a Gaza-style disengagement from the West Bank, which is why, because Sharon, when he left Gaza, when he pulled out of Gaza, he also got rid of 4 settlements in the West Bank. Which kind of laid the groundwork for what Olmert wanted. But alas, the international community said, no, you need a peace deal. Don't stop unilaterally disengaging. It's a bad idea. Because if you unilaterally disengage from these places, you end up with Hezbollah, Hamas. Yeah, it's not a good idea. You need arrangements, plans, promises.
Explains to Israelis that Sharon also wanted to pull out of most of the West Bank.
Hey.
And he says, I'm going to do that. And if you don't want me to, don't vote for me. The criticism by the right of Sharon that he hadn't run on a withdrawal from Gaza. He ran on something else, won the election, and then pulled out of Gaza. Olmert didn't want that criticism. He wanted his withdrawal from the West Bank to be legitimate. He wanted the election to be a referendum on it. And so he ran publicly announcing ahead of time that there would be a major withdrawal from the West Bank if he won. And he won. And he won. And he didn't just win. That was the election when Likud drops to 12 seats. Likud under Netanyahu, not under Sharon. Sharon didn't bring Likud to 12 seats. Sharon left and took with him huge parts of Likud. So many people were so disgusted with Likud that the Pensioners Party went to 7 seats. A brand new party that dealing with pensioners' affairs. It was just a protest vote, and it was 7 seats out of 120. So many people were so disgusted with Likud and kind of hopeful that this new center-right unilateral withdrawal party, the Gaza withdrawal party that Sharon had just founded, would succeed in the West Bank as well. I really want to dwell on this for a second. I have the opinion, I am of the belief, that the right, in the 90s, even as it was terribly afraid of the potential collapse of Oslo into rivers of blood, and it talked that way, and it said it, and Arafat had been a terrorist, and then Arafat's Fatah party had carried out many of the suicide bombings of the Second Intifada.
They did.
But that very same political right secretly wished the left had succeeded. How do I know? Because when the left collapsed, the right built out a unilateral withdrawal political world and drained Likud to do it. Most right-wing ordinary people were okay with the idea of withdrawal for peace. It just had to deliver the peace, or withdrawal was terribly unsafe. Olmert forms the government in May. The Labour Party joins him, this party that can't win elections on its own anymore after the Second Intifada. He hands them the defense ministry. That's not an accident. He wants people who want to withdraw from the West Bank to be the ones carrying out the withdrawal from the West Bank. This is all on the table, public. Google Olmert's convergence plan, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Hey, I said
Folks,
that.
Amir Peretz, head of the Labour Party's defense minister, beginning in May, and very quickly, within a month, by the end of June, Hamas in Gaza. The Olmert government, again, is a month old. Hamas in Gaza carries out what is, I think, their first tunnel operation. They dig a tunnel under the border. They pop up on the Israeli side. They kill 2 Israeli soldiers.
This is like the old IDF videos. Oh, shit. You can still go on the IDF website and look back 15 years ago at the little animations they used to make for their wars in Gaza. They were a bit more developed than this one. This is 2006, but my
what is, I think, their first tunnel operation.
Look at
this. They dig a tunnel under the...
That's the maxim. The maxim always holds true. The worse the propaganda, the better the army.
Border. They pop up on the Israeli side. They kill 2 Israeli soldiers. They kidnap a 3rd. His name is Gilad Shalit. Hamas is then spiriting Gilad Shalit back into Gaza. The Israeli army is trying to move in very quickly to rescue him. And there's a shooting war in Gaza. And on July 12, 2006, Hezbollah in the north carries out its first cross-border attack since Israel's withdrawal, or its first serious one, since Israel's withdrawal 6 years earlier. Barak, in May of 2000, while he's negotiating with Arafat at Camp David, pulls Israel out of Lebanon after 18 years in Lebanon. And Hezbollah 6 years later carries out a cross-border attack. They kill 4 Israeli soldiers. They kidnap 2. Now we know that, we would later learn that they had been killed in the battle. They took bodies. But at the time we didn't know that. And now Olmert faces a 2-front war. And it's a 2-front war with tremendous consequences for the West Bank. Because it's a 2-front war with the 2 places from which Israel had just unilaterally withdrawn. South Lebanon in 2000 and Gaza in 2005. And Olmert has a problem. And it isn't just the 2-front war, and it isn't just that he apparently had what history would judge to be a fairly incompetent chief of staff from the Air Force, not someone familiar with ground forces, which was most of what happened in Lebanon. And the war was fought poorly. Supply chain was bad. The soldiers were not trained right. And it's a war remembered by soldiers.
And there are stories about this second Lebanon war of fucking soldiers, Israeli soldiers, having to go to Lebanese shops to buy food. Like finding one dude who could speak enough Arabic to ask for fucking like how much it costs and to get fucking change and shit. Yeah. Wild. I'm guessing they would have got the money from dead soldiers or just dead civilians, I guess. But yeah.
In traumatic ways. But Olmert's problem in 2006 wasn't the fact that the military didn't seem able to deliver.
Because they didn't have supplies, you know, they were undersupplied.
His problem in 2006 was that he had just promised to pull out from the
Yes,
West Bank.
this is also, I believe, when they discovered and stole hummus and started to bring it to Israel. If you look at Sabra hummus, its foundation dates like just after the second Lebanon War. No accident, 2006.
Bank. And the West Bank is a vastly more dangerous pullout for Israel than Gaza or Lebanon. For a very simple reason. It's 16
They got the money from their salaries. What, Lebanese pounds? They didn't pay with fucking shekels, bro.
times the size of Gaza. It's the center of the country. It shrinks Israel down to 9 miles wide in the middle of the country, in the Middle East, surrounded by enemies. The West Bank are the highlands, the mountains, that overlook the coastal plain and 90% of our population. From the West Bank, using a weapon you can carry on your shoulder, like an 88mm mortar, you can shut down.
Some soldiers would buy with euros. Oh, yeah, maybe dollars. Yeah. Dollars as well, USDs. Or they wrote an IOU. Maybe they just gave them some bullets. Fuck me.
Literally on foot, you can shut down.
Damn, those dollars, they used to be worth something though, eh? Imagine a Lebanese person keeping their dollars from the Second Lebanon War. Fucked. Just use it, fucking set it on fire. Use it as kindling. Oh, this was Amir Perez, the Israeli defense minister at the time. I don't remember this meme. Yeah, that about sums him up. This about sums up the Israeli military leadership at the time of the 2006 war. Bro. This is what they had to do. All fucking caps and his binoculars. This is what they had to do. This is the level of failure they had to go through before they started to, before we got the pager attack. Do you think he's pretending to see it? Because he feels embarrassed.
The international airport and our cities, and then put down the mortar and walk away. The West Bank is too close. If the West Bank goes the way Gaza went after an Israeli withdrawal, it's not complicated. Israel has to retake it, just to reopen the country. And the enemy who would go to war against the peace process, Hamas bombing the election in 1996, Hamas and Fatah joining forces on the Second Intifada suicide bombings, the enemy who would bomb the peace, who would shatter the Israeli left, more readily than it ever attacked occupation. The ideological factions of Palestine, not the bottom-up protesters of the First Intifada, but the top-down guerrilla war of the Second. That enemy would not stop after an Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank. When Barak had pulled out of Lebanon in May of 2000, Barak told Israelis, again, I'm paraphrasing, but this was the discourse. Don't worry. Israelis had said to him, who do you think is going to take over when we leave? The Middle East is not a place today in the crisis it's going through in recent decades where a vacuum of power is filled by Jeffersonian Democrats. If you leave a vacuum of the United States withdrawal from Iraq had something to do with the rise of ISIS in Iraq. You leave a vacuum of power in today's Middle East because of the kinds of crises the Middle East is going through, of modernity and Islamic and political Islamism, and all the various collapses of state bodies and state institutions. The people who fill the vacuum are bad guys. I don't mean bad guys like they don't like me. I mean bad guys like they are the destroyers of their own societies, like ISIS. If Israel leaves South Lebanon, Barak was told, Hezbollah would take over. And it would attack because it would experience the Israeli withdrawal's weakness. And Barak's response basically was, don't worry. If they misunderstand our withdrawal for weakness, then we're going to have to restore deterrence. And that's going to be a terrible thing for us, but mostly for them. And Sharon basically had the same argument in Gaza. Israeli said to him, who do you think is going to take over Gaza when we leave? It's not going to be that tiny Palestinian faction of Democrats led by a guy with a university...
I just got back from the gym and this guy is spitting. I guess there's a thing with him. I mean, this guy is... I agree with most of what he says, but it's just like he's basically just saying unilateral withdrawal is fucked, and this is why peacemaking has kind of fucked the Israeli left. He's very quietly blaming Palestinians and Hezbollah and Hamas for like everything, but I don't know. Fuck.
Texas PhD in economics worked for the World Bank. I'm talking about Salam Fayyad. It's going to be Hamas. And Sharon based for that tiny Palestinian faction of Democrats Israeli said to him, who do you think's going to take over Gaza when we leave? It's not going to be that tiny Palestinian faction of Democrats led by a guy with a University of Texas PhD in economics who worked for the World Bank. I'm talking about Salam Fayyad. It's going to be Hamas. And Sharon basically said, again, I'm paraphrasing, don't worry. If they attack us, if they experience our withdrawal as weakness, we'll restore deterrence. And Olmert, having just won an election promising a withdrawal from the West Bank, from something like 90% of the West Bank, Olmert now has to deliver on those promises. He has to restore deterrence to show that it's possible, so that a West Bank withdrawal is still possible. And he tries. The Second Lebanon War, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, was terrible for Lebanon. Every bridge in Lebanon was destroyed. Half of Beirut lost electricity. The Air Force targeted every missile launcher that launched a missile in South Lebanon. All of them were within villages. So villages of South Lebanon were getting pummeled by the Israeli Air Force.
Not only did they target every missile launcher, they also ran out of targets at one point and found themselves basically reducing their standard to target missile launchers from by going by like circumstantial evidence or circumstantial intelligence. Like they would just kind of find themselves firing in the direction roughly of where they thought a missile had come from, and that's what resulted in the Qana massacre when an Israeli counterattack on a rocket launched. You know, they didn't find out where the rocket exactly launched for. They just kind of guessed with poor information and hit a family home and killed like 35 people. Ish. I don't know if it was exactly 35, but it was a lot, yeah.
Targeted launches. There was no Iron Dome in 2006. It was invented out of the trauma of 2006. There weren't enough bomb shelters.
Also, they were so bad at finding these rockets because they didn't really consider how much Hezbollah would weaponize the like just the nature, like the hills and the valleys and the forests at in South Lebanon, like outside of the villages, what would eventually be called the Hezbollah nature reserves. They didn't actually know that Hezbollah would be so good at digging tunnel networks and bunkers like into hilltops. Like you'd see some of the fucking videos or pictures. Maybe I can go and find some of them one day. But like one of these videos would be just a guy like crawling through bushes up a hill and then just pushing this massive piece of shrubbery away to find like this reinforced steel door to a tunnel that leads like into the hill where there would be a weapons factory or a weapons stockpile. But yeah.
Or in the north, or in Sderot in the south. All of those areas of Israel, those frontiers, were vulnerable. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis fled en masse, slept on cousins' couches, 5 people to a room, for the duration of the war, while tens of thousands of rockets fell in their cities. And Hezbollah put out these triumphant little music videos, telling Israelis in bad Google Translate Hebrew that nothing Israel did to Lebanon could ever make them stop. They're undeterrable. And I submit to you that the great tragedy for Palestinians, it didn't begin on October 7. You know how everybody likes to say it didn't begin on October 7? The Palestinians
I thought it did. I thought they were just vibing. I thought it was just two countries. It was just two countries doing their thing, playing pool. One of them got mad and launched an attack. I was disappointed.
It didn't begin on October 7, it began in 48. The Israeli side, it didn't begin on October 7, it began in 1929. Whatever, Google the dates. You can pick a lot of different dates where it began. But the Israeli sense that there is no peace to be obtained from the other side, not even for withdrawal, begins in 2000 and is solidified for the right, that part of the right, that center right that went to unilateral withdrawal because the left had failed and it had kind of wished the left had succeeded. That was 2006. Nothing that Olmert could do.
Hassan thinks it started on October 8th. You would get that impression sometimes.
Get them to stop shooting. Hezbollah does not see the destruction of Lebanon as a deterrent. Much like Hamas planned with a tunnel system, the largest in the history of warfare, 500 kilometers of tunnels in a 25-kilometer territory. Hamas engineered the destruction of Gaza. If you think the Israelis are bad people, then Hamas engineered the destruction of Gaza as a certainty. And if you think the Israelis are good people, dealing with a bad enemy or a bad situation, then Hamas hiding in those tunnels after carrying out an October 7 massacre and promising more was an atrocity against the Israelis, yes, but it was an even bigger one against Gazans. They can't be deterred by their own polity's destruction because their own polity's destruction is their fundamental strategy. They're willing to take on that destruction for the destruction of Israel. The Israeli public believed Hezbollah, that they're undeterrable. And public opinion shattered any capacity of the Olmert government by the end of the war to pull out of the West Bank. I want to say one last thing, and then there's much more to say about right now, about October 7, about how it all comes together. But that's for later episodes. In 2009, Olmert finally falls. Corruption trial, he'll go to prison for having taken bribes. And Netanyahu finally wins. He finally has his comeback after 10 years in the wilderness. And there's a headline in the foreign press that goes something like, right-wing hardliner Netanyahu reclaims power in Israel, something like that. And I remember reading it and thinking at the time, I think it was the New York Times, I thought at the time, well, that's a really big misunderstanding of what just happened. In 2009, Netanyahu didn't run on, I'm a great right-wing hardliner, you can trust me, all these lefty namby-pambies, I'm not going to do that, you can vote for me.
Namby-pambies.
He actually had a much more interesting
That's
campaign.
you guy.
And it was
That's you
essentially the
guys.
campaign that he would run right up to 2015. And it would win him consecutive elections.
Status quo.
He called it responsibility, in Hebrew, achrayut. His basic argument was, my fellow Israelis, I promise to do nothing. Nothing at all.
Hey.
I'm not going to conquer. I'm not going to withdraw. I'm not going to make peace. I'm not going to start wars. Nothing at all.
Let's go.
All our enemies will be contained and deterred. And that's it. And we stand our ground and we wait. And if they change, great. And if they don't change, fine. From Hamas's takeover of Gaza in 2007 and until October 7, roughly corresponding to the time Netanyahu has been in power, 2009, with the exception of about 18 months of the Bennett government right up to October 7, Israel's GDP per capita doubled. Israel prospered. Israel thrived. When Netanyahu stopped the experiments. No peace, no withdrawal, no war, no conquest. The experiments were over. We're stabilizing and we're waiting them out. And if it takes generations, great, time's on our side.
Just so you know, this is basically the equivalent of what Netanyahu's policy has become now as well, like in Gaza. I don't think he's genuinely stupid enough to think that Trump will follow through and allow them to, or help them, least of all, to deport 2 million Gazans. I don't think he believes that's actually going to happen. I think he just wants to keep another status quo. The status quo is that Israel just gets bogged down in Gaza and the IDF just fucking plays whack-a-mole forever, you know, until it's literally just like some Hamas dude just finds what's left of a Kalashnikov under the rubble, picks it up, and then they're, let's go operate there, and they get them, and then they leave, and it just happens again and again and again. Yeah.
That was the deep background, and the very popular deep background, to Netanyahu's policy of containment of Hamas in Gaza, and of stability, and of sending in the money, the Qatari dollars to stabilize
This
Hamas.
is doing nothing good or bad. It's bad, obviously. It's obviously bad to think you can just contain a problem and just think that it'll go away. And also, even if you're a right winger, it's interesting that you would go with. You shouldn't like it either, because if you're a right winger, you would think that like Netanyahu's approach to Hamas, especially until October 7th, was to make the same mistake that left wingers did. It was to not listen to them. You know, Hamas they never stopped saying we want to destroy Israel. Occasionally, Sinwar would say, yeah, we've got loads of tunnels. We've got booby traps everywhere. If you come in here, we're going to fuck you up and put you in the meat grinder. Also, we will attack you, and Hezbollah will join us. The Palestinians in Israel will join us. The West Bank will join us. They all said this shit. They all said this shit up to October 7th. Hamas said this constantly. They constantly said this. Even with the 2017, the fake new charter, which still says they want to destroy Israel through military means. Like, they're still going to do armed resistance. They're still not going to cede any territory. It's all Palestine, river to the sea. They still said that, and Netanyahu didn't listen to them. They said, oh no, they're just, they're pragmatists. They just want to, they'll just take a few concessions here and there, or a few work permits, and they'll just chill. If we chill, then they'll chill, and then we'll chill more, and then back and forth. Give them Qatari money. They just want to. They just want to focus on local governance. Well, left-wingers said that as well. So from both ends, and obviously from a left-wing perspective, it's horrible because he just thinks that this problem of like a lack of self-determination and statehood and all that can just kind of exist on the fucking back burner forever, and we go and make peace with fucking Saudi and the Emirates and everyone else, and nothing will happen. Well, that was a failure too. So he's really a failure from both sides. Like if you're a right-winger or a left-winger, he's like Netanyahu failed by every measure.
In Gaza. We don't want Gaza to collapse because then we have to deal with it. We don't want to deal with it. It was an extraordinarily popular. It won elections. It solidified Netanyahu as a statesman and a leader, the man who delivered us from the endless experiments. You want to understand Netanyahu's popularity in those first, let's say, 6 years? It was that he wasn't going to do anything. He stopped the doing of big things. Every time President Obama there would be some leak from the Obama White House that Netanyahu was an obstacle to moving forward with talks in 2010 or 2014, John Kerry's process. Every time that leaked, Israelis nodded in approval. Oh, good. Netanyahu's doing what we wanted from him. Folks, what do Israelis think about the Palestinians? What do they think has happened? They're terribly confused and utterly frustrated. I'm not talking about the Israeli far right. I'm talking about the center right all the way over to the quite deep left. They think they tried. Maybe they're wrong. This is the Israeli Jewish mainstream experience. There are other narratives, as I said. And you can argue that they're wrong, but you have to argue with what they think they went through, with the actual lived experience of these last 40 years. You can't just argue in sort of categorical cartoons. The Israelis believe that they tried. Their whole politics organized and reorganized around the attempt. And every attempt of withdrawal, of unilateral withdrawal, of bilateral withdrawal, of peace, of every other thing, ended in rivers of blood. In the end, the Palestinian ideological elite, even among the Israeli left, were absolutely convinced that with the Palestinian shopkeeper they can make peace. There is the deep sense that the ideological elites of the Palestinians, the Fatah, the Hamas, not all of Fatah, but enough to take a great and significant part in the Second Intifada, that ultimately they're incapable for various ideological reasons, whether because they think they're fighting the French in Algeria, they see us as the French in Algeria, whether because of a story of Islamic restoration, of all sorts of intermingled. The Palestinian mental world is deep and rich, as is any human mental world. But for whatever the reason, they simply cannot reciprocate an Israeli withdrawal with peace. If you come to the Israelis and you talk to them and you listen truly to these lived experiences, everything becomes a little more complicated. You will discover a people that is not ideologically opposed to a Palestinian state. It is simply utterly convinced. Polls tell us 90% of Israeli Jews that the first thing that the Palestinian elites, ideological factions, will do with that state is come to murder their kids once more. Blow up school buses in Jerusalem once more. Until people take seriously that Israeli experience, until people engage with it, until Palestinians engage with it, talk to it, respond to it, promise that won't happen, even just acknowledge it, the Israelis will think that that's the story.
Now you got nukes. Big fucking deal. Handle it. Yeah, no one really engages with that. It's just... Is this slopper propaganda? I don't know. I think this is a pretty fair conclusion. I don't agree with everything he said throughout, like the way he's characterized, especially a lot of things from the Palestinian perspective are a bit inaccurate, but like, yeah, it's true. Like, this is why when people always say like, oh, well, oppressor oppressed, that means that the path to peace always has to come from the Israelis. It can't, like, Palestinians don't need to do anything. They don't need to be responsible for anything. Their leaders don't need to be expected to do anything. That's kind of like probably the mainstream, like, Western left perspective on the issue. And it's just, it's retarded. This is why it's retarded. It's like, yeah, because we have actually had history of unilateral withdrawal and it always ends the same way. So, yeah.
I don't know if they can be convinced otherwise. I don't know that they're not utterly correct. This was my experience. My own brother stood in the Machane Yehuda market in Jerusalem and saw a suicide bombing blow up. They killed the daughter of the science minister in the cabinet. There's no part of Israeli society that didn't experience the Second Intifada. Even my family. Israelis are utterly confused and utterly frustrated. I don't ask you to agree with them, but I ask you to respect them. They're confused and frustrated, and they have earned that confusion and that frustration. They don't know what to do now on the Palestinian question, on the question of Palestinian independence. They don't know what to do because they know more than foreigners who sit abroad judging them, not because they know less. And that's a theme that we're going to come back to. That's true of Palestinians, that's true of Israelis. We know more than you out there in the world. That's why we're stuck. Not because, you've figured it out and we're just shallow provincials who haven't yet figured it out. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you next time.
Whoa. Not bad. It's nice hearing because every now and then we watch some of these actually the Israeli pro-Israel people, and it's like so many of them I just can't abide because they even the ones who are supposedly by Israel standards quite left-wing, people like fucking what do you call it, Einat Wilf, she's supposed to be left-wing by Israeli standards, but she's still out here talking about the problem of Palestinianism, and I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking, man? You absolute nutcase, talking about the problem is the myth of Palestinianism. What the fuck? But yeah, this guy doesn't make me want to kill myself, so yeah, and actually, yes, I've seen the thing about Palestinian perspectives on Israeli or Jewish immigration to Palestine. I've seen that. Don't worry. I've seen that. She used to be left, but she's not now. Yeah. Yeah, she's a fucking nut job, man. Can't handle it. Tone deaf. You know what she means. Yeah, I do. And that makes it worse. The fact that she's that fucking tone deaf. Because when she describes what she means by Palestinianism, she's just talking about rejectionism. But then I'm like, why would you call it Palestinianism? It's just such a retarded thing to say. It's like I want people to think I'm an extreme, like more extreme than I am. Yeah, fuck. Silly. Very silly. She's in panels with Mordecai Kadar. Yeah, well, he is something else. He's an absolute psycho. My interview with him was funny, though. He was so triggered. Brain deaf. Nice. She went on the Nice Jewish Boys podcast. Wow. Whew. Happy you liked it. Yeah, I mean, I've watched him before. I'm not a stranger to that dude. The first thing I saw of him was someone asked me to watch him talking to Ryan Grimm, and it was just very funny with him handling Ryan's dumbfuck questions. One of which was actually basically responded to by that video. I think Ryan Grimm's last question was like, why don't you just create a Palestinian state? Just create a Palestinian state. Yeah, that was a funny moment. I remember reacting to that with you guys. What is this? Why am I getting viral fucking memes from 4 years ago? Chaotic parish council Zoom meeting goes viral. You have no authority here, Jackie Weaver. What?
Hello again.
Hello again. I thought I wasn't going to get in then.
When do we plan to start?
Just during COVID.
I think we could start any moment, Chairman. I think it's perhaps helpful just to go through the same things as we went through before, which is just to encourage people to switch off their microphones, because it does reduce the background.
Can we be assured that we won't be thrown out of the meeting like we were last time?
As long as we have reasonable behaviour from everyone, no one would be excluded from the meeting.
I was thrown out of the meeting. So was Councillor Burkhill. So was Councillor Brewerton. Please let the chairman
Mrs. Weaver, please.
This is the parish council.
I will have to remove you from it.
You can't.
It's only the chairman who can remove people from a meeting. You have no authority here, Jackie Weaver. No authority at all.
She's just kicked him out. No, she's kicked him out. Don't. She's kicked him out. Don't.
This is a meeting called by two councillors.
Damn. Jackie's launching a coup. Why have I never seen this?
A chairman.
No, they can't because the vice chair's here. I take charge. Read the standing orders. Read them and understand them.
Where's the chairman?
Read the standing orders. It then reverts to me.
Where's the chairman gone?
What's a parish council? A parish council is like a local government. I think it's the lowest tier of local government. They cover things like fucking traffic planning.
Like to elect a chairman for this meeting.
You don't have to elect a chairman. There's a chairman already installed. The chairman of the council.
Councillor Burkle, we've been through this.
What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
Could I ask you to be respectful to Jackie Weaver, please?
Jackie Weaver, I find
oh no, the coup is failing.
The person
it's a counter coup. It's like fucking Syria. How many more counter coups are we going to have in the next minute and a half?
Brewerton's Zoom is being very disrespectful to everybody.
Oh, coming from you, from Birkenhead, that sounds good.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank God for that.
Can I propose John Smith, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay. My first
point is to apologise to Jackie, but welcome to Handforth.
Indeed,
Sorry.
nothing if not lively in Handforth.
Yes, but what I would say is that it was
it's very lively in
a
Handforth.
very good
Yes.
example of bullying within Cheshire East and the environs.
The chairman simply declared himself clerk and notified everybody of the case, and the remaining members, quite correctly, have refused to recognise that that position. But as Councillor Smith says, I'm afraid there's no way of stopping him calling himself clerk. Please refer to me as Britney Spears from now on.
What a fucking queen, bro. My taxpayers' money. That's England. It's not my problem. And degenerates. Just so you guys know, if you want your fucking slop, it's 4 more super chats, okay? We have to be disciplined. It's 4 more supers for the goal before we do the slop, okay? In the meantime, someone did pay me $100 to watch this fucking video about tunnels. Now, the last video we watched, I'm not going to class as propaganda, but this one definitely is, because it's from Honest Reporting. This is a propaganda video about Hamas tunnels. Wait, what the fuck? This isn't a video? Is this an interactive? Oh, shit. I don't think I can do this now. This is not for my laptop. This is too high tech. What the fuck? Yeah, we get it, dude. They got tunnels that way. They've only mapped 37 miles out of 400 miles of tunnels. The Gazan, the Huzza Metro. Fuck. Is that Ryan Grimm reaction video a video or just a VOD? It'll just be in the VOD. I didn't do it on segment. Okay, see that? They got tunnels. They got lots of them. This is less than 10% of them. And they're fucking Awai. Simulate all. Give us all the tunnels. Whoa. That's so many tunnels, bro. Okay. This will all be taken from IDF data, right? Like, that's why they've got these numbers. Yes, the laptop is sweating. By the amount of data on this page. We don't have Hagaris, we just have these shitty fucking graphics. Over 5,700 entrance shafts embedded in homes, schools, mosques, and hospitals. Refer to the legend to understand how civilian infrastructure was weaponized. Wow. Tunnels, civilian buildings. Wow. Sources, yeah, YNet, Times of Israel, IDF, FDD. Yeah. Start the tour. Let's do a tour of the tunnels. Wow. Yeah, this is all the released IDF data. I don't know if they're giving him stuff like privately. This is them going through a tunnel shaft in Han Yunis. Look at the size of this tunnel. It's like Star Wars. It's so impressive. They serve as military command centers, weapons depots, routes for smuggling and hostage transport. They can reach up to 230 feet deep. They're outfitted with electricity and rail systems. With a price tag of up to $3 million each, they're funded through stolen aid and resources meant for civilians. Wow. Why would they do that? That's so bad. Fuck. Home of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. Wow. I cannot do this on my laptop. Fuck me. The residents of evil. The residents of evil. The neighborhood where Sinwar lived. Wow. Soy. Using this tunnel, Sinwar, along with military commander of Hamas, Mohammed Daif, and Han Yunis Brigade commander Rafa Salameh, was able to move around the entire city of Khan Yunis for months before ultimately fleeing to the southern city of Rafah, where he was eventually eliminated by the IDF. Wow. Wow. Candace Owens apparently no longer supports Trump. Really? Really? God damn. Jane Socks, thanks for the $10. Hagari voice, please. I can't do the Hagari voice. I'll just cry. Such a loss. Oh. Oh, Eli actually paid for the slop video. Oh. Mohammed Dave, Mohammed dead. Wow, good one. What is the news with Candace Owens and Trump? How are the IDF destroying the tunnels? I believe it takes 15 tons of TNT to destroy 1 kilometer of tunnel. That seems to be the most effective, or liquid with liquid TNT. I think it's like 12 tons. Yeah, that seems to be their most effective method of destroying the tunnels is TNT. Just dynamiting the fuck. And it is not an easy process. Flooding doesn't work because the tunnels are not waterproof, so the water would just go into the soil. And with explosives, they just need a shit ton of them. Sealing tunnels is not very helpful. Yep, because Israel doesn't want to do clear and hold like Afghanistan, because that'll just turn them into a fucking smorgasbord of targets. So, yeah. Sealing tunnels just means they can get unsealed with a small explosive. Send in rats. Wouldn't an explosion just create a hole or something? No, it just caves it in. Which does make... I don't know what that means for rebuilding. I don't know what that means for rebuilding. Trillions of rats. I don't know. It's like, I think the IDF claims to have destroyed about a quarter of Hamas's tunnels. Like, I don't think any army in the world has that much fucking TNT to destroy every kilometer of tunnel. Just, it's quite mental. I don't know. Send in Asmongold's rat alarm clock. True. All right, Candace is giving up on Trump. Wow. Trump's losing them all over the shop, though, isn't he? Is this because of Israel for her?
I never thought that I would see it. I would be voting for a universe of Donald J. Trump and his administration. I don't recognize his administration right now. I don't recognize what's happening.
Bro, he was always the biggest fucking Israel simp who wants to deport Muslims. How can you be so fucking dense, you stupid, grifting Nazi cunt? Like, of course Trump was going to do what he was going to do because he's always said this is the kind of shit. He tried to deport Muslim. He tried to block immigration from Muslim countries. Blanket ban in 2016. You stupid fuck.
I have a theory. I do. We were kicking around some theories earlier, me and the team, and we were going, how could Trump be such a free speech enthusiast and allowing these things to happen?
He was suggesting fucking jailing people for burning the American flag in his first term. He would intimidate journalists with defamation cases because they called him a pussy ass bitch and shit. Fucking hell. She's so maddening. I absolutely despise this woman. Fuck
Going
me.
after college universities, trying to suppress speech while pretending that you're not suppressing speech, while pretending that you're fighting DEI. It's so messy. It's so obvious. Everyone knows what you're doing. People who are still trying to grift, I suppose, are not willing to challenge you on this, which is ridiculous because when
people project their hopes and dreams onto Trump, there is this thing where I think this happens with political creators as well to a degree. Like politicians like this, or populists are very good at this. Populists are generally like they're more rhetoric than policy. Same with Trump until recently, because Trump didn't really do that much in terms of policy in his first term because he thought he could rule by decree, realized he actually needs to appoint loyalists everywhere to do that. So he couldn't really do that. And he didn't really understand how to work the system back then, but now he does. But generally people are, if you're more rhetoric than policy, then you do become a brand and people often just like you for a couple of rhetorical flourishes or a couple of policies maybe, but then for everything else, they just kind of project what they want you to be onto you. That is totally a thing, yeah. I learned that as a fucking bread tuber. I learned that just because I spoke about a couple of things that aligned with far left people, say like countering Islamophobia and all that shit, which I still agree with. Like, I don't disagree with any of those old videos about Islamophobia. Obviously, that attracted people who were like, oh yeah, wow, this guy must support the fucking armed resistance against the Zionist entity. I'm like, whoa, no, you fucking idiot. Yeah, but that's why like people just fill in the blanks because people project onto you. And that's just a creator. So like, how it is for a president, especially a president like Trump, who has that kind of like monarchic sort of status around him. Yeah.
You are out of office. We are going to have to live with these consequences. Our children are going to have to grow up in this America. Okay. So when you threaten our speech, it's not worth it so that we can have pom-poms and go hurrah for a couple of years, then go, okay, well, yeah, now it kind of stinks because, oh, we're getting arrested for wrongthink. We got David Friedman. Yeah, arrest him. Arrest Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Get them. I love it. And if you think it's going to stop with college campuses, you're out of your mind.
Wow.
So you better
First
buck up
they came
and root for Harvard University in this fight.
Wow. He's hemorrhaging the Nazi vote. Holy shit. Just wait until you hear Trump's opinions on how many Jews died in the Holocaust, Candace. She'll be fucking fuming. She'll be so mad. It is good to see that Republicans, that now that Trump actually is sort of enacting policy quite quickly and in a very concentrated manner, it is probably good that because she's not the only wing of Republicans that are going against Trump, right? Like moderate Republicans or even fairly pro-Trump Republicans are starting to get a little bit fucking doubtful now. I'm pretty sure Trump is like tanking in the recent opinion polls, but again, it's just like, will there be enough in the midterms for it? Will there be a midterm? Does it matter if there's no midterm because Trump is basically just doing everything through the executive branch? Does it matter if like the Republicans in Congress get replaced by Democrats, even as a majority?
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes.
Shit, that's so
Donald
loud.
Trump is unpopular. He's trying to force through an unpopular agenda and kind of hoping no one notices. But sometimes, once in a while, he gets caught and he has to retreat. Well, today's one of those days. Last night on this very program, we brought you this story, a story about the Trump administration announcing they were going to gut the Women's Health Initiative, a groundbreaking 30-year study into preventative health care for postmenopausal women. It's funded by the NIH, National Institutes of Health. It costs only about, get this, $10 million a year in the trillions of dollars in the federal budget. Now, the Women's Health Initiative has done a bunch.
3 supers until slop, chat. 3 supers until slop. I'm starting to get like numb butt cheeks from, I haven't gone out of this chair since I started the stream, have I? I've been stuck here for 5 hours now. Jesus.
Bunch of really important research on subjects like breast cancer and heart disease and osteoporosis. By the government's own estimate, it has saved countless lives and billions of dollars in medical costs. But Trump and Elon Musk tried to end it. And last night, we put a spotlight on that and we asked, who exactly voted for this? Well, it turns out no one did.
Wow.
After spotlighting that story, lo and behold, get this.
Election denier. Typical lib projection. This election denying fuck over here. Wow.
Administration reversed course, announcing today they're going to keep funding the study. Federal officials saying, don't worry. Yeah, don't worry about that. Now, if only the same could be said for many of the other countless destructive budget cuts, like just for instance, eliminating inexplicably funding for National History Day, a competition where middle and high school kids share their love of history.
Wow.
But fundamentally, what they're banking on is that they're doing so much in so many different parts of the government that are so destructive, no one could just pay attention to all this stuff, right? It's going to go past most voters. Because what they are actually doing is really unpopular. Now, the key here is that Donald Trump wants you to believe desperately that he is popular. It's all part of the con. Just because he managed to win a plurality of voters, which he did, very poor approval ratings, and 4 criminal cases tailing him, including a conviction in state court. And he did manage to win the popular vote, unlike in 2016. It's the first time in 3 tries. But all of a sudden, after that victory, the conventional wisdom quickly congealed that America was Trump country, that he was a political colossus. Remember, the guy won by about 1.5 points.
Wow.
Hardly a landslide. He was inaugurated with basically the highest approval rating that he has ever had.
All 7 swing states.
Which also happened to be the second lowest approval rating ever for a new president, topped only by himself the first time around. He has never been very popular. And his approval rating has only gone down since. Nate Silver tracks the average over on his Substack. Full disclosure, some of the graphs on that site are really difficult to show on TV. They require lots of explanation. This ain't one of them. See that there? You can see what that's doing. The line just keeps going down. Even Fox News has no choice but to face this reality.
Fox.
If you look at our new Fox News poll at 100 days job approval compared to other presidents, there you see the president at 44%, and you see his first term at 45% at this mark, the 100-day mark. We have other new polls that are revealing some concerns about the economy.
Boy, that's a tough graphic if you're Donald Trump sitting in the White House watching Fox News all day. That's the kind of clip that really gets Donald Trump yelling at the TV. In fact, he's now calling for Fox's pollster to be fired. Also says
Didn't he come after a fucking... It was the pollster from... Fuck, it was one of the swing states. Was it Arizona? Or no, it wasn't Arizona. It was a northern one. There was some pollster who came up with that poll they didn't like. He thought he was going to lose in fucking Illinois or some shit. Ohio. I don't remember. There's a poll he didn't like, so he tried to fucking... Iowa. It was Iowa. Didn't he make a legal threat against that pollster? He tried to sue her? To sue the pollster? Fuck. Rupert Murdoch has told me for years that he's going to get rid of his Fox News Trump-hating fake pollster, but he's never done so. Yeah, Ann Seltzer, that's what it was. This pollster has gotten me and MAGA wrong for years. Also, while he's at it, he should start making changes at the China-loving Wall Street Journal. It sucks. Yeah, because Wall Street Journal, which is, by the way, quite right-leaning, I thought, in terms of econ, he is suing her. Yeah, okay. I love that. What a fucking... Went after pollsters, man. Quantarum, thanks for the $10. All the dedicated Trumpers I know are completely disconnected. One keeps asking me, what's Biden doing? Like he's going to rush out of retirement and overthrow his replacement. Wait, they're really still talking about Biden? I mean, I know Trump is, so I suppose they are as well. Fucking sheep.
Wall Street Journal sucks. We're not even 100 days in, and Trump is already at the polls are fake stage. But again, they show what they show.
Oh
Even
shit, we've only got 5 minutes left. We only got 4.5 minutes left on the fucking, on the sub goal, on the super chat goal. Fuck. 2 more super chats in 4.5 minutes is even possible. We might have to have a slop-free stream. Never happened before. We would have to have a fully serious stream. I'm okay with it.
The granular level, right? When you dive into it and you look through the numbers, you break his approval rating down by issue. Things don't get any better for him. I mean, he is underwater on basically everything. Let's start with the economy. That's supposed to be Trump's bread and butter. Traditionally, it's been his biggest strength. That same Fox News poll has 56% of voters approving of Trump's handling of the economy. 38 approve. Underwater by 18 points.
Bit of a misspeak there. What? That's like all of them approve. He said should be disapprove. Okay, wow.
And it's not hard to see why. He ran on making things cheaper on day one. That was his promise. But maybe you've noticed things are not cheaper.
Oh, shit.
They are not.
One more to go. Monkey Man, thanks for the 5 Australian. I really appreciate that. Baked beans. Slop. Get it.
Instead, he started a trade war, tanked the stock market, is about to make everything more expensive. New Reuters Ipsos poll shows disapproval of Trump's handling specifically on the cost of living at 57%. That Fox poll shows him with a 59% disapproval rating on inflation and a 58% disapproval rating on tariffs. A new Pew poll has disapproval of the tariffs at 59%. The data here is real crystal clear.
Oh,
right?
shit.
Keep in mind, and this is key, stuff hasn't even really started to...
8-bit Sapphire, thanks for the $5. Oh my God. 10 out of 10 goal. Looks like we'll have slop. We'll see.
Get more expensive yet. The fallout from the tariffs takes time. There's a delayed reaction before we start seeing shortages and price hikes. Now, if that happens, it's sort of an interesting question about what happens to Trump's numbers. Can they go lower? Can they break through the previous floor? But here's the thing. It is not just the economy, even on immigration, right? Where he likes to pretend the country is just overwhelmingly united on his side. He's slipping. A bunch of recent polls show him underwater on issues of immigration, ranging from about a point to as much as 5 points. That was not the case a month or 2 months ago. That Fox News poll provides some interesting insights because when voters were asked about border security, Trump is doing very well. But when they were asked about immigration at large, look at that. His approval is underwater. That, I think, is due to his neglect of due process. The stories of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the young graduate students here totally legally who've done nothing wrong at colleges, getting abducted off the street and put into prison, or the people deported to a foreign gulag with no trial because they had an autism awareness tattoo. Not very popular. Look at this, okay? A new Economist YouGov poll. Half of all Americans say Trump should return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the U.S. Only 28% say he should not.
Remember when you used to sit there for 8 hours to read and take notes on stream? Yeah, I can't do that in this fucking chair with one screen and a laptop. I'm not sitting here reading and taking notes and shit, okay? I've got plans, okay? I'll do that when I've been doing that more off stream anyway, because fuck reading to you guys. No, I'll do more of that. I think Vilayat-e Faqih is the first thing. Is that how I say it? I don't know. About Iran, the constitutional doctrine of the Islamic Republic. Yeah, we're going to do that. Because we started it. We're going to get through all we started the Ayatollah's, the intro on it, but we're going to do the rest of it. Hell yeah. Standing desk, yeah.
Even Trump's so-called war on woke, that was a key component of his campaign and a huge part of what they're doing in the government, even that is underwater. Look at this. His attacks on DEI, which are really attacks on civil rights law, are unpopular. He's down 9 points on the issue, according to one poll. Now, instead of changing course, Trump is doing more of what voters say they dislike. In fact, yesterday, he signed an executive order that seeks to just straight up annihilate a key provision of the Civil Rights Act. He's basically ordering the federal government to ignore what's called disparate impact. That's when some institution does something that on paper may look neutral, but in practice ends up discriminating disproportionately against one group or other.
God, this guy's got me living out.
It's part of the original Civil Rights Act. It's a bedrock civil rights principle.
I'm living so hard, yes.
Martin Luther King Jr. and the people of that generation marched for, that they died to protect in this country. Trump signs an order wanting to undo it. Now, I will say, to be fair, when he signed the order last night, it sure did seem like he was hearing about it for the first time.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order on disparate impact theory. This is a theory that underlies a lot of the modern DEI and CRT-driven diversity culture. The basic idea here is instructing your departments and agencies to no longer rely on disparate impact theory as they're regulating, as they're issuing guidance, as they're making rules. We want to focus on results. We want to focus on actual fairness. We want to focus on merit, not things like disparate impact theory and the whole sort of
God, say it again. Say
disparate
disparate impact theory, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he seems to have total command. I don't think this stuff plays well with anyone. Again, I don't want to overstate the case here, right? Like, we're a very polarized country. Trump just won an election that, by all rights, I think it was preposterous he won, but he won. There's enduring popularity among his base. But again, Trump keeps acting like he has a huge mandate. In reality, he is unpopular at basically every turn. Because here's the thing, and this is really key, and we've seen this now a few times. So whatever skills he has at marketing and branding, and they are considerable, one has to say, he does not have the same skills for governing. Turns out people bought the packaging, but once again, we're all reminded the product inside sucks. The only thing keeping him afloat is an agenda of intimidation and fear that enforces a politically toxic kind of discipline among Republicans in Washington. They feel they have to go along with his unpopular agenda. But I think, not guaranteed, I think it's going to catch up to them eventually. Because fundamentally, right, look at those numbers, look at where the country's at. they don't have the American people on their side right now. I think the data is pretty definitive on that.
Wow. Libbing out, bros. Fuck that guy, that Trump dude. We hate him. Polls don't matter in a monarchy, though. I'm sorry. Bucket, thanks for the 2 Canadian slot, please. Wow. 89 real the. Thanks to 5 Australian. Why do you think Hassan didn't dance in the content cop like the others did? Cheers. I don't know. Orlando Swift, thanks for the 4.99 schlop contribution. Any general brackets or specific advice for a US citizen looking to enter a PhD program in Aberdeen? Love your stuff. You want to go to Aberdeen as a US citizen? Wow. Well, I don't know. Aberdeen University is a nice place. Old Aberdeen's cool. Just if you have a fucking, if your old man's old man is Scottish, like just don't tell anyone. They don't care, and they'll probably beat the shit out of you, and you'll deserve it. Otherwise, it's probably fine. Enjoy it. Wrap up warm for 8 months of the year. It'll be good. Upstate trash. I don't even have a goal now. What the fuck? Thanks for the $5. Give me slop or give me death. Jesus. I was actually supposed to watch this video from Tough Mittens, but is it even watchable? It looks quite intense. 5 minutes. Okay, we can watch this for 5 minutes and we can do slop. Actually, I don't know if I should do the slop before or after the incredibly fucking disturbing video about El Salvador. Look at this, man. This is fucking disgusting. Jesus.
This footage shows El Salvador's answer to gang violence. Thousands of alleged gang members
This is from 1 year, just over 1 year ago, from the Wall Street Journal.
Down to expose their tattoos in a brand new mega prison set to house 40,000 inmates.
Todos estos pandilleros terroristas no van a regresar nunca a las comunidades.
Gangs turned El Salvador's murder rate into one of the highest in the world. And to end this cycle of violence, the country's president, Nayib Bukele, ordered a crackdown in March last year, arresting more than 66,000 people since then. Communities say the streets are safer, but rights groups and some residents argue that this change has come at a high price, that innocent men and women and even minors have been rounded up and held indefinitely without access to lawyers. I'm here in El Salvador to gauge the impact of this effort, what it means for families and communities, and for a Central American country that has been gripped by gang violence for decades, stoking both poverty and migration towards the U.S. In El Salvador, a country...
Can we send non-paying chatters there? Wow, good one. Upstate trash, thanks to the $2 for the slop.
The size of Massachusetts, and with a population of 6.3 million. The violence has been blamed on the MS-13 and the 18th Street gangs, groups that originated among Salvadorans in the U.S. in the 1980s. They terrorized communities for decades in El Salvador, demanding weekly extortion payments from business owners and imposing curfews. In 2015, El Salvador's murder rate was over 100 per 100,000 people. But by 2022, officials said the number went down to 7.8.
El país, donde antes era común encontrar cadáveres en el suelo, y vean cuántos homicidios hay ahora. Días, semanas enteros sin homicidios.
President Nayib Bukele imposed a state of emergency where lawmakers suspended constitutional guarantees allowing soldiers to raid communities in search of anyone with suspected gang ties. The mass arrests gave El Salvador the world's
So this is where deportees are going, the ones who are deported to El Salvador by Trump.
Highest incarceration rate, as 1% of the national population has been put behind bars over the past year.
Jesus.
As a result of the crackdown, gang members are no longer prevalent in communities. Small businesses can now operate without fear and at any time of the day without having to pay high extortion fees. But the offensive fractured many of the poorest households. Tens of thousands of young children have had at least one parent or caregiver detained under the declared state of emergency. Ana Mancia says her 4 adult children were working as street vendors when they were detained last year.
¿Todavía hay pandilleros por acá?
Aquí ya no, gracias a Dios ya no. Pero es triste eso, saber, no poder saber de sus hijos ya un año, no sé nada de ellos.
She was left to take care of 6 grandchildren. None of them go to school, and Ana struggles to feed them. Families like Ana's can't afford legal representation. Alejandro Diaz Gomez is a nonprofit attorney. He advises 250 families of detainees who he says are wrongfully held.
Ha sido imposible, ¿verdad?, para las familiares de los detenidos hablar, ¿verdad?, con autoridades. Entonces no hemos tenido una respuesta. Claro, ¿verdad?, que hay una necesidad de querer solventar, ¿verdad?, toda esta historia de violencia contra de nuestra misma población, pero puede haber seguridad, ¿verdad?, con violación a derechos humanos.
Rights groups say people are locked up in crowded cells with little food while they wait indefinitely for trial. This man told us his 2 sons were arrested during the crackdown last year.
De 1000 terroristas que él dice que agarran, a lo mucho son 100 pandilleros y los otros 900 son gente inocente que no tiene nada que ver con pandillas.
El Salvador's security minister, Gustavo Villatoro, denied allegations of human rights abuses and arbitrary detentions, adding that all gang members will spend the rest of their lives behind bars. More than a year into the crackdown, President Bukele's approval rating is at a record high. Polls at the start of the year showed more than 90% of Salvadorans are happy with the president's security effort. And El Salvador's model has drawn the attention of other Latin American countries gripped by violent crime, such as Ecuador and Honduras. Political analysts say the crackdown's popularity could pave the way for Bukele to seek re-election next year. While the country's constitution does not allow a president to have consecutive terms in office, he has said he plans to run again.
You're saying Bukele is a Palestinian, but he supports Israel. Interesting. Palestinian descent. Yeah. I thought there's a big Palestinian community in Chile. That's fucking insane, though. It's mad that like the population, I guess, was so fucked by gang violence that they've ended up supporting this like incredibly inhumane fucking crackdown. Jesus Christ. God. Ooh. No good, bro. No good. Okay. I mean, you guys paid good money for it, but man, this is like probably the most expensive 1 minute 26 of slop that we've ever had on the stream. Like, people paid good money to see this video. Fuck me. People paid good money to stop me watching this video. But I think the sloppers have it. Okay. Will I just leave it there? I'm not even going to restart. I'm just going to go for 2 seconds earlier for context.
Go to Israel and then not wanting to go back to Iraq or not wanting to go back to any of these other countries.
Yeah, why didn't they want to go back to those countries? Why not? Could it possibly be because the Jews who stayed were absolutely fucking railed by their governments? Like in the 6-Day War in Iraq, where Jews basically had to just completely fucking bury their heads in the sand lest they get accused of being Zionist spies. I think between like 9 and 10 people were fucking executed by a fucking kangaroo court by the Ba'ath Party for being Zionist spies because they were so butthurt about the results of the 6-Day War. Shit.
Is very different. Palestinians still cannot go to Israel. Palestinians cannot go and visit their grandparents' homes. But you can be a Jewish person anywhere around the planet right now and get a house in the West Bank. Get a Palestinian's house in the West Bank, as a matter of fact. How is that appropriate?
Wouldn't the better analogy be whether or not Israeli Jews can go back, like Mizrahi Jews can go back to their homes in the Middle East and North Africa? Okay.
How is that normal? It's not. It's not normal at all. It's fascism.
That is, in my opinion, a form of like...
That was his response to it's fascism. Okay. He will really just say anything other than Islamic rule in the Middle East and North Africa was fucked, and it's no surprise that every fucking Jew, barring like a few thousand, left these countries en masse at around the same time as soon as they had the opportunity to. He'll just say anything to avoid saying that for some reason. I guess it doesn't really gel with his, everyone lived in peace and harmony under Islamic rule. Like, okay, Bob.
Holocaust. But the Holocaust is a specific thing that happened in Europe. Like, you can just...
It's a way.
I think you need to
it's
frame
historic.
it differently.
It's anti-Semitic historical revisionism. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now this is
saying hummus is not Israeli food. Israeli.
Oh, he's watching Chris Kunter. Based. He's watching that little fucking scrappy do.
Cuisine is just like made up because the Israeli state is made up.
What the fuck?
It's akin to anti-Semitic revisionism.
Yes, it actually is. You fucking idiot. Yes, that would actually be anti-Semitic. Made up, bro. Most Israeli Jews are from the Middle East. That's why they eat Middle Eastern food. It is not made up, you fucking dense Jew-hating retard. Like, fuck me. I'm sorry, like, the amount of times I try to have this charitability and I'm like, yeah, Hassan's not like anti-Semitic. He might, like, he's fucking ignorant and he's stupid. Like, no, like, but what's the difference? Like, he's talking like a Jew hater. He's talking like a Jew hater. Why is Israel a made up country, but like Canada isn't? Why? Why is the United States not a made up country? Why is the United Kingdom not a made up country? Why are none of these countries that are like built on fucking conquest, why are none of those made up countries? Let me tell you about Kosovo. Jesus. Turkey. Well, I don't know. And that's probably where he'll say, oh, no, actually, I would say the United States is a fake country as well. But then, yeah, like, well, how much energy are you devoting to bringing about the collapse of the United States, or Canada? None. It's only Israel that gets that treatment for some reason. Fascinating.
absolutely ridiculous. And Ethan loves to talk about the expulsion, the flight of Jewish people from the Middle Eastern countries. I mean, he never contextualizes it with, well, a lot of this was to do with the founding of the State of Israel.
I mean, yeah, all states are made up.
Hey.
Just not, many of them aren't made up as recently as 1948, with the exception of like South Sudan, okay?
Okay. Hang on. Let's get a list. Let's just get a whole list. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, like how many African countries gained their independence and became like their own states after 1948? Like probably more of them than not. Not to mention fucking former Yugoslavia. Okay. That's already quite a few of them. Bangladesh, yeah. That was later. Or from South Sudan. Jesus Christ. What? So, what? As long as how long does a country have to exist before it becomes real, according to Hassan? It's so bizarre. Germany didn't become Germany until 1991, right? Like before all the GDR and West Germany, because it was, yeah, before, like, obviously the borders of Germany before World War II were different to what they are now. So after World War II, they become West Germany and the GDR, 1980, late 80s, sorry. And then they formed together to a border that Germany never had before. Fuck. South Africa, Lesotho, East Timor, fuck me. He's just so ignorant. He's just so painfully fucking ignorant. God. All fake countries, I guess. And then he'll say, no, but they actually got independence. I was like, okay, well, who controlled the land of Palestine before 1948? Oh, it was the British, right? That was the border, right? Fuck me. "132 out of 195 countries in the world were established after 48." Yeah, because a lot of these countries are just like post-colonial, right? Like it would be fucking Kenya, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, fucking Angola, South Africa, Botswana. Just name African countries at random because most of them will probably be correct for after 48. Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia. Like, fuck. Comoros. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Fucking. Macedonia, Moldova, Serbia, Kosovo, Croatia, your mom. Stobinski, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Would you be actually willing to do more pop quizzes? It actually helps remember things like it's been 53 days since last aid shipment, Slava Ukraini. Yeah, I like doing pop quizzes with chat, giving them quick fire questions all of a sudden. I said East Timor. Kanye and Sneeko, what?
And don't go live without telling the point. This is it's all live. That's all it is. It is live? Yeah. Y'all always go live without telling me it's live. I thought you said earlier just started.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
You didn't approve it? I didn't approve this one. And don't go live.
Did he just punch him in the face? Jesus. Ye got yeeted off Twitch. I think he was there for like a few minutes, wasn't he? What the fuck is this? Hassan's Hollywood agents work those publications too. What the fuck? Yeet, what are you talking about? Oh, just another puff piece. Yeah, whatever. Do you think he just has like do you think he just has a company like writing press releases for him and just sending them out? And these guys are like, okay, well, this guy's big. He will get clicks. Why not? It just feels like it's just got that vibe of someone like writing his own press releases and people buying it because it's like, it will get the clicks. If it works, it works. $300 boots. Fucking hell, man. Why he ignores Sam Hyde.
I mean, it's...
They cut out a part here. I was calling him a pedophile Nazi, for the record. I was like, what I said there was like, I didn't know anything about this guy, and then I looked into it, and then I found out he's like a Nazi, and then I looked into it a little bit further, and I found out he was a pedophile. Pick a fucking struggle. I was like, I don't want to even be remotely associated with this dude. I'm just never gonna fucking talk about this guy ever.
It's kind of at a certain point, it's like, kind of just, it stinks.
Yeah.
The news stinks.
This is
the
old,
way I
isn't it?
see it.
People say he should have fought him, but like, I don't want to be around this guy. You know what I mean? Like,
it is, if I
thought you were pro punching Nazis though, Hassan. You got a perfect opportunity there. Fuck.
If I'm gonna be serious, the way I see it is, if I get like, I don't know.
Can you please just humiliate the pedo Nazi via combat like a man, please? Like, this is what I mean. People go afraid much. Yeah, no, dude. I don't want to be around this person or any of his fucking freak-like fans, including yourself.
Yeah, but people like Ethan should absolutely debate fucking bad empanada. Yeah, okay, brilliant. Wow.
If you put yourself out there on the map as a guy who is unironically a fan of the most washed pedophile neo-Nazi, you are, I don't want to be around you, you know? You're gross.
Sam hides too right wing for Hassan to attack. We only attack center left, social democrats, and liberals here. That's the only people we we'll fucking fight with them though, for sure. We'll draw all of the attention to them.
He is the type of dude that you don't want to be around even for like violent purposes. You know what I mean? Well, you are as well, most likely. Yeah. Why the fuck would I interact with him for content?
Wow. Brilliant. Good double standards. Okay. Still not rocking Ukraine.
Who are you going for in Ukraine? What side are you on that?
I'm on I'm on nobody's side. I mean, I think Vladimir Putin's bad, and what he did was wrong.
You think Ukraine guys are like pissed at Gaza?
I would be.
They're like, damn, they're clout sharked.
Yeah, they're in a weird predicament because like
How old is this
Zelensky
video?
is like super pro-Israel.
He's John Stewart. He's the John Stewart of Ukraine.
That's true. He was. He used to be.
Yeah.
But he's like has to be super pro-Israel because like he's pro-NATO. He's pro like American State Department, right? And that's what the American State Department is signaling, that they're like super pro-Israel. Meanwhile, in the early stages, when Russia was invading Ukraine, Zelensky was like, "Hey, can we get the Iron Dome? Like that would be nice. They're fucking shelling us like nonstop." And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, "Fuck no." He stopped it.
You know all this stuff?
Yeah, it's our fucking,
You know
it's
all
our
this stuff?
tech
You're
as
smart,
Americans. Like, it's our tech to give to Ukraine. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, nope.
You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. Not my problem. That is not my problem.
Cringe. Whoa, shit. The reason that Netanyahu, as well as quite a lot of Israelis, didn't want to give the Iron Dome to Ukraine wasn't because they hated Ukraine. It was because they were worried about the technology ending up in the hands of Russians, which could mean that it gets into the hands of Iran. That was why, but, you know, don't have to agree or disagree with that. It's just, you know, it's just that's why. I don't know how convincing that is. Ryan Beard. Bro, there's just no slop here, is there? We're having a slop-free weekend. I didn't enjoy any of that. The Jewish history part was funny, I guess. That was funny. Why did 800,000 to 900,000 Jews flee the Middle East in such a short space of time after the foundation of Israel? Well, you know, I guess there was like pan-Arabism, but also there's goddamn Israelis starting with the 48 war and the... Okay. Mostly because of other Jews. Yes, we blame the other Jews, for sure. Iran explosion react. What is there to react to? It's a fucking explosion that doesn't seem to have been caused by anything other than sheer fucking incompetence as far as we know. There's no point speculating. There's no point speculating on why that might have happened right now with the information we have, right? We know that it's happened in an area where the Mossad did launch a cyber attack, a successful cyber attack a few years ago that resulted in logistical failures. But was it a JDAM? Perhaps. Perhaps. Mayhaps, you know? Fucking slop dickheads in my fucking community. Ugh. It's okay. We tolerate you. You assume it's Israel. Well, I don't think anyone is saying that yet. Iran's not saying it, nor is Israel. So I don't know why you would jump to anything with that level of information. Israel denied involvement. Usually they don't deny or confirm. Yeah, well, Is what it is. Not my problem. Nomfup, not my fucking problem. JStock face reveal. What? Did he face reveal? I don't know. Or did he get doxxed? Is that what you're saying? I don't fucking know. No, I don't want to do that drama. Hell no. Okay. Did you decide to stay away from the D content cop for good? Yeah, I can't be fucked talking about that. Like, it's just the last 4 or 5 months has just made me want to avoid talking about my personal life to the public like the fucking plague. There are also a few other like technical reasons I shouldn't really talk about it right now. Like, maybe depending on how things go, I might just get fucking. I might want to say a piece on it just because there's like there's so many things that I just have like. There's one part of me that really wants to set the record straight on things because, but it opens too many. The cons list is just too much larger than the pros, which is really annoying. But in terms of like actually affecting this outcome, though, like none of that's in my hands. It's all just PR for some communities. Like, fuck. But yeah, you know, just pretty mad. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just Willie Mack sung your praises. Well, yeah, I've been fucking right about everything, so that's probably I'd expect anything less. I didn't do anything wrong. Fuck. Okay. Listen, I love you guys. I'm going to raid you out. You have a good weekend. I'll probably stream tomorrow, maybe a bit later because I want to try some things during the day. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Nicholas name dropped you like 50 times during it. What, Nick the Oreo? Me and him are fine. I don't know why he would be name dropping me a shitload. Yeah, I'm going to have a stretch and probably have a bath until sometime tomorrow morning. Love you guys. Bye.